Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around and play Dungeons & Dragons, roll dice and stuff. Tonight is a special episode. It's a special 50th episode. We've made 50 of these. And to kick off the evening's festivities before the game, we want to show our first big present to you guys, and that we've been working on for about a little over a month. We hope you guys enjoy it. Let's go ahead and have a look at the new full intro for Critical Role. And welcome back, guys! That was fun. Like, silently working on that for a long time.
It's so hard to keep secret.
I know. Every edit that came in was awesome. Yeah, we all went together in Simi Valley for a day and shot and did wonderful photos, which we actually have wallpaper going up tonight.
That is correct.
Yes.
Going up very soon. I mean, I could go right. I guess I could go right now.
Do it now. You just
Do it
said it
now.
now.
We're
Since
gonna
you announced
do
We're doing
it.
it live. We're doing it
Ready?
live.
Doing it live.
Doing it live.
Releasing a special 50th episode wallpaper, all for you guys to use on your home PCs
On the
and
Critical
computers.
Role Twitter and Facebook right now.
Download it.
Download
There you
it
go.
At Critical Role.
Good. The pressure's off.
Yeah.
It's done.
There you
It's
go.
done.
It's all over.
Like
Episode's
on my
over.
Twitter.
No, thank you guys for coming tonight. Hope you enjoyed that. We have some really awesome people that helped out with that. I'm going to go ahead and give some thank you here. We have, first off, a big thank you to Jan Michael Lasada, our DP for that shoot. Pamela Joy, who did all the incredible photography.
Yeah, Pamela!
And Loretta Richard, both of them helped us find and secure the location and shot an incredible series of photos that we'll be using in upcoming episode releases and promotional stuff. So you get to check that out. You guys have been amazing. Thank you so much. Next up, I want to go ahead and thank Dave and James Codeglia, who are from Ghostlight. They did all the special effects you see, as well as the color grading and the editing. They did a phenomenal job on this, and big thanks to you guys. It's far more than I ever expected it could be, so Ghostlight's awesome.
Are we cutting to that title camera so they can see the addresses, Lucas?
Yeah.
Okay.
For makeup, I want to thank Misty Dawn, Taylor, Bianca Apis, and Heather Galpio, who did an amazing job. And Travis, of course, for sitting in the makeup chair for a long time.
It's cold.
Real
Real cold.
Yeah.
My nipples were
And
real.
specifically, Misty did a lot of our beauty makeup, and Bianca did Travis, and Heather did all of our ears.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
As
legit.
ears take a lot of
They took
time.
very long.
Guys.
Yeah, you guys did an amazing job.
They were amazing.
Next up, for our illustrious costumers, we have Jessica Drew, who did an amazing job. Jessica Johnson for assembling many of the costumes. Vanessa Walton, who made your wonderful headpiece.
Yes. And she has an Etsy store, actually, Creature of Habit on Etsy. So follow her on Instagram, and of course, you can go. She makes all these amazing flower crowns. She's basically a real-life fairy. It's great.
Essentially.
It's a magical Instagram.
It is a magical Instagram. Creature of Habit.
Check that out. and of course Brian Forrest for both applying a lot of the armor to Pike and a lot of individuals here. He brought a lot of the great costume pieces and armor, and was one of our illustrious goblins. He got killed as 2 different goblins.
Yeah, man.
Took 2 arrows, one in the face,
Really
one in the
magic.
chest. And a great stunt man, Brian. Thank you so much for helping out with that.
Thank you, Brian. We love you,
Alright.
Brian.
We had John Ing, who is our special effects supervisor on set, and was the goblin that got stabbed in the back.
Angie!
Angie is amazing.
Sorry.
Yep, and he's got a YouTube channel, Mars Rising, which is great. And I did a Splinter Cell Guards sketch that I did with him a while ago.
Angie and I used to perform at the Ren Fair together.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
like
awesome.
it was a thing.
John's
Crazy.
awesome. Go check his stuff out.
You worked at the Ren Fair?
Yeah.
Lord Taliesin.
Suck it.
Lord Taliesin.
Of course, Jason Charles Miller, who is a friend of the show, has been on the show as Garthok, the half-orc rogue. Did the new theme as well as the old one, but he re-upped for the new theme, extending it and making it that much more epic. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jason.
And Jeff Vicente did a lot of the sound design on it as well. You guys kicked ass on making the sound as good as it did. Check out their stuff; they're amazing. I think Jason should have the actual new song up on iTunes soon, in case you want it for like a ringtone or something.
Yeah.
And last but certainly not least, we have Avery Faith, who did the amazing
My
Percy
coat.
costume.
She's an amazing coat designer. She's got a.
She's got a thing.
She's a coat designer.
Coat good.
She did the coat. She's an amazing cosplayer and costume designer, and you can find her sick horse all over the place.
Yep. And Kai Norman, who you've seen on the show, he actually did our casts of the Kavarn horn, and his incredible work. He did Percy's gun. He did a number of the props we used for it. He's great. So you can find him at Comic Props. Additional costuming done by Anne Valiant, who did an amazing job helping us out getting the costume pieces we needed for it, as well as a big shout out to Labyrinth of Jareth, Masquerade Ball, who also helped provide a lot of the costumes for the shoot, and Sword in the Stone, who helped provide a lot of the weaponry and armor along with Brian. So thank you guys, all of you, so much for helping make this happen. We're really excited, and we hope you liked it.
Can you put the first one up again? Because we didn't get the Pamela Joy title.
Can we get
that
now?
one? Yeah. That's the only one we missed. There you go. They were so instrumental, did such a lovely job.
Yeah, they
And Pam did the photo of the wallpaper.
She's
that
actually
we
shot
just-
all of our photos
That's right.
from the very beginning, and she's
Yep.
freaking amazing.
We have
She's
so
great.
much, you guys. So
And there's
much.
more where that
Go
came
follow her on
from.
Instagram. She's great.
Yeah.
All right, so getting into our actual announcements
Oh,
here.
sure.
Try and cruise through this as fast as possible
For
so
a
we can get.
special episode, I thought everyone was dressing up.
We're all in
We are. We're wearing our.
Just
You all
you,
look
douchebag.
You're appropriate for
You all look
Scanlan.
like shit.
Hey, Sam, can I show you my snake?
Oh.
Bigger than I thought it'd be.
Since last time.
Strangely, he lost it for a few sessions.
To all.
Oh, no.
This too shall pass.
All right, so 50th episode, guys.
Hey!
Says really can't believe we made it this far, and more to come. 50 more, hopefully.
Stuffing my face
Ashley's
right now.
here.
Hey, Ashley's
cow.
here.
I just landed.
Yeah,
Not landed in a plane, but just drove in.
drove
From
across
all the way
country
from New York?
From yes,
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
drove in from New York.
So what does that mean, Ashley? Does that mean
I'm here for a little while.
He's back.
I'm back for a little bit.
You punk!
For probably for a couple months, a few months.
few months.
We'll see. So
Few months. We're pushing
a few
for a
months.
few
We're
months.
pushing it for a few months. So
Sounds better.
yes, I'm excited and I'm nervous, but
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm so glad you could join us, and
Thanks.
welcome back, Ashley.
Thank you.
Also, tonight we're putting up for the next 2 weeks on pre-order a brand new set of, how do you want to do this, hoodies, which I'm wearing here.
It's alternative apparel, and it's super duper cozy and soft.
Look at that.
Material.
It's so softy puffy.
They're so soft.
They're
You can
super
use it as a
soft,
pillow.
actually.
You can use it as a hoodie.
You can wear it on a plane.
You could.
You can wear it in
Where
a
are all the other
car,
places they could wear it?
on a train.
Dinner. You could wear it to dinner.
You could wear it in a boat.
To Sharky.
With a goat?
You could put it on a goat.
To Big Lots.
At work or on the go.
Keep this going all night long.
2 hours.
It's this content that you've demanded.
So yeah, these are up on the store, or should be, and will be up for pre-order over the next 2 weeks. If you want one, get one. because they're cool. I like them.
Yeah, we all have one.
Indeed.
I'll get one soon.
Yeah, they're out
They're in
there
the
for
lobby.
you.
They're in the lobby.
All right. Next up,
I'm gonna need help.
Christmas is tonight. So we got that coming up after the show.
Just a few packages.
Yeah,
Couple
just
packages.
Cartloads.
We're gonna do our best to keep it as organized and as expedient as possible, so we can get it to bed at a decent hour. Especially those of us who have like 8 a.m. call times in the morning. Travis.
Yeah, I haven't.
Almost stay as long as I can.
But yeah, so we'll stick around for that. You could watch us all cry forever, because that's what happens every time.
Cry forever.
A couple other announcements. It has here on the list posters.
Posters?
Posters.
Posters?
Posters?
Somebody misput that in the list.
Maybe later.
Maybe later. Okay.
What's a poster?
There's 4 of them on a bed.
Oh.
There you go. That makes sense.
Somebody who says they're one thing, but really they're just not all that.
That makes sense. Quick announcement. There's an event coming up, convention on May 26th to the 29th in Atlanta called MomoCon. I will be a guest at that. So all you guys East Coast folks around Atlanta, come say hello. I have panels and talks and autographs to give and cool artwork you can pick up. So yeah, MomoCon, May 26th to 29th. Hope to see you guys there. Me and Marisha are both announced to be guests at the Haven Expo in Mackay, Australia
Yes.
on July 2nd. So all you folks in the Outback that want to come hang with me and Marisha at the beginning of July.
In the outback,
just like that.
gonna get a bloomin' onion.
Oh god.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sure they're really thrilled about.
She's back for 10 minutes, guys.
I know a lot of Australians.
Already offended an entire
Get her out of here.
Oh,
You and Johnny Depp at the same week. Come on.
Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully we're looking forward to seeing a bunch of you guys down under beginning of July. So yeah. Let's see. Reveal secret Scientology message and ascend to Xenu. That's on the list.
Check.
If you got that one situated.
Put this one together. Okay.
Rat Queens. The next Rat Queens issue coming up. 16. I think it's issue 16 is the number.
Yes.
Has a series of pages in which all of Vox Machina have a wonderful cameo in it.
It's amazing.
It's pretty great.
It's so good.
We're in a comic book.
Yeah,
We did it.
it's pretty good.
Has that not been seen yet? Is that not out yet?
Some pictures
it's
have been, but not all of
Some
it.
pictures.
Yeah.
We
A
have
little bit.
transcended you
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah, they've teased.
We are fiction now.
We are fiction.
It's ridiculous.
So crazy.
Yeah, isn't it?
I'm
Let's
gonna
see.
knock so much stuff over tonight.
One more thing I want to mention, a really great game called Masquerada that I played the lead character, Cicero Gavarin. It's been developed by a great studio named Witching Hour. They put up a Kickstarter today to see if they can make the game as good as it possibly can be for that final push. As an independent indie studio and an indie product, they're putting out a phenomenal kind of isometric RPG. Great voice talent that includes Jennifer Hale, Dave Fennoy. It's a great cast. Check it out on Kickstarter if it's something you think you'd be interested in and possibly helping them polish it and make it phenomenal. So check it out. Anything else you guys want to announce?
Constantly, yeah. Can I get a crit roll? Boy, I always love sitting at the table with my dice and having a nice cozy wooden box to keep my dice in. Wormwood Gaming makes all kinds of wooden boxes to hold your dice in. We have them here. We have all kinds. There's these. There's these. They hold dice.
Those
There's
seem
deck
really
boxes.
remarkable, Liam.
Wait, what
is there
is this
anything
one?
even
That
bigger?
one.
Do it.
Funny you should. That's
In due time.
We're getting there.
Wormwood Gaming, you know them already because we talk about them nonstop. They're a friend of the show. If you use the code CritRoll,
Crit roll.
you'll get free shipping. Also, Wormwood Gaming has a Kickstarter up this month for their Sentinel box, which holds.
What is this?
It holds your cards, it holds your dice. There's a
Look,
Bluetooth doohickey in it so that you will never lose your box with dice and cards. And you can get all kinds of woods. There's all kinds of
minis in
tiers.
there,
You
or
can
you
get the
can
Critical
decks in
Role
there.
logo etched into any kind of box that they have. And if you want to go full wizard, you can get the Schnazzy Masterwork box. Oh, did I get that right?
Whoa!
It is a
Yeah,
Masterwork.
Masterwork box.
Holy hell.
I want that one.
Gorgeous.
I know.
You can't
I
have it.
think that's one of the vestiges.
So check it out, Wormwood Gaming. They got a Kickstarter. They got a website. They're our good buddies.
All right. So, anything else anyone else talk about? Mention?
I mean,
Let's just.
Because if not, I think we may have to watch that intro again.
Yeah, do it again! Do that shit again, please!
Watch that intro again. And welcome back. I remember writing the script for that and going like, we're gonna have to cut all this, and then we didn't. So happy. How it
Mainly
turned out.
because we ran out of time.
We're like, well, we gotta do it. Make it work.
No, there's no time to like do anything else other than
Yeah,
this.
you can't cut the tentacle creature. I don't know how we'll do it, but it's in there. But anyway, so let's go ahead and bring us back into the realm of Exandria and catch us up to what happened last time. Vox Machina, group of adventurers, currently on the path to try and usurp and destroy the Chroma Conclave, a collection of chromatic dragons that have torn through Taldore and currently reign supreme over the partially ruined cities that dot the landscape. The largest of them, and apparently the leader, Tordak the Cinder King, it's been a long day, sitting in the main city of Amon, forcing you guys to flee. You've currently gone about and discovered these artifacts, these legendary items known as the Vestiges of Divergence, ancient magical weapons and equipment from the last Great War, the Divergence. And these seem to be a key in which you can ascertain a level of power and a means of destroying these creatures. Upon seeking information about these, you traveled south to the Frostweald, where you battled a camp of orcs, freeing survivors from Westrunn's attack, and managed to walk your way into the deep den of a forgotten Ayun temple, where Osisa, the Sphinx's mate, resides. After traversing past traps and puzzles, you made your way to the main chamber, in which the nameless Sphinx demanded you reveal that you have earned its name. During this battle, you traveled through portals to other elemental realms to seek out the information to hopefully devise the title of this Sphinx before it was too late. During which Grog had leapt through, if I recall, one of these portals into the elemental plane of air, set adrift without a means of returning, took his chain of returning, attached it to Craven Edge, and threw it through the portal. It found purchase, and you pulled yourself through, face to face to Pike with the blade embedded in her abdomen. The weapon, which had achieved its maximum strength potential of devouring the essence of others, transformed during this battle and has been in its rather intense and dangerous form since. You guys managed to piece together the name of this Sphinx, at which point the battle ended, and it presented to you the information you required. It gave you the information of the vestiges that still exist to its knowledge, and you were escorted via immediate sandstorm out of the temple and now stand at the edge of the Stormcrest Mountains and the Frostfield Forest itself. So, you all take a moment to kind of gather your thoughts, think over what just transpired, and think on your next course of action.
Well, I want that bow.
I heard a few things that seemed very desirable. Well,
How is Pike?
Yeah, Pike, are you alive?
Yes.
Yeah,
He healed us all up before we left, right?
yeah.
He healed us.
Oh, we did?
That's right.
Yes, I'm fine. I'm
well, not
fine.
completely. You guys healed from a couple of spells that were cast at the time.
But some of
You
us
haven't
are
had a
still
rest.
older, right?
Some of us are still older.
Indeed.
Is your stomach closed?
Yeah.
If you go and inspect the armor itself, the plates that separated and kind of scraped from the impact of Craven Edge's blade, the wound itself seems to have at least stopped bleeding as part of the healing magic, and the wound has closed, though you are still in a relatively damaged state post-battle. You guys haven't had really a moment to recover and heal what you could. She seems to be okay. There's still that lingering sweat from the stress and the impact of the blade, but nothing seems to be mortally endangered about her current state.
Do you need a moment? Do you need to speak to Seren, right?
Well, I think I'm okay. Do I know what hit points I'm at?
Yes. You are at... After the healing now, I think it was like 63.
I'm doing okay.
What time is it?
Okay.
Right now, from the time it took you guys to go through the temple, it's and the strangeness that is the shift of time around the temple, it's probably midday.
Oh.
Like, pretty much the same time you entered the temple.
Oh.
I'm really sorry about that.
Hey, it's okay, Grog.
Yeah.
I know you didn't mean to.
No, I didn't. I was like floating away. You should have seen the inside. It was just like wind everywhere.
It sounds pretty crazy.
Yeah, and I was like, well, what would my buddy Puck do? She would take the sword and attach a chain to it, throw it through the door, and then you were there.
It's okay, Grog. I'll be fine.
Yeah, but you're my best buddy.
Oh, Grog.
Do you want one of my healing potions? Are you sure
No,
you're all right?
I'm gonna be okay. I'm gonna be okay. I think if we just... I'm excited to see you guys. Sorry. I'm gonna be okay. I'm gonna be okay. I think if we just... Are we taking a rest? I don't know how many...
It's midday.
I think a short rest would not be a terrible idea.
How many... I don't know
I
how many...
kind of don't think this is actually the time of day. It seems... I don't think nature works the same around this temple.
What do you mean? Like it's magic time of day?
Kind of like, but it's like always magic time of day.
So maybe we should hang out in the mouth of the cave and take a short rest.
I'm all right with that.
Yes?
I would be okay
our
with that.
game plan a little bit.
Yeah.
Actually, you've used 5th level spell. How many 4th level spells do you have? Because you used 2, I believe.
3 4th level.
So you have 1 left.
Maybe we should take a long rest.
We could just try and hoof it home.
I think we start moving in that direction, and when nightfall comes, we make camp.
Okay, I
like
think
towards
that's a good
towards
idea.
the
Well, I've
campsite.
got-
Short rest is not a terrible
Unless I
idea.
was healed, and I don't remember being healed. I'm at 11 health points. So I'm kind of
Wait, I thought
feeling a little sore.
I thought
Full dying.
We're
thing.
talking
Healed
about...
a couple of us.
well, I thought she was the one that
He
dumped
healed me
it
back
just-
to my age.
Yeah, the aging effect was restored,
but
but
not.
only to her. The rest of you are still aged up based on the effect of the layer of the Sphinx.
But that's something we're gonna have to like
Maybe, like-
restoration away.
Please, I'm handsome as fuck right now. Come on.
Did you
What
get
if I
aged
could
too?
try-
Did
Like a
everyone get
fine
aged?
wine. Yeah, I got it.
What if... Can I
Can I
do greater restoration? Can you do greater restoration on a group?
No, on an individual each time.
Yeah, it might
Who's
take
the
3
oldest?
times.
Well, she was.
I was, and he healed me.
Well, typically Scanlan is the oldest, but I've been aged the most, maybe.
He's really fucking old right now.
how
Look at
old
all
are
those
you?
wrinkles.
How
It's
old-
kind
how
of
old is
pretty
he?
disgusting, actually.
If I recall,
His
you
ears
aged
are
close
starting
to
to
20,
droop.
roughly around
20
20 to 25 years.
I mean, you look like a fine wine. You just
I
got
know.
better with age.
I knew that this was coming. I just thought I had more years until it happened.
I mean, you did.
The gray looks great on you.
Salt
you know?
and pepper hair.
Salt and
It's
pepper.
lovely.
You should really look at this as a nice kind of peek into the future. It's not bad.
Yeah, so
Would you like to be younger?
Young
Or
again?
Would you like to be young again?
it's probably a good idea.
All right.
Now
Are you
a
sure
warning.
you want to do it, Pike? Are you sure?
Now a warning?
You could do it tomorrow. Could you take care of my sister first, Pike?
Yes, we need to get you into not in better order, okay? All right. Where are we at here?
Oh, I don't cast that.
Give her the works.
Okay, I'm
Are we, so we are taking a short rest?
Yeah.
It's up to you guys.
I'm gonna go ahead and burn a couple of
Shorty
hit dice.
rest,
I
and
will
then we'll
too.
walk.
What's a
Okay, everyone taking a short rest?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna heal her up.
All
Okay,
together
go for
now.
it.
Yeah.
I mean, I could roll my own hit
Yeah.
dice.
Don't know.
All right.
No, it's my job.
Really?
So I lose all the buffs, right?
oh my god.
Here's what happens.
Crap.
So as you guys are taking a rest, you kind of step a little bit away from the group, sit down, and just kind of hold the blade, chain still attached across your lap, and just kind of look down at it. And you can see it's like still pulsing with the power of all the life energy that it had taken before. And as you take a moment and kind of see to your wounds and relax and kind of, recover from the intense rage and all the emotional pain that's transpired here, the blade begins to shrink. You hear the slight crackle as the metal begins to creak and pull backward, all the jagged edges pulling into the central singular curved blade at the front of it. As it hits, it seems to almost shrink slightly smaller than it was before, and the metal creaks for a second, and a voice in your head goes, "No, hungry." Make a Constitution saving throw.
Sorry, Joseph. Steal his strength.
Natural 20.
Oh,
What? Eat it, sword.
What?
For but a moment, you sense a very similar feeling. One that it's been really since the battle with Kavarn, when all of the light in the world vanished for a second and darkness took your consciousness. And that same cold sensation, it starts to stem from the blade itself, like it's actually trying to pull you into it, and you resist it. And you stand there and look at the blade, and it just, comparison to its larger form, it looks small. It's the same size it was since you originally got it, but you look at it there, and this long, still silence as you try and conjecture what just transpired. And in that silence, you hear the voice once again go, "Feed now."
Well, I don't have anything to feed you.
Find something.
All right. What?
Who are you talking to, Grog?
I'm so hungry. My stomach's rumbling.
Oh.
Yeah, or maybe
Do
I'm
we
just...
have a cold pack of food?
We do, and we
have some boar meat.
We have some boar meat.
Yeah, sure.
Or some chicken?
Yeah, I did. I think I did take.
Yeah, come here, man.
Love me some chicken.
As you open the freezer chest, there's a puff of chicken-scented smoke and mist that vanishes.
Oh, the chicken, we can't take it. That's
Well, we
okay,
got
I've got
bull.
bull meat.
Yep.
Do you want to feed your stomach the bull meat?
What, my stomach?
Yeah, are you hungry?
Yeah, I would not turn down some delicious bull.
Alright, sure, I'll mark it off. I'll mark it down to half the boar meat is gone now, you guys.
Wow, he's a big eater. That was a whole boar. I
Well,
believe.
he's a big guy. He's a big.
You're a good hunter, though. It's not really.
That's
it's,
right. Well,
Find some more boar if we have to.
If we're resting, are we gonna set off again?
yeah.
You guys can use your hit dice if you want to heal up. So yes, you can.
Do I get a level of exhaustion back or no? The long rest?
No, long rest for your exhaustion.
It's a short rest. It means
That sword is an
if
asshole.
you have any spells that say they come back for a short rest, do those.
Sadly.
Be honest.
That should have been a disadvantage.
Should have been a disadvantage.
Roll again.
Oh, fuck. No.
Do it.
All right.
What?
Do it.
You have to
His
roll again?
Constitution saves it.
He's
Well,
exhausted.
it's on. Yeah.
Fuck.
No.
What is
You're
it?
lying.
It's a 1. It's a
You're
1, isn't it?
lying!
He rolled a 1.
You are lying to me.
Odds? What are the odds?
Like 5%.
It giveth and it taketh away.
5% both times.
Everybody roll for initiative.
No joke, though.
As you guys finish your rest, and you're all gathering the next stage of your advancement, you watch as Grog stands up and starts walking into the snow of the forest, with the blade out, topples and falls to one knee, then falls face first in the snow.
Ah!
Grog? I run over to him.
We all run out. We run out.
Yeah.
He's still, he's cold. There are no signs of life.
Roll him over. Roll him over. Grog.
Slap him across the face.
Yeah. Punch him across the face. Grog. Pike.
Heal.
I grab the sword and I take it off of his, away from him, off of his person.
Okay. You pull the blade and you take it, you shove it off, and the chain is still kind of attached to the side of his arm. You kind of have to pull. Make a strength check.
Use those gauntlets.
Oh yeah, 19. Would I roll the 20? Yeah.
And add 4 to it.
11.
11. That's enough. You pink and just pull the chain off of the side of his forearm. Toss the blade and it kind of skids to a stop in the snow, kind of cutting a shallow swath through the little bit of embankment. Grog still rolled on his back, eyes just dead, lifeless.
Okay,
Pike, is it the sword? Is it the
I
sword?
feel like it's the sword. I mean, we all know that sword has been weird.
Can you greater restoration?
Yes,
What-
greater restoration.
While she does
on
greater
Grog.
restoration, I want to go over and
Break it.
Don't break
grab
it.
the sword and see. Yeah, actually, can I do
don't.
like a what?
Don't break it. Don't break it.
Why not?
His soul could be inside of it.
What do you mean his soul
I
could be
touched
inside
the
of it?
sword. It spoke to me. It craves strength from other beings.
Wait, what do you mean
The sword
it spoke to you?
Here's my question to you, Pike. What spells do you have?
Okay, so short rest. What do we?
Short rest doesn't give you any spells back. What
So what
level
spells
spells do you
know?
have still?
I have a 5th level. I have 1 5th level, which is greater restoration.
Right. You have greater restoration is an option there. What other spells do you have prepared?
Shit. I mean, cure wounds? No, that's not gonna do anything.
Because from your knowledge and experience, greater restoration removes serious curses. It removes
Wouldn't that be-
avenues. Grog, though you are having a hard time coming to terms with it, in the back of your head, there's a part of you that knows that right now, Grog in the snow is dead.
Oh no!
Where can we take him? Where can we take him?
How can he be dead?
Can we take him to Gilmore? Can we take him
Scanlan, what
to...
should I do with this sword?
Don't break it.
Should I cast something through it to try and purge whatever it is out of
You
it?
could try to do greater restoration on the sword to see if that would somehow free the soul from it, or
I can do like a sunbeam spell that's like a light spell.
Who could we take him to?
Gilmore?
Could we treat to Gilmore? Gilmore?
save your spells.
Who would know
We'll-
anything
we'll
about
need
these?
to transport
Can we
very
can we
quickly.
go back
Level
in?
7?
I didn't bring anything because we
about-
decided to hoof it.
What about going back to Kamal?
I didn't bring a transportation spell.
No, but
because
he's
we
right inside the
decided to
cave.
walk.
What if he knows things? The Sphinx.
I'm gonna grab the sword really quickly and take a look
The
at it.
Sphinx.
I have heal.
Yeah,
I have
we can
1
go to the
6th level.
Sphinx.
Heal?
Yeah.
Heal
Yes.
restores damaged flesh to living entities.
I'm grabbing
It
the
would have
sword.
no
and
Go to the
effect.
Sphinx.
Yes,
I'm
come with me.
grabbing the sword and
Me and Scanlan go back into the cave and go search for Kamal again.
I'm grabbing the sword and taking it to a corner and I'm going to stare at it for a second.
Okay. You what are you doing? You're going to...
Me and Scanlan
going to
take flight
find
and we
the
go back
Sphinx.
in and try to find Kamal again.
Okay, you guys cruise into the cavern, and as you sit inside, where the stairs were that led into the temple, it's solid stone.
Shit!
There is no sign of an entrance whatsoever to this temple.
Wait, I have Revivify.
Okay.
Learned?
Yes.
Okay.
Has it been enough time?
I'm gonna
You,
whisper
you,
to
cu-
the
you,
snow.
you touch a creature that has died.
Recently.
Within the
Yeah.
last minute.
Has it been a
It
minute?
hasn't been a minute
It just
yet.
did it. It just
It's
happened.
really hasn't even. It's barely been a minute of
We
real
all
life.
ran over.
Tell
I wasn't
us,
even
he'll
looking at
tell
my
us.
3rd levels.
He'll tell us.
Ashley, go ahead and roll an initiative check.
Oh goodness. Okay.
Can I whisper? Can I assist with a whisper to the sword?
Sure.
Can I inspire her?
Sure.
Okay.
You do first.
I just hold her hand and I look in her eyes and I just say, please, Pike, please, I love him as much as you do, and please.
Okay.
Take your D10 if you want to go ahead and use that now, or make this as part of the resurrection ritual, which we're now undergoing.
Oh my god.
Can I do this first, just to see
Well,
if it works?
this is well. What did you roll for your initiative?
14.
14. Okay. You get to his body and his back rolled in the snow, looking up. Just as that window of time begins to fade for the magic to have any effect, you reach down and you grasp his cold-muscled chest, and you find the one singular thread, that little soul thread that's still connected to the essence of his eternal being that once resided within this corpse, and you clutch onto it with the magic and hold onto it to begin this ritual. Who wishes to bring something to this ritual? You have a hold of the thread right now. You need something stronger to keep him here.
I don't know.
No,
it's Grog.
it's not
It probably
stupid.
isn't.
Okay. Then I reach into the bag of holding and I get out Grog's cask of ale.
Okay. And
It's good, it's good, it's good, it's good.
and what do you do with it?
Pour it into his throat.
Okay,
Just
I
give him a little sip.
pour him a little in his mouth, just a little bit. Just a little
So he doesn't
taster.
choke.
Reach over and you grab the edge of his beard and pull his mouth open, just hanging limply. You pull off the cork of the cask and begin pouring it in. It kind of spills down the side into the snow, darkening it around the sides of his head.
I turn his head so it doesn't like drown in it.
Understood. Make a persuasion roll.
This is so stressful. No. Yeah. 16.
Okay. The ale seems to slide back into the throat and find its way in towards his stomach. There is no swallowing motion whatsoever, but it appears that at least it's not drowning him or blocking his airway. You're clutching onto the spirit here. You're trying to. You only have a few moments left before the magic is lost. Who wishes to?
While that's going on, I walk off 30 feet away and I fall to my knees in the ground, facing away. I know you are not what I want, but you are what we need. And I will put aside my reservations and serve you. It is too soon for him. We need him. It is needed. I will set aside my reservations and serve you. Please.
Go ahead and roll a religion check.
$15.
15. As you're looking up into the frozen boughs of the trees before you, a little bit of snow begins to fall from what was once the still air. It begins to dot the top of your face and touch your nose, and as the first cold, singular snowflake hits, your vision goes dark again. And in that darkness, you feel your breath go cold as well, and your whole body is locked in place like it can't move. And all you see is the white porcelain face of the Raven Queen step out of the darkness as her hand comes out and touches the side of your cheek. And a voice in your head, a familiar voice, says, "I believe that every death has its place." And the hand lets go and pulls back. Who wishes to make the third and final aid to
Have
this
I already
ritual?
aided by inspiring Pike?
Well, if Pike wants to go ahead and make a roll of some sort of attempt at this, that would help as part of the inspiration.
But I can't help again.
If you wish to do your own thing, you can.
Just for extra, yeah.
When the sword seemed to want power and strength. I don't know if it will help, but maybe if we gave Grog some extra strength, it might help him to come back. So I'll whip. I have a potion of fire giant strength.
I could cast an enhance ability spell.
He has no abilities now, though.
It's true.
That's good, that's good.
So I'm gonna pour this potion of fire giant strength into his gullet.
Okay.
I hope it gives him some sort of strength.
Go ahead and make an Arcana check.
Okay. Not good. 18.
18. Okay. As you pour the potion into his throat, the somewhat thick red and yellowish compound that drips from it like a thicker molasses finds its way mingling with the ale currently in his gullet. You help try and kind of massage it down like feeding a pill to a dog. And as you do, you can see the veins around the shoulders instinctually affected by this. As the flesh itself, the cells are still alive. It's just the nervous system and all else that the lights are currently out on. You hope this is enough. And as you hold on to that singular thread of Grog's existence,
Should be a pen in there.
He's taking a picture.
Why is he taking a picture?
Because he's
Not good.
Because he's a terrible person. That's why he's taking a picture.
It's either really good or really bad.
I know, yeah. It's either really good or really bad.
I can't hide.
Matthew.
This is bullshit.
as you're certainly staring at the sword,
I was going to say something to it.
what do you say to it?
If I were you, I'd put it back, or else it will be the last meal you ever eat, for as I will find an abyss so deep and so far you will never taste a drop of blood again. And I'm not touching it. I touched it and put it down and let go and said that to it.
The shadow begins to bleed from the blade and rise up with, seems almost like an incensed fury from your words. However, you also hear a raging scream bellow from inside the blade, a familiar yell echoing and distant.
I'll start summoning my own fucking mist, man. I'm not fucking intimidated by this shit.
Your shadow begins to rise over your back as well, as it begins to coalesce, these two black centers of dark energy facing off in wordless anger and lack of understanding. The arm of Grog's body grabs you by the throat and just starts clutching it as it lifts up and looks you in the face, eyes red with rage, going. Roll a strength check.
Oh my god.
Strength check. He's got 25 strength now.
Disadvantage still?
Yes.
He's gonna crush my neck.
11.
11. He manages to close off the windpipe just for a short moment, but in that time, the red fades from his eyes, and the first inhale of breath comes into Grog's chest. And your vision clears, and the moment of confusion hits you as you look around and notice this tiny gnome in your grip, head beet red, as you notice that your thumbs are pressed into his larynx.
No. What'd you do to me?
Nothing.
What the fuck is that sword, Grog?
He gave you some ale.
What just happened?
What's with you and gnomes today, man?
I like gnomes, I don't know. What? Why am I down here?
Are we sure it's him? Scanlan? Percy,
I'm
are we
not.
sure
I'm
it's him?
far. I'm.
I'll do a perception check to see if it's.
Yeah, can I
Insight?
Be
can
more
I
of an
also do
insight
an
check.
insight
Check.
as well? Can I assist him or do an insight as well?
You can make your own insight check.
17.
Sorry. 23.
What?
I love a whisper.
I don't.
How come he's getting a whisper and you're not getting a whisper? Hey, you guys, check out those. How do you want to do this, hoodies?
I want to do this with great pain.
This is so
Sadness.
stressful.
Oh my god, you came back and Grog died.
I want to go back.
No.
Roll the 1.
In my classic, 2 minutes later, remembering the rules shit.
It's good.
That's right, because you got the 3rd point at the end of that battle, because you
It's
frenzied for that boss fight.
Grog. How many fingers am I holding up?
9.
I think it's him.
Yeah, I do
He's
too.
fine.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
Grog,
Oh
you
my
died.
god.
Holy
What?
shit.
You were dead.
You fell over dead.
How many more of us are going to die?
No, I didn't. No.
Yes, you did.
What? When?
Hike saved you.
Where's
Hike
your
brought you
sword,
back.
Grog?
My sword is. Where is my sword?
Yeah, exactly.
It's not your sword anymore.
What do you mean? Where is where's Craven
You
Edge?
sit up and glance over, and you see about 15 feet from you, set up against the bottom of a tree, the blade is currently being crouched over by Percy, his fingers tense, his shoulders and back arched and locked, and you see 2 shadow sources that are almost on their own subtle plane having a stare down.
Shit.
Hey, Percy. Percy.
Little busy.
Do you want to explain this, Grog?
Can we see what's going on? Can we?
You guys look over and you see this happening, yeah.
Black on black.
Well, I mean, he's obviously messing with other people's property, and I walk over to the sword.
No!
I run over and I block it. I stand next to Percy and I block the sword.
What?
You do?
Yeah, I walk over and I
I'm
stop
pulling
Grog.
out daggers and standing behind
Like-
my sister. Grog, let it go.
Let what?
This has been something on
You're
the
not
tip of our
touching that
tongue for weeks. Let it go. Whatever that thing is fucked. Let it go.
But it's my sword.
It was never your sword, was it, Grog?
I mean, Percy gave it to me, but it is
Percy
mine.
gave it to you.
Wait, Percy gave it to
Yeah, yeah, he let him have it.
That's right.
Yeah, we traded, fair and square.
What did you say?
Little busy.
Scanlan, what? That sword, Grog, that's... Listen, when I experienced the sword, it was pretty cool. And it is a powerful, powerful weapon, but after seeing what it's just done to you, I don't think you can have it, man.
Well, I'm still a bit
it's not
fuzzy.
safe.
Look, I mean, you know, we fought the Sphinx.
Yeah.
It got like super gnarly, and then we took a little rest. And did you see it shrunk, right?
Grog, the sword pulled you into it. You were dead. Your soul was with whatever the fuck is in there now.
Well, how did I get out of there?
Pike saved.
We brought you back.
It was you, Pike.
Oh, like just now?
It was, it was a group effort.
Why do I taste ale and like whiskey?
Because she gave you a little to
God
bring
damn
you
it.
back.
Don't you always?
That's just your...
I didn't know if I'd thrown up in my mouth and like swallowed
Shadow
it.
has now rescinded into the blade.
Keyleth?
Yes, Percy. What?
I'm debating whether or not to touch the sword, and I'm debating whether
no.
or not you should touch the sword.
Nobody should touch the sword, Percy.
We have to move it.
I've touched it before, and it was fine. I can touch it again.
Well, I could try to...
I feel like he's gonna try to suck anybody.
Well, what should
in
we
right
do
now.
with it? We should give
Well,
it
look, guys, I can carry it at least.
No, you're not going to touch it again.
It's a bad deal.
Put it in the bag of holding and give the bag of holding to Pike.
Wait, no,
I-
I'm not putting
I
that in the
haven't-
bag of holding.
no.
This sounds like a terrible idea. However, let me read something.
Can we
really
talk
fast.
to it? I mean, can we see what it is?
I mean, you see a blade before you.
The shadow's not there anymore?
The shadow has pulled back
Shadow's
into the blade.
rescinded.
I'm not
Percy, what
surprised.
did you get from it?
I mean, what did he sound like?
Sounded evil.
Well, no, that's really judgmental.
And also awesomely powerful.
Yeah.
What were you going to say, Vax?
Dorolo knew about this. That's perfectly clear. You knew about this too, Scanlan.
I didn't know what it was. And I wasn't alone in this. I had asked Pike to weigh in, and she was thinking about it and doing more research.
Pike knew about it as well? Wait, how many people knew about this?
Well, look, like,
Suspected.
yeah, only
Suspected?
four of us. Look, it's been a great
4 out
ally.
of 7?
Suspect all of you. Suspect
Vax, I assume you have secrets that you haven't told us.
He's got a third testicle. It's out there. I said it.
That's a great time for a joke. It's a great time for a joke.
Best time for a joke.
It's not. The weird part is it's not in his crosshair.
I could try casting greater restoration on the sword.
I might be able to banish it.
Can you do that?
Oh, that's a bit strong, don't you think?
And it's only for a minute.
I can do a more permanent version of that.
Wow.
I've never tried it before, and it's a 7th level spell.
Well, look, okay, look, if you get bucked off a horse, right, you don't kill the horse, you just train it up a bit. Like, let's just work with the sword.
Horses don't try to steal your soul, Grog.
Who owned the sword before you had it?
Ah, good call.
Who?
Do we
well,
know?
Find it on the ground?
Oh,
nope.
it was Lord Briarwood.
It's very familiar, that's right. It belonged to the arch vampire
Yeah.
who fucked up.
Right.
And I hate to be the one to point it out, but I feel like you've been almost a little bit more brutal than you usually are here
Thank
lately,
you.
which is almost impressive.
Grog, I'm going to make you a deal. We're going to deal with this as a family, and we're going to get you something much nicer
It just killed you.
right away. We're
I
going to
hear.
replace it with something a little less complicated.
Maybe some bone knuckles? I hear those are pretty badass.
Bone?
It's true. Maybe
Giant's
one's
bone?
Titanstone.
maybe a family heirloom.
Perhaps it's time to be a better badass.
Does does suggestion last forever or just for a little amount of time?
About 1 minute, if I recall.
Suggestion, I think it lasts for a short time.
Yeah, no, that's...
I can attempt
Just go for it.
to plane shift this into another dimension.
Gee, I mean...
No, how about we
Eight
just
up
wrap
to
it
8
in?
hours if you concentrate.
Wrap it in like fabric.
Well, look, hey, look, all right, fine. Look, I won't touch it. But can we, like, at least figure out what it was doing? Like, Lord Briarwood had it. I asked it a few questions, like if it knew Vecna, like... And we just got to see it, like, kind of level up a little bit.
What all has it told you, Grog?
Like, it's always hungry, right? So it likes to be, it likes what I do. What? I'm hungry too.
Show of hands. Who here is uncomfortable with that piece of shit?
I mean, it
Wait,
stabbed
which
me,
one?
so
The
yeah, I'm
sword?
uncomfortable.
I said
Yeah.
I was sorry, I really
It's okay, it's not your fault.
All right.
Okay.
But I do think that whatever it is might know something.
Well, Grog said he's been talking to it, which
we
makes...
can't talk to this.
You guys, you don't want to interrogate
That's
it, because
all
if
of
we
us but you,
interrogate it,
Grog.
we're going to have to make a deal.
What happened
You
when
have
we
to
were talking
choose
to it?
between this group and that sword.
Oh, well, I choose
Yeah.
the group. I mean, I voted. I was uncomfortable as well.
I just
but
threatened it.
I just think like, that
So
we
what
could
are
get a
we
bit out of
arguing
it.
about?
Well, I just don't
It
want
was
to
a cool
destroy
sword.
it.
And it was...
It served its purpose. You got its fair use. You got your money's worth, which
Yeah,
was
but
free.
I can use it on Kevdak.
It can use you on Kendak.
Do not use it against Kevdak. You don't want something making your strength unnatural when you fight.
Well, look,
a
the last
great
thing I
foe.
remember was that it said it was hungry. Like, if it gets hungry again, I'll just give it something to eat.
Like one of us?
No, like me thigh or something.
You'll chop off your own leg.
No, I would just stab it.
You want to sacrifice your own leg for a sword?
Kevdak has the Titanstone knuckles. It's a vestige that we're looking for, right? It's gonna be a hell of a fight, and this is a hell of a sword.
He's got a vestige.
Grog.
He's still just him.
The sword just fucking killed you, you dummy.
And you were far powerful before the sword. You killed the Lord Briarwood without the sword.
That's right.
The sword didn't make you
Oh,
Grog.
but okay, hold on, Pike. Look, if we're going back to Kevdak, you know I'm not, like, scared to death, right?
No.
I would die by a dragon, I would die by a beholder, and I wouldn't care, like, as long as it was a beautiful death. But I don't want to die from Kevdak. Not him.
We'll find you a better weapon. I don't want you to die from something that's not worth it.
All right, fine. Do what you want with it. I don't need it.
What do you think we should do with it?
Have some
We'll
ale.
find you something strong.
Grog.
There's an empty cup.
I know we've already poured it into your...
No, there's a little left in the cask. Here. Here's your cask.
I'll throw the cup away and just take the cask.
All right. Should I attempt to banish this thing forever?
You can banish something forever?
It's called plane shift. I can shift it into its own little pocket dimension where it will stay and nothing else can get to it.
I think I'm perfectly content with it being
I like
someone
it.
else's problem.
Okay.
All right.
I'm staring hard to make sure it's not going to fight this.
So looking at plane shift, it says you can use the spell to banish an unwilling creature to another plane.
Creature.
Choose what I mean. It's play. I can also transport 8 willing creatures.
What if we like?
So can I hold the sword and attempt to plane shift it away?
I don't see why you would not be able to do that to an object.
Okay.
Honestly, especially based on the power of the spell. Where would you want to banish it to?
Is
Newark.
that the pocket dimension of the green-eyed boy,
Goldeneye.
the golden-eyed boy.
Oh.
That
Dread
guy.
Emperor that
What
we
was-
already killed.
Yes. It's an
Simon?
empty. It was his own dimension, and
That's
he's
true.
dead.
That's Dread Emperor.
Well,
The Dread
let's,
Emperor is dead,
let's
so-
think about this.
What?
What else lives there?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Well,
It was just him.
It was
His
just
island with child labor. It's kind of full circle for Keeler.
I'm going to suggest something that's going to sound a little iffy, but I swear to God I'm being clever. Send it somewhere where it will be content. Let's not anger something. Where do we send vampires?
I could easily send it to one of the 9 hells, where I'm sure someone would be very happy with the new gift that
but somebody
they just
can use
found.
it.
Exactly.
But they'll be using it in the 9 hells. And it's going...
Yes, but you forget that all of these planes cross over. We have fought many a demon.
I don't want to send it to the hells.
Can I make like one little suggestion that doesn't involve it coming back to me? I had a thought that like since Lord Briarwood had it before, that every time it killed it might have been sending like that life back to Vecna. But I don't have any proof of that. You know, I just remember being in that room with all the bodies with the little sphere of the little dirt button in the middle of the room.
You could throw it in the sphere.
No. Oh. That might go poorly.
Oh, really cool.
I mean, does anyone else have any better ideas where to send this?
Well, like, what would happen if you threw it in the sphere?
What
Vecna
sphere?
would get it, right?
Vecna would
It would get, yeah, it would
we
be
can't
bad.
let that happen.
How about you throw it in that pocket dimension, and then we can always go to that same pocket dimension and get it if we decide it's bad there.
Yes.
That's true.
I think it's a good idea, Keenan.
Yes.
I mean, it's its own little pocket. It's at least blocked off
That we
Yeah.
know of.
that we know of.
Drop it in a thorny patch.
I'm gonna go for that Dread Emperor dimension.
Oh, it
And
feels like a
Percival.
bad idea to me.
Percy,
Yes,
you are clever.
I am.
It doesn't
You
mean
don't
you're
think it
always
would work
right.
if I tried?
I know.
And you do have this terrible habit of
I
liking
know.
to
What
push
do you try?
problems on other people.
You don't think if it would work if I tried Greater Restoration?
Do you have any more
I
5th level?
do.
What is
I
it
have
at?
one more 5th level.
Oh, you do?
I do.
I don't think so, but what do I know?
Why not try it before
Do
we
it.
send it?
We can camp here for the night. We don't have to go anywhere.
It's fair. Yes.
Wait, you want to do Greater Restoration? Why?
On the sword.
I'm at 1 point.
You're
I'm going to kick myself if I'm right.
Okay, hold on a minute.
I don't want to be right.
Potion.
No,
How
because
about
It
this?
needs a wielder, Percy.
Does it? All right, let's
Wait.
go ahead. I'm curious.
Okay, first, Grog is at 1 hit point. Okay, so I'm gonna use my 6th level and I'm going to use heal.
okay.
All right. As Pike turns to you, looks you in the eye, clutching her holy symbol of Saren Ray, there's a smile at the corner of her mouth at noticing that her friend is back. Though as tenuous this argument has been, you weren't present for the scare that was there. You can see there is a genuine shake to a lot of their fingertips from what has just transpired. She reaches forward and touches you, and you immediately heal 70 hit points.
Bam. Shebang.
Ba-da-da-da.
Feel amazing.
What do you think Greater Restoration will do?
I don't know, because I remember it works one time on. Didn't we try that on
In my mind, I have a worst case scenario, but
I'm afraid it will make
I don't
whatever's in the
want
sword
to-
come out.
That's what I'm afraid of as well.
But if it comes out,
Then you can banish it.
then we can banish it or kill it, and
We could.
And then he could keep the sword.
it will be just a useless sword at that
useless
point.
sword.
Not if I'm wielding it.
Something tells me you won't be wielding it.
I'm tempted to ask you to do it just because I would love to be wrong
Fucking
again.
try it,
feels
Pike.
really good to
Should
be
we
wrong.
try it?
Let's try it.
Let's try it.
Yeah, go
could be
for
really
it.
stupid.
We got to back up
Please
if
make
So
me be
let's
wrong.
rid the world
So,
of evil, shall we?
As Pike turns around from Grog, the softness in her face fades, and the hard jawline of Pike Trickfoot, seafaring gnome cleric,
Yeah.
steps across the snow, step by step towards the darkened blade that nearly stole away her childhood friend. Still clutching in one ogre gauntleted fist, the symbol of Saren Ray. Your other hand comes out, and you can see the shadow begin to spill from the blade as you approach.
Pike, be careful.
I'm going to inspire her again. I'm going to sing a very romantic ballad to her.
Bring it.
Oh, my little pretty one. My little pretty one.
God, really?
Oh, my little pretty one. Pike the Noma. Oh, you make my nipples hum. My nipples hum. Oh, you make my nipples hum. Pike the Noma.
Take your deep inspiration.
All sad and tragic and with gravitas.
D10 inspiration die.
That was beautiful.
I know.
All right.
Oh my god.
As you step forward and the shadow begins to emanate from the blade, you focus and concentrate. And as you do, the light of Serenity begins to glow from the front of your hand. As it does, the shadow seems to be cast away. And the blade now stands currently bare before you. You reach out and touch the blade. You recite a few words under your breath and release the energy of the spell into the sword. Go ahead and make a wisdom check. Just roll a d20, add your wisdom modifier.
Oh, that's good.
Okay. 17.
17.
You also have inspiration if you need it.
Okay.
If you need it.
Yeah, do it.
Add your d10 inspiration die to it.
Yeah!
Okay, 26.
26.
Oh, wait.
Yep.
Yeah, 26.
As you reach out and touch the blade, you can feel suddenly the dark, chaotic presence in there. You see flashes in your mind of an individual, an ancient person. You see flashes in your head of a clamoring for power, a need for attention and wealth. You see a person making a deal with something it didn't understand. You see a flash of a punishment. You see the remnants of their eternal soul bound to a blade. You see themselves cursed with eternal, gluttonous, unending hunger and cast through the ages, the rest forgotten. And you see, just like the singular thread that was holding Grog to his corpse, a dark, dark thread that connects the sword to Grog. And with this spell, you grasp out and clutch it and tear it in two. Grog, wherever you're standing, it's like you just got punched in the gut. You're thrown off your feet and land in the snow once again, eyes wide open. All of you freak out because it's just like how Grog fell originally, except for he shoots up, heavy breathing, alive. With that, the blade just kind of snarls in your grasp.
Whoopsie.
What's happened?
Grog, that fucking blade ate your soul.
What?
You wonder this entire time how you could be so foolish to give in to something that this whole time has been using you.
How could I have been so foolish? This whole time, that fucking blade has been using me!
Pike, let go. Let go. Before
Drop the sword.
I'm scared
Drop
to
it.
let go of it.
Let
Drop
go
it.
of it.
It sits in the snow, motionless.
All right.
It didn't like attach itself to you now, did it, or anything?
No.
Let's get rid
Not
of
my
it.
No.
Yo, guys, update.
now.
That
Yeah.
sword is
now.
totally evil.
What do you think we were
Rob.
telling you?
I reach out and I plane shift it to the pocket dimension of the Dread Emperor.
Okay, you reach out and you pick up the blade, and as you grab it in your hand, you can hear the voice. I will. And before I can finish the phrase, you guys watch as a little thin slit between the planes just shutters open, and you have a quick glance of what looks like that distant starscape with various broken, slowly floating islands of earth and rock. You see the partially destroyed bramble forest that you once trekked through, and with that, you throw the blade through the small doorway, and it's
Eat
kind
it,
of
Craven Edge.
Yeah, I'm not craving bacon anymore.
it slams shut and is gone.
Well, fingers crossed nobody gets it.
Oh, it's...
So there was a dagger that came with it.
What?
What?
I'll fuck it with you.
Grog.
I know how that spell works now. That's
What do you say we camp here for the night?
Let's camp here for the night.
Right in the cave.
Yikes.
Hey,
Wait,
party.
it's not a night. It's the middle of the day.
We're done.
Hang out
Done.
for a while.
I'm done.
Enjoy
Should
an
we start
afternoon.
walking?
No.
Oh.
She's out of spells.
You got a hot on for adventure, little man?
I just think we should make headway if we're going to be traveling all
You
day.
Look, if
You
we
should
if
cast
we
a spell.
She
sleep,
can
I
pop
can
us
teleport
somewhere.
us.
You should
exactly.
cast a spell.
I'm at
Bro, do you
like
even have any weapons anymore?
I'm super exhausted,
Yeah,
Tess.
he's got so many
Got a
weapons.
giant axe, 50 weapons on his back.
I can
He's
lend
fine.
you my whip.
Do you
if
want?
need it.
Hey,
No,
got a
I'm like
flavor
Northrop
armor.
Grumman meets Raytheon in this bag of holding. We're good.
Since we got rid of Craven Edge, do you want the gauntlets of
That's
ogre
going
power
to come
back?
to bite us in the arse.
Oh no, I just gave them to you now.
Yeah, but you're the muscle.
I don't know.
I take them off and I give them back.
What about if I trade you? What if I trade
Are we
you?
doing a trade?
I have boots of levitation,
Ooh.
or I have black iron plate that while wearing this heavy plate armor, the bearer gains resistance to any
Gains
fire
quiet
damage.
stealthiness.
That's
She already has plate armor.
Yeah, but this one gives her fire resistance.
Oh.
And
Does
if
it
you,
maybe make me quiet?
but if you levitate, you'd just
Sadly,
be
no.
floating above the ground.
Well, that too. So
Actually, the levitate will make you.
Levitate would make it fly, yeah.
does she have to in the levitation boots?
For
Can
up
you
to
move?
10 minutes while wearing these boots.
Levitation sort of has to kind of push you a little.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll take care of that.
Oh my god, we can get like a little kid leash.
We can
Yeah.
tie her onto the
just
roof.
like,
I'm basically
I could
already
be like a
making
kite.
one. I'll
It's
just
like
add
a
one.
kite. I can be a pike kite.
it'll be like that scene in Inception.
Yes, we'll discover electricity with you. You're a great conductor.
Grog, gonna kill me.
Oh, that's true. Which one you want?
All right, I'll take boots of levitation.
Okay,
And you get these and
call.
be super strong again.
I'll take my gauntlets of ogre
It's
power back
always good.
strength
Yes.
back up tonight, T.
All right.
It was a good times though, Pike and those gauntlets.
You were
That was
so
pretty-
strong.
You were pretty cool.
Hey, I felt real cool punching that chicken that one time.
Yeah, punching that chicken.
One day I'll be strong.
Well, I think you just
It's called.
cured Grog, saved his life, and got rid
I've
of
got it.
a soul-eating sword, so you're pretty strong.
Break your head.
Yeah,
What did you say?
you did like.
Killed the sword and saved Grog's life, so I
That's
think
true.
you're pretty
That's
strong.
most important.
Way to go,
Locked it in the
badass.
closet.
Hey,
Very
thanks.
No problem, man.
Anytime.
All right, so you guys go ahead and take a.
Long.
We just short
long
rested, but
rest.
now we're
Fuck
gonna
it.
sleep. It's been a
I do
traumatic
eat-
5 minutes.
We were in a time vortex. Really, it's time to sleep.
Fair enough. Where you resting?
In the
In
mouth
the mouth
of the
and
cave.
shave.
Yeah.
Mouth of
No,
the
in the
Should we?
no,
That's
no, no.
You
What?
guys can sleep wherever you want.
In the mansion.
I'll be sleeping in my
Oh, in
bed.
the mansion.
tonight.
Sorry,
mansion.
you know,
What
it's
were we
so
thinking?
new. It's hard to remember.
That we have that.
Yeah. You do have it.
Yes, we
Can I
go
blow a
to-
5th level spell to my last 5th level spell to greater restoration somebody
Sure.
from their age?
Yeah.
It's just his.
Oh, do we know? Are we aware that we went under that effect? I mean, we just feel different, or
No,
how
you guys have. You guys, it's one of those things where you felt the impact happen. You saw each other like rapidly age for those that were present, and even afterward, there's a noticeable effect. So yeah, you would be able to ascertain via those situations and the time you've had to rest to kind of think over the battle and see that difference. Plus the fact that you watched Vex get cured of that aging effect by the Sphinx before you left. That was also the big indicator. So you would be aware.
Who wants to go first?
you can do multiples?
No, just one tonight. The rest of y'all have to stay old.
Take old wrinkly nuts over there.
Vex,
Triple the wrinkles,
can I borrow your
triple
broom
the
for a bit?
nuts.
All right, come here, Vax.
Here I come, old wrinkly nuts.
What's that clanging? Yeah, no. Can I borrow your broom for a bit?
You want to work on it?
Yeah, I
Or you
want to do a
fly
little.
around?
It's early. I might as well.
Can I stand next to you while you work on it?
Oh wait, are we
Only if you want to double the amount of time it takes for me to work on.
are we in the mansion
I
yet?
just want to see what you're doing.
All right, it's very boring.
Wait, are we in the mansion or are we?
So you guys have all walked into the mansion
Okay.
at this point. Keyleth, you cast Greater Restoration as
I
you
need the
reach
stuff
out
in the bag
onto
anyway.
Vax, and with a little bit of crow's nest wrinkles, crow's feet that have crawled on the side of his face, and a little bit of the gray hairs that began to spread in the side, all revert back. Skin tightens. He's back to his normal, roguish half-elf, average age self.
I am still older than you,
By like 2 whole minutes.
which means I get to tell you what to do and don't you forget it.
Long rest.
Thank you.
All right, so all of you guys head into the mansion for the evening's
That was very
rest.
distinguished.
No, I think they just
Vex, you're traveling with Percy to the workshop.
Yes.
Okay. What are you doing?
hit dice
dice.
just restore at the end of the day, correct?
Half of your spent hit dice restore.
I pop Trinket out, of course.
Okay.
So he can hang out, shake
Kind of
it
shakes
off.
off.
Run around, get some exercise. I feel like an asshole for keeping you in this thing.
goes into the kitchen. All right, so as you guys are preparing to rest for the evening, you head down to the workshop.
Yeah, just to work on the broom.
Okay. Are you aiding?
Sure.
Okay. Go ahead and make a tinkering check with advantage.
All right. Oh, with advantage. Very nice. It's new now. I have to remember I got a new number. Natural 20.
Well, you guys,
Snitch.
there are other numbers between these, by the way. You realize.
Are there?
It was just a
Are
quarter.
there?
He just
That's
flipped a quarter.
Hush
like
you.
LA, New York. LA, New York.
Don't
Sorry,
poke the
okay,
badger,
yeah,
Percy.
No. To Ashley this week. It was working fine.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
The other Ashley.
All right, so you guys work the evening, and though you were uncertain, Vex is actually a very quick learner and is eager to help. And so between bringing tools to your disposal, helping you, hold a few places properly during the construction process, you managed to get far more headway than you expected in just an evening's bit of work. You still have probably a couple of days of work before you could actually complete your prototype for this and try it out. But
Can I at least have the tether done, or is it still in progress?
the tether for
For a deck save if you fall off.
yeah, I'd say you've gotten that enough.
All right.
There isn't, it's
Can't stabilize yet, but at least there's a.
yeah, at least if it were to tumble, there is a tether piece that would hopefully have a chance of keeping the broom with you. So
Percy, I feel safer already.
Excellent. Yay to a constructive day. You're quite good at this. We should do this again sometime.
I would love that.
Yes, this was actually agreeable. All right.
Can I go down to I'm in the training room in my sandpit sleeping bed.
which, in contemplating over the experiences you've had, you now have access to the full Craven Edge weapon sheet.
The full one?
Just
That's
so
a scroll.
Just so you know what it
just
really
so you know
does.
what it had done.
What did it done to you?
Oh, fuck you!
Can I see it? Can we see it?
No.
Why?
I'm so excited.
All I just saw was dark aura in really dark letters.
No, I can make really good origami now.
No.
Can I try and take out the flaming warhammer, the firebrand warhammer?
Yeah, you pull it out, take it, swing it around, dust it off a bit.
Can I get it to light?
Burst into flames, and for a second, that warmth near your face is like an old friend coming to roost for a bit.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
The silent type. I like it.
All right. You guys all have your evening's rest, though it is an early evening. You managed to comfortably, after a number of harrowing experiences, recoup, recover, wake up to a grand chicken full breakfast.
Chicken and eggs, everyone.
Chicken and waffles, perhaps?
Nope, just eggs.
Okay.
What's a waffle?
It's, I don't know, it's just like a mishmash of dough, the side.
Sounds great.
Sounds
Can I spend my tinkering check building a waffle iron?
definitely.
I'm just kidding. I'm kind of
That's
kidding.
fine.
I'm going to put that aside for later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the list.
I spend some of the morning just with a little piece of parchment paper and a pen, just writing out something.
Okay. All right. You guys finish your rest. The servants are eager to send you on your way if you require anything else. Otherwise, you guys continue your journey.
Let's head towards the town.
What do we walk? Is that what we do?
We walk.
What is this walking thing? It's terrible.
It's
Can we-
also very inconspicuous. I know you're not a fan of inconspicuous, but
I mean,
there's nothing you want to be conspicuous by here.
I mean, I could
like
could mist. I
attention.
could wind walk us. Do we want to wind walk it?
What
Do
will
we
that
wanna mist
burn
it?
something?
Yes.
My 6th level
Let's
spell.
just walk then.
All right, you guys walking north?
I float on my broom.
Okay. Who's leading?
And keep an eye out in front for any sort of problems.
Okay. Are you
Have
leading?
fun,
them?
doofus.
This is a lot
Yes,
to
I'm
leave
leading.
off. That's a lot
Well, you know.
to not have. That's a big fucking difference.
would you have kept it if you had known all those other things, or would you
Yes,
have wanted
you
to use
would've.
more of it?
You don't know.
Mind your own
This
business,
is
Nosy Parker.
this is, by the way, the benefits of identify spells and things like that.
Oh shit!
Oh well, if only I had used my identify spell.
But going forward, like if you have something you don't know about, you can always go to people with those abilities and be like, "Could you see what the fuck this does?"
Do any of our people have identify?
Gil, I'm
Negative.
sure.
It's like a. It's like a.
No.
And it's like a
Laura
wizard.
I didn't even know
Gilmore.
people could do
Okay.
that.
Laura Gilmore could probably do that for you.
Yeah.
Don't act like you know for sure.
I know about Gilmore.
Such a twinsies.
Oh, it's so good. All right, so you guys can start heading northward. You're leading then, Vex. Go ahead and make a survival check. Technically in forest, since you're heading through.
26.
Not a problem. Utilizing the backtracking of the path you guys took through anyway. Is there anything you want to do while you're in the forest? Pushing through? Okay.
Oh, did you
So you
want to
keep
look at
moving
that
north?
lake, or are you good, Grog?
What lake?
Do you have any desire to?
Right. Remember there was a lake when we looked for the heart of a nymph?
Doesn't it lead into the
Right.
Fey world? The plane?
Yeah, there's a portal there, right? And isn't one of the vestiges like in
the
Fey
Fey world.
Yeah.
And we know
Do we
there's.
want to do that first, or do we want to deal with?
We should probably, but I do want to come back here. And
Oh yes, of course. That
No,
would be
only if
right.
it was
the
close.
next thing we do,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Otherwise, I'm good to go back to Westrunn. Only if the lake was close. I don't know where it is
Are
though.
you in a hurry to talk to Dad?
Oh,
Uncle. Oh,
Dad.
that dad.
Dad.
We don't have to stop there. That's fine.
Maybe
All right,
later.
Westrunn.
I mean, do you need to talk to dad?
No, we do not need to talk to
We don't
Dad.
need to talk to Dad.
Would dad?
Let's go to Westrunn.
Westrunn it is.
Sore spot.
Continue pushing forward. Are you guys I'd like you all to make a stealth check?
Oh.
Pretty good.
Hey.
With disadvantage, back.
Not bad.
Disadvantage? Okay.
I'm still there, right? Oh, we took a long rest.
Yeah, you're fine.
yeah,
You're
fine.
no longer exhausted.
Can I put
20.
on my boots of levitation?
Too late.
Too late.
Too late.
I rolled a 6.
She's back.
What would it be without some clanging?
So, as you guys are making your way across the path, keeping as quiet as you can, Pike, you're starting to fall behind a little bit and trying to catch up. You get a run on before you start to hear this out of the side of the forest, and you see what looks like a deep blue scaled-looking lizard entity. You see in the distance what appears to be a basilisk that's coming over the ridge.
Oh, again.
I wouldn't have let her get that far back. I would have been hanging back there.
Okay, then you're hanging with her and you see this as well. What are you guys doing?
How,
It's about 30, 40 feet off.
how big is it?
Should we run?
It seems like you see the other ones about they're about 5.5, 6 feet, like from nose to back end, and then little
Let's
hip toes.
run. I pick up Pike. I put her on my shoulder, and we run.
Okay. First off, Pike, I need you to go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, because you saw it.
Glance over and saw it before you realize.
I don't think I did though.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
I got 19.
19. Okay. Just the instinctual glance at it, you're like, oh crap, and you feel the impact of its gaze. However, you're a fairly hardy gnome, and you resist the creeping stone-based enchantment. As you begin to run forward, Percy kind of pushes behind you as Grog rushes forward. Both of you guys, recognizing that sound and averting your gaze, pick up Pike, and you all begin charging forward. As you do, you can hear the hiss behind you, gathered by a second one. And the sounds of many feet charging through the snow quickly. I would like you guys all to go ahead and, we'll say for the sake of this, just roll dexterity checks. Well, no, athletics. This would be your run speed on this one. Sorry.
What if I'm on the broom though?
If you're on the broom, you don't have to worry about it. You're not exerting energy to maintain a pace. So,
Really?
athletics.
24.
19?
30.
10.
10.
11.
Okay. You guys all managed to maintain a fairly decent pace. These creatures are fairly quick, and as they begin to catch up, you begin to use your guidance as a person who knows the forest fairly well to begin ducking in and out of areas, using snowbanks at your disposal At one point, Grog, you see partially broken old dying tree that you just go ahead and grab and throw behind you. Make a strength check.
21.
21. With one hand, you grab it, and the actual trunk, old and long, rotted, just snaps and falls behind you with a large impact. You believe from the sound of it, it at least hit or halted one of them for a short time. It's just like sound. And as you guys continue pushing forward towards the northern side of this forest, the sound of the hissing begins to slowly subside as you dodge back and forth, zigzagging across this pathway. Eventually, you guys, over about an additional hour and a half of pushing forward, you hear and have not heard any following hissing sound for a while, and eventually see before you the outside of the Frostwell Forest finally approaching. With that, you guys push through the last elements of this frozen forest back into the fields, heading northward towards Westrunn proper. With that, we're going to take a quick break. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and do a little trip here to the restroom. We'll see you guys here in a few minutes to continue the next length of this journey.
We're going to play that shit again, right?
Why did it get so scary?
Paid for by the Association of the United Associations. Felicia Day.
You're probably asking yourself, why does Felicia Day sound like she's been smoking 15 packs of Marlboros?
Why does Felicia Day sound like she's been smoking 15 packs of Marlboros?
Give me another pack there, Jerry.
Who is Jerry? And what are people saying about Felicia Day's new book?
Felicia Day is super weird.
She is weird, but just not weird enough. That ultra-liberal, red-headed hippie.
Watch her play video games. She can't play video games. She's not good at them.
So hungry.
She's pretty messed up. Oh, isn't she? Isn't she a little?
What do I think of Felicia Day? Felicia Day's a piece of shit. Sorry, it's true. She's shit.
Even President Barack Obama had this to say.
We will strengthen America's leadership here on Earth.
And what does Felicia Day have to say about all this?
Shut up, nobody.
Felicia Day. No, you shut up.
I am Shantutu, and I approve this message.
All right, let's do this again. It's Hector Navarro here on Signal Boost, the show where we bring you the obsessions of rotating geek hosts so that you too can empty your bank account and throw your life away in a fit of fan-induced passion. Wow, that's the best summary for the show I think anyone's come up with so far. I'm not really sure where this intro can go after that. I think we're done, guys. I think that was Signal Boost. We did it. We did it. Good work, everyone. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh.
That was something else, man.
Hey,
I can't even-
man.
It was a real honor.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Hey, do me a favor. Take care of yourself.
I will.
All right. See you guys at the wrap party, everybody. See you at the wrap party. Looking back on my time at Signal Boost, I realized that I had grown beyond the confines of a simple comic book geek and show host. My life had changed forever, and I would never forget these crazy, amazing people who I had come to know and love. Greg went on to invent a new flavor of Hot Pocket. He lives in Portland now and spends his days complaining about how everyone is moving to Portland. Eric was knifed by Will Wheaton for writing the Stand By Me parody. He died a broken man. And that dude right there just suddenly faded from existence for no reason. I've wasted everyone's time. I don't care, it was a good bit. Let's do the show, let's do the real show. All right, here we go. I love Star Trek, but I can't stand waiting for years between the new movies. Luckily, and this is lucky because normally comics based on existing properties suck, IDW has been producing monthly Star Trek comics since 2007, and their ongoing series since 2011 is stellar. It's especially refreshing because if you're someone who has been critical of the new direction of Star Trek in film, these comics will wash down that cynicism like Drano. I'm not going to start up about my opinion of the latest movies, except to say that Benedict Cumberbatch should have never played Khan! But the true beauty of this iconic franchise are the stories about these rich characters and their relationships as they face the unknown. I love seeing classic episodes recreated with the new versions of Kirk and Spock. I love seeing new versions of new episodes of Kirk and Spock. You can find the Star Trek IDW comics at your local comic shop, of course, and if you want to get into it, go grab Star Trek The New Adventures Volume 1, which collects the first 12 issues of the ongoing series. Boldly go! Now! Well, not right now. Wait till this episode's done and then go get it.
Should we just cut away?
Yes. With the new card game Red Flags, the game of terrible dates, Darren Ross, creator of Super Fight, also created the most fun, most awkward, most up party game I've ever played. Red Flags is hilarious. Naturally, people may ask if this is anything like Cards Against Humanity. Yes and no. Red Flags digs deep and asks the questions that reveal who we really are. Red Flags will help you answer these questions by putting you on the spot in front of all of your friends and possibly some strangers. It goes without saying at this point that it's not a game for kids, but if you're wondering what your best friend would decide when presented with a gorgeous mate who can recite lines from Ghostbusters but refuses to take off their Lucha Libre mask, I can't recommend it enough. Also, don't forget the expansion, Dark Red Flags. It's even more f***ed up. God, I miss my mask. Hello again, moderately gentle viewer, to another edition of Hector Navarro's Book Club, the show within a show. Today we will be exploring the colon. What is it? But first, let's look at today's pick by me, Hector Navarro. Today's selection is not one, but in fact, 3 titles that are close to my heart. A trilogy, if you will, the Han Solo trilogy. Now to address the bantha in the room, who cares if it's not canon anymore? The whole idea behind canon and continuity, and this is coming from a guy who loves the Marvel Encyclopedia, is that stories should be whatever you take away from them. A.C. Crispin writes an incredibly engrossing origin story for my favorite Star Wars character of all time, and I literally cried in the first chapter of the first book. The expanded universe of, well, anything really, can be hit or miss, and Star Wars is no exception. But of the gems that you can find in the now titled Legends volumes, this trilogy ranks near the top. It's not just more Han Solo, it's more well-written Han Solo. Go check them out before the new Han Solo movie comes out so that you too can be inevitably disappointed by it. Now, the colon. The human muffler. Why is it there? What is it doing? Who put it there? Why does it smell like that? Can you put stuff in it? Are we not doing that? I've got high-res images. That's it for this week's episode of Signal Boost. As always, don't forget to share some of the things that you're passionate about in the comments below and Signal Boost the stuff that you're nuts about. Until next time.
And welcome back, everybody. So, returning from... Stop dying. Returning from that harrowing endeavor, you continue your trek northward. It is a few days' travel to make your way, a little over 2 days, I think, from where the Frostworld is. You can stop and pass by the camp at the lake if you wish to, or continue pressing forward. It's up to you.
I said we just press
Well,
forward.
we should probably stop by and tell them that their problem has been handled.
Well,
Oh,
we could
that's
stop
true.
by later and tell them that both their problems have been handled.
Why can't we stop by now? They're right here. We might as well pop in. We'll forget if we don't do it now. I know us. It'll be 3 months before we come back, and then we'll be like, by the
No,
way...
we're coming back soon because we're going into the Feywild.
Well, the other problem that's been handled is we sent all their people back to them.
Let's just talk to them real
Okay.
fast.
No.
Okay. We pop in.
I think
and we're
Keyless
like,
wants
hey.
reward.
All right, you guys stop by the Formir Basin, where you originally saw the encampment of some of the survivors of the Westrunn incursion by the Chromo Conclave. As you approach, some of the guards immediately come up, crossbows up when they notice who it was before. Previously, they lowered their weapons, and one of the guards comes forward, approaches you, saying, "Oh, good to see that you've returned. We've managed to also acquire recently captured individuals. Most, at least, come back safely. That's appreciated. If you wish to talk to Cornelius, he's, well, he should be up and about. I can take you." Leads you guys into the camp. As you find your way in, folks around you tend to stop again and kind of watch you quietly as you pass. A few with smiles, and a few people kind of wave and say. And you do see a couple of individuals that you did help escape from the orc encampment. They themselves are still on the mend. A lot of them were fairly brutalized while they were there. But the same child that you found in the tent earlier just runs up and gives a big old hug to Vex and kind of holds you for a second. And lets go and runs back off to what appears to be their mother. You're led back to the tent where Cornelius originally met with you guys, but Cornelius is outside of the tent right now, just in the process of cutting what looks like firewood that's going to be used for the fire pits later on.
Where did he find the wood? I thought there were no trees around.
Why? When you imagine that they don't go to other nearby wooded areas and cut them down?
Yeah, poke the DM.
I was.
Great idea.
You did this.
So funny.
You did this.
And that's what happened. You think that was an accident?
50 episodes. This is the first one.
This was the first one. It's like that scene in the second Matrix.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Let's not remember the second Matrix. Cornelius is there. What little bit of timber they managed to scavenge or find from local wooded areas.
Well done.
Cornelius sits there, wipes his brow, his kind of sleeves rolled up. Oh. Hold on just a second. He puts his axe down and walks over. Kind of wipes his hands. Well, you're true to your word. For that, I'm real appreciative. You did us a real favor and brought back some good people, alive and intact.
Did your brother make it back safely?
Cyrus did, and I've certainly had a very stern talking to that boy. But
don't go too hard on him. He was being held up by a rope and tortured by a bunch of monsters. So
It's true. Pretty traumatizing, I would assume.
that would be him, wouldn't it? Well, nevertheless, I appreciate it. Looks like through some talks, we might be able to bring most of us into Kaimol. For the time being. It's the town to the west of here.
Sure, I know.
It's small, it's cramped, but we're, I think at least that's better than being out here in the open. And we have numbers there, so we'll be a little more protected.
Well, that's where we'll send word if anything happens in Westrunn.
Yes.
You're heading to Westrunn yourself now.
It's next on the list.
If all goes well, you may be able. No, I don't know.
Let's not make promises.
No.
Dragons. Maybe a while, but we're trying.
Well, wish you all the best of luck. Yeah. I think if anyone could do it, it'd probably be you folk. Well, I look forward to hearing from your victorious recovery of our homestead, and I'll get the first round when we come back to our town.
Farewell, Cornelius.
Stay safe. He turns around and grabs his axe again and starts chopping through the wood once more.
Was there anything else you wanted to do, Keeneth?
No, I'm good.
All right.
We need to check in with Drez. No, we know what he wants if we go.
Yeah, that guy's a weasel.
Yeah, but we have his hunk of
Qual, yeah.
The hunk of qual. That was a gift, I'm pretty sure.
All right.
It's a loaner. It's on loan for the foreseeable future until we save the world.
Okay.
Mr. Vina? Mr. Dresvina?
Dresvina, who's the assistant to Master Qual, who's the one that originally hired you. And if by the fact that he called a debt on the initial enchanted ruby that you used in your first endeavor, yeah, you get the feeling that whatever this object is that he gave you is probably on loan.
I'm
fine.
Are you
All
alright?
So you guys continue forward up to Westrunn?
Yes.
To Westrunn. Yes, and
What-
what is our mission?
Okay, what's our plan here, Grog?
What time is it?
You guys have traveled for one day. You've gone to the evening. You could take a rest here, or rest within your mansion on the outskirts of this encampment before it roots up and starts heading back to Kaimol relatively soon. You guys then, the next morning, can continue your trek northward, and you could probably get to Westrunn by the end of day if you travel quickly and consistently.
What do you think, Grog? What do you want to do? Walk right into town?
No. I like what Percy said. I think there's worth in being clever.
I would agree.
I would actually like to maybe run some ideas by you while we don't walk into town, but we have the town walk out to us.
How do we do that?
Oh, there's many ways we could do that.
Well, look, so, like, there are people in there, there are innocents, right? We told the farmer we'd get his people back, and I really want to see if Wilhan's in there, and all right. So, listen. How do you feel about sending someone in that would draw out their worst?
I think we could draw out the worst very easily. How committed are your people to trial by combat?
Oh, it's about all we do.
What can you imagine would be the most exciting show they could possibly hope for?
A rematch, I would think.
Well, it wasn't really an official fight. It was more of like a one-sided ass whooping.
But they think you're dead.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that later. I was thinking maybe like we could set like a fire and send someone running in and say there's a roving band of VOX and a challenge in the Goliaths, and then when they come out and leave, we can move into the town and get all the innocents out, and then if we want, we could set a trap or an ambush, or we could play some mind games. But I wanted to try and get the town clear first.
Your people might not be the brightest, but they're not going to send everybody out to meet these orcs.
No. Just a few.
And probably not Kevdak.
Well, look, if it's not Kevdak, we get a practice round on those that do come out.
Well, here's my question. There's got to be hundreds of people still left in Westrunn. How are you going? It could take hours to evacuate a city of that size.
Right, so you know last time we went over there and Horus was just outside the city walls. I'm pretty sure if we wait for a bit, somebody will come out. We take him, we mess him up real good, maybe take his tongue out, chop off his arms, and then send him back in.
Some of that is...
I mean, I'm open to, like, you know, augmenting that plan a little bit.
I could make you look like an orc or something.
No, like I said before, if I go in there...
No, just to rough up the guy that you send back in to tell them about the orc.
Yeah, I'll hold him while somebody else can rough him up, but...
How smart are your people?
Oh, pretty smart. They're all like
As
me.
smart as you.
Yeah, scholars the lot.
Grog, if someone kills Kevdak, say hypothetically you, who takes control of the herd after that?
Well, my math is a little shoddy, but I think that would be me.
Well, then why do we need to evacuate the city if you could theoretically have control over it?
If we could figure out where Kevdak is and drop in on that point.
Well, he's in the mayor's.
Yeah. And handle Kevdak before the rest of the city can descend upon us. It's a gamble, but so is everything we do.
Yeah, but if the rest of them don't see him defeating Kevdak, then it's worthless. They need to watch it happen.
Well, how honorable are your people? If you fell Kevdak, or whatever the fuck his name is, will the rest stand down?
Yeah.
Maybe, but... So here it is. My whole life has been wanting to punish or get back at Kevdak. I don't want to do it cheaply. I don't want to do it quickly. I want to do it with my own hands. Now, I'll do it with my family. Do it with my buddy Pike. But I want it done right.
I've got a thought. It's dangerous, but I have a thought. You literally march right to the city gates and demand a challenge.
I have a feeling you're going to be the most attractive bait that we can think of.
We put you right in front there. Perhaps we let Pike stay with you. I doubt there's any of them who will not want to watch that. And while they're watching, the rest of us do our best to get everybody as safe as possible.
Would that be
But what's to keep Grog safe in the meantime?
They won't want to sully that fight. No one will want to
I can
sully
guarantee you, no one will interfere.
And if things get bad,
We'll be nearby.
we'll pull him out.
I like that.
I don't want to abandon Grog to a fight with Kevdak while we're freeing villagers. No offense to them. I want to have Grog's back.
I agree with that.
I think we won't need to worry about freeing the villagers if we can defeat Kevdak.
What if we stay hidden?
Oh, wait a minute. Right, so they think I'm dead.
Yeah.
Maybe I let them think I conquered death.
Which you kind of did, Grog.
Maybe we let them think
Like
maybe I'm not the same Grog I was before. Maybe we let them think I've gained abilities.
I'm pretty sure those things are actually true.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like...
Yeah, make a show of it a bit.
Yeah,
like it,
but they don't have to see where those abilities come from.
Sure.
All they gotta see is me. They're roofs, right? I mean, it's like 2- and 3-story buildings all in that
It just
city.
makes me so nervous.
So wait, we stay hidden,
would be so
and
fun.
you call lightning.
Yeah, like you guys get all up on the roofs while I'm making a scene in the middle, and we pull off the greatest stage show there's ever been.
I love a good stage show.
It's not a bad idea.
We can make you look as cool as you want. That's undeniable.
If I do a pelvic thrust, will you do your...
I will grant you cock lightning.
Holy shit.
Quick question.
I will grant you cock lightning.
Quick question. How many objects are you attuned to right now? How many objects are you attuned to?
How many what?
3.
If he could unattune to one,
I
we
can
could
take
put him in
one.
the hat of disguise.
He doesn't want the hat.
I don't want it.
What do you have right now?
I have the gauntlets of ogre strength.
That's
I have
good.
the flaming.
Warhammer?
Yep.
That's good.
Yeah.
In your belt.
And the belt.
Right. Oh, well.
Wait, what's the other? Oh, and my.
You gained the ability to grow a beard in the afterlife.
Well, you
It's
have
pretty major.
You have 3 of those, so you have to get rid of the necklace.
Actually, the flaming warhammer is not attuned.
Oh, that's right.
It says rear. Yeah.
That's true. Yeah. So no, you're good.
What does the amulet do?
It gives me +2 to my AC.
Your AC?
It's pretty nice.
That's pretty
And-
nice.
So the object of this would be to stall, to enthrall, to captivate them as long as you can. Keep talking to them, not engage in fights for as long as possible while we...
Get in place. I mean, I could try and do it while you're getting the hostages out, or we could just take down the snake's head.
We need his knuckles.
Kill Kevdak.
Yeah, but is Kevdak going to engage in a fight with a magical Grog? It's not a fair fight,
It's a
is
pride issue.
Oh, and I do.
think he will. I feel like he
do know how to get his pride. in
Grog, would you engage in a fight with a magical being if he wronged you? If you thought you were better than him?
What? Who said something?
And when they discover, and they surely will, that you are not magical and that your friends are aiding you, will that bring you great shame?
No. No, I made a choice. This is my family. My old family left me to die.
Plus, I mean, it's kind of like wearing really cool robes, right, Scanlan? You know, there's nothing wrong with wanting to look cool.
I don't know.
You're getting more attractive.
Let's just make sure that doesn't
I
happen.
wouldn't know about wanting to look cool, it just comes natural.
Let's make sure that it doesn't happen, that they won't know.
Nice beret there.
This is going to end with a fight between the two of you.
Anyway,
There's no divine.
Kevdak's using a gift of the gods.
Yes.
That's right.
He's not on his own.
He's full of shit.
It's true.
These are very
He's not
scary
without help.
people, you guys.
Yeah, but so are
they
we.
They left him in a very horrible state, and I would not like to see that again.
We've
That
taken-
was years ago.
We've defeated the people who left me in a horrible state. I think we will have no problem defeating the people.
We have the gift of the gods, and soon we will have
So you
many
do
more.
intend to engage in a fight? Because otherwise I
Kill
would
him.
say, I can go in just sort of looking like you and draw their attention.
And then what?
And then bamf out of there.
But
or
then what?
run away and draw them with me.
Right,
And
so
How does
look-
that save the city?
Well, here's
it
the
gets
thing.
them to follow me.
Yeah, I mean, in like either way, I kind of like that because either way, if only like the pawns of the group follow him out, that's fewer Goliaths we have to worry about. Best case scenario, Kevdak, Zanror, and the best of the baddies chase him out. We can get the hostages out and then set a trap for when they come back.
It's not just the hostages, though. It's a city under siege. I just
It
don't
is.
think it's feasible to
Right,
empty
but
it.
you have to remember, it's a right. Yes, pretty much.
true.
What you said. It's a city under siege. Under siege. It's meta under siege. It's under siege from the
Under
Goliaths
siege.
and then again from the dragons.
They're in a place, though, if we can get
Hundreds
rid
of
of the
people.
Goliaths, at least they could function with the dragons.
And if we remove all of the villagers, it'll definitely gain the attention of the dragons.
That's true.
Will it? I thought they only fly over every few days.
They have wyverns who have been running patrol.
Not over Westrunn.
Over Westrunn.
But we haven't been hanging out over Westrunn.
I don't think
let's take a
his
look.
family will be able to keep up. I don't think his family will be able to keep
If
up.
there are
with
no
the-
wyverns, are you open to the idea of Gerbil Ball Scanlan doing the thing?
No, not at all.
No, we can set a trap.
But
out
that's
in the
actually
wood.
not a bad idea. We're still outside the camp, right? How about this? Why don't we hike to the outskirts of Westrunn, camp out the rest of the evening, keep an eye out, and just kind of scout for a little bit.
Yeah, and if we get close, hopefully we can ask somebody that's nice if they've seen any dragons and how long it's been
We
since.
probably want
Yeah.
to set up shop for a while and wait for the dragons to come and leave and then strike, so we know we've got some time.
Very clever.
That's
we use
brilliant.
fake shithead Grog, fake shitheadier Grog,
Pardon
to
me.
create a scene and run off and draw away some of the Goliath, probably not Kevdak, and then you go in for the main event with a thinned out herd.
Yep. I like it.
I can be on the roofs nearby along with Vex and Percy doing range.
What if we do the same thing that those orcs did? When you go in and cause a distraction and lead them out, we spend the few days that we're waiting for the dragons to build a massive trench. You can use Move Earth and lead them all out over something and drop a herd
And
of
I can
Goliaths.
do the hallucinatory terrain thing again.
It's been a while.
Drop them into a trench. They're stuck in there while he fights Kevdak.
And I do love using that spell.
I'm game.
I like this idea.
Do we want to?
Still doesn't solve one question.
What's that?
I love you, but can you beat Kevdak without magic and friends?
I mean, look. We're gonna find out one way or the other. I don't know. But look,
Can we aid you?
yeah. Yeah, as long
This
as
isn't
I...
like the Crucible.
No, look, he's wearing weapons given by a god. Like, I don't care if it's a totally fair fight. I just don't want to dispatch him cheaply.
All right.
All right.
All right.
We can do this. We've got lightning.
That's very intelligent of you, Grog.
That means good.
Good.
Smart.
That's good.
Very smart.
Thank you.
Let's rest up and wait for the dragons.
That's 6 plus.
All right, so we're gonna hike to the outskirts of Westrunn.
Okay. You guys, during this journey, find your way northward. Are you skirting around the west side like you did when you first arrived?
Sure.
Sure.
Well.
All right.
Sure.
You guys
Keep
follow.
a good distance. Yeah, as we get closer, so at last, I cast Pass Without a Trace on
It had that really nice high grass, right?
It was like waist high or so.
Not like corn stalk high.
There were areas where there was, like during the thick farmland, there are areas where they have high stock.
I'd like to stay
elephant's eye.
there. I'd like to stay in those areas.
Okay, so you'll be pretty much dodging from farmland to farmland, kind of on the outside. Need you all to roll stealth checks if you could.
Add 10, because I cast Pass Without a Trace.
I'm gonna. Oh no, because that won't be enough time.
Come on, Pikey.
That's good.
That's really good. Plus 10.
Plus 10?
Yeah, because I cast Pass Without a Trace on this.
29.
24.
Ooh.
33.
30.
32.
23.
20.
All right.
We're quiet.
Rolled anyway.
Right, as you guys leap into the high grass, moving around the outside of Westrunn, eyes peeled, as the sun sets and the night kicks in, you try your best to watch for any patrols that are keeping an eye. Make a perception check.
13.
16.
19.
20.
22.
32.
23.
All right. The three of you guys glance over and you do see there is a patrol of 3 individuals, one of which appears to be Goliath in nature, the 2 humanoid of some degree. In the distance, it's hard to see this far away. And they're patrolling the same area where you guys came through before. It appears like the patrol has increased. Like there's a mildly heightened state of awareness that something bad went down recently. However, you stay far enough away and seemingly out of sight. They do not catch visual on you, and eventually you get enough distance northward where you feel like they haven't really.
Did we pass the area that we were at before where the farmer, Frederick?
Yeah, you passed that area, yeah.
Did we see him?
You did not see him, no.
Was that his name Frederick?
Can
No,
we go to that place?
Reggie.
That seems
Reggie.
unwise.
Sorry.
No.
That seems very
Can we
unwise.
sneak there? Can Vax sneak there?
Yes.
What was the man's name who
Reggie.
you killed?
Reginald.
Oh, that you killed?
Vax.
Horace.
Can you go? No. The Goliath.
Horace.
Yeah, what do you need?
Vax, can you go get Horace's head?
Okay, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I can get that.
I take that back. That's a great idea.
I don't know why, but I can get that.
So you're heading forward
I'm
to do
done.
that?
I rolled a better stealth than him. Then.
Alright, make a new stealth check.
Yeah, I don't know.
As you guys hold back and you.
Oh, that's so much better. No, it's good.
39.
39, okay. So as you guys wait in the back, staying low to the grass, you watch as Vax dives into the field and vanishes. You, darting in a forward way, kind of find your way to the outside of the initial crop grid. There does not appear to be any guard that are watching this promptly. You recall the various avenues you guys utilized and systematically making your way from path to path. It takes you a few minutes, but you manage to find an area that looks familiar enough where you find your way into the center of one of the crop lanes where the corpse of Horus recently was. Roll a perception check.
27.
27. You get there and you glance about, but the body's gone.
Yep.
Body's not there. It's taken. You start following the trail. You see where maybe it was dragged off. Make a survival roll.
Survival
What?
roll. Survival
What
roll.
is
I'm going to use
that?
luck because I slept. Yeah. 18.
18. Okay, so you find signs of his body being dragged, and you start trying to find the direction it was taken. You dart along, once again keeping within the crop as best you can to stay out of sight. You make your way out of the northern side of it before the trail disappears. You do not know where the body was taken other than north and outward. You glance over and all you see is the original farmhouse where Reginald was living. There's the crops out there. There's the big scarecrow that was in the center. There wasn't a scarecrow before. And you look over real close and you see strung up across a haphazard wooden spike and arms out is the currently being pecked apart body of Reginald, who apparently suffered the brunt of the discovery of Horus's corpse and the time that has transpired since you last left Westrunn.
Do I sense anything around?
At the moment, no. The patrol's probably a good 10 minutes before it seeming, because it's heading in the direction where you are, but you don't know, probably take 10, 15 minutes before they reach where you are.
I'm going to self up to the body. Cut him down.
Okay. Cut the ropes off, he slumps down.
I want to shoulder him back to the group.
Okay, make a stealth check with disadvantage.
20.
30.
25, 35.
Okay. Though he wasn't a very heavy individual, and especially now that he's been out to dry for what seems to be at least a couple of days, most of the bloat has worn off, and the I'm not going to graphic detail, elements of the corpse have been left behind. You bring most of him with you through the grass over to the rest of the group. You guys watch as Vax pulls his way up out of the grass, carrying over his shoulder the lifeless body of Reginald.
Let's all talk about repercussions. I lay him out.
Well, they know we're here now.
Do they?
Yes.
Someone's
I think they thought it was him.
Now they know that it
They
wasn't.
did not think the farmer killed Horus.
We should have sent him off to the camp.
They know we're here now because now his body's missing.
Also, I assume they tortured him before they killed him.
I don't know if they're that clever.
While I don't...
Can you talk to the dad?
These people were in a shit situation. While I don't blame us entirely for this, because of where they live now, we must not do anything we're doing lightly. There are many lives at stake, not just Reginald's. Let's just not flit about here. Let's take this seriously, please.
Should have left him up there.
What?
We should have cut him down tomorrow. One more day up there would have made no difference to him, and it's going to make a difference to us because we have to move tonight now.
Maybe it's a matter of respect, Percy.
Respect him by freeing his daughter.
I agree.
They know we're here.
They know
They're
we're
going
here.
to see he's missing.
I think they already knew we were here.
I don't think they did.
I don't think they did either.
Scanlan, can you make a fake stupid body? Can you make a scarecrow?
That's fair.
Not really.
Can any of us?
It's
I
fine.
can fashion something.
No, tonight's fine. There's nothing wrong with tonight. I just figure if we do it, and we should do it, and obviously this is if nothing a sign that we should have done it
We
sooner.
just burn the whole field. They won't know if there's a body in there or not.
That was our reasoning last time. Now we do this. I think we do this tonight.
We do this tonight?
I could cast Speak with Dead and we could ask him
Ooh.
If he gave
some
us up or not.
questions.
We could.
We could
That's a
ask
good
him
idea.
up to 5 questions.
Let's do it.
Do it.
All right.
So you guys quietly press down a small area of the grass to give you enough of a space for you to go ahead and perform this ritual. As you lay the body down, you look up to the sky, and where some of the cloud cover that is kind of slowly drawn over the area, there's a little gap in the clouds. As you look up to the now visible stars, you whisper Sarenrae's name, look down at the body, touch it with your hand, and the still corpse, the chest begins to rise and fall with a unnatural breath for the time being. The eyes begin to twitch and move around. No physical movement beyond that, but the mouth slowly draws open, and you hear, while the lips do not move, you hear a voice emanate through like an exhale. You returned.
Reginald, we're so sorry.
I knew what I was getting into. Do not fret or blame.
We will rescue your daughter.
5 questions. Vax, make it count.
Do they know we're coming?
Me?
Yeah.
I think we can all ask.
Reginald, how much do your murderers know about us?
I told them it was me. I should not and could not know your intent to return.
Can he describe the one who did it?
Go ahead, Scout.
Hi, sorry. The one who, or ones who did you in, other than large and pale, were there any distinguishing marks or names thrown about?
They brought me to one of their leaders. Half tattooed face in brown and red. His jaw, once broken, pushes to one side. I know not the name.
Do I understand that description?
You recall the tattoo, and you recall the moment the jaw was broken.
I was wondering.
This was Anroy.
This is who?
Kevdak's son.
He broke it. Grog broke it.
Oh, shit.
What are the things that we face inside the city? What should we fear inside the city?
Fear those that are fueled by rage, skilled with weapons, and those that call the elements their own. And the dragon does come.
Does come. One more question. Can we ask it if it's seen the dragon or how long it's been?
Go ahead.
We thank you for your time. If we may, how long has it been since the dragon was last here?
2 days.
It's coming
He's coming
tomorrow.
back. He's coming back. Okay.
That means tomorrow it's coming back.
We can wait another day. How many more questions?
Was that it or one
No,
more?
no, we get 5.
We have one more if we want it.
What would you like us to tell your daughter?
Tell her that my life was given so she could live hers. And my memory lives in her eyes. And with that, the head just kind of lulls back a little bit. The jaw hangs open. The last of the breath in the chest. And the magic fades.
Max, we have to put him back.
They don't know we're here. It could be anyone who could have cut him down. Why would they suspect us? I would suspect the village people first.
I would too, and I'm the
Which is
smartest
actually
of them all.
worse.
We're going to be clever.
We need to put something back
We're
up. I
going to-
don't want
we're go-
anyone else to get hurt.
He's going to save his daughter one last time. We're going to put him back up for one day. We're
I
going
agree.
to wait for the dragon to pass, and then he will be buried on his land properly with stone
Yes.
and dirt.
I'll take him. Yes.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing him. This was helpful.
Can we give him a proper burial?
No, we're gonna put it
We
back.
will. We're gonna put it back up. We're gonna put it back up. That's what you guys
Back,
just
taking the corpse back.
I was reading this.
Stealth check disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
Yeah, carrying him along, man.
Oh, it's alright. It's fine though. 35.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Bogues. Coming back, as you approach the outside, you can see now the patrol has skirted by, and you have to wait patiently, but not wait too long, because you know you have about a 30-second window before they will come into sight of this farmstead. Using that, you dart forward, take the body, thrust it up, trying to catch it. I want you to go ahead and make a dexterity check to see how fast you can utilize what rope is at your disposal.
Just straight dexterity?
Straight dexterity.
17.
With that, you throw the body up, look over your shoulder, grab out, pull it, bits of twine you have, a piece of rope that you, or a piece of your shirt that you tear off to the side and fashion it. Quick knot over one arm, the other. You look over your shoulder again, and you can see the shadow of them beginning to just turn around the side. You get the other arm up, just manage to slump it over the wood. You know there isn't any more time, and with that, you duck back underneath the grass and vanish. He's haphazardly up, and one arm is not actually tied, it's just kind of laid over it, but he's currently back on the wooden stake cross. As you dart back and slowly return to your group, glancing over in that direction, the patrol doesn't seem to take notice and continues walking past.
So am I the only one that, while we wait, is like itching for a fight?
Grog.
I'm sorry, look, it's just who I am.
Well, listen, if you want to fight, we could still use one of their heads. We could find one of those patrolmen walking around, grab him, take his head.
Too soon.
Too soon.
Not just learn anything.
We're going to be fighting soon enough.
Elemental power.
I think everyone should hide inside your love shack, and my sister and I should wait here in the grass and watch. And wait. And when the dragon comes, we alert you all.
We wait for a dragon pass. The day after the dragon passes, we strike.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's go.
You guys, most of you, other than the twins, head into the magnificent mansion. An evening that is restful by definition, but still racked with tension and anxiety. You guys watch throughout the night, relatively uneventful, though a cold evening. Without building a fire, you both do have to keep bundled up against the elements. It's not cold enough to the point where it's going to be impactful, but it is chilly.
I fart a lot.
The farting does keep you warm, Vex.
They're gonna hear you.
I want to tinker for the evening as well.
I'm a rogue.
You're going to take a check.
Society.
21.
21. Okay, you've made headway.
Cool.
You've constructed a portion of the seat and the apparatus that connects it to the broom without interfering with the enchantment. Right now it's testing that and then getting the stirrups and making sure that it's functional and not going to get her killed.
Whatever night we have time, I want to keep poking at.
Yeah.
Can I also spend some time practicing like a protection from energy potion?
Want to go ahead and utilize the delightfully presented brewing vicinity? All right, sure. So
Not enough to where I can't, like sleep.
I'm gonna lend her
but
my
just,
lightning. I'm gonna lend her my resist lightning ring, so that she can study it and hopefully help to come up with a resist energy potion.
Okay.
I will say, what level is that?
Protection from energy is a 3rd level spell.
Wow.
I don't know what that was.
And knowing is half
Matt
the
Mercer,
battle.
white courtesy phone. Matt Mercer, white courtesy phone.
Now reaching housewares, spell scrolls.
Kevdak, you
So
are
it was
wanted
levels
at
at
the front gates.
3rd. That would be get an uncommon spell scroll. That would put it. I'd say that put it about. Well, 500 gold pieces. Okay, I'd say you begin the process of brewing one. It'll take you a little while to get that done.
Okay.
Probably a few days at the very least. All right, so.
Grog, just before tomorrow and stuff. Kevdak.
Yeah.
His son is
Zanroar.
Zanroar.
Wonderful naming in this family.
Yeah,
Anyone else I need to know?
Not a nice guy.
It's spelled like this,
Yeah,
and then like it sounds.
sure. Standard spelling. What about anyone else I need to know about? who you were familiar with or had a relationship with?
Nah.
Those are just the main ones?
Not any longer.
You know, all right, so we're still resting, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to knock on Pike's door.
At the same time. I don't answer. No, I'm just kidding.
I can still get in.
Hi, Scanlan.
Hello. Just, did you get your robe and everything and your
Yes,
slippers?
slippers, everything.
The monogram?
Yes.
Spelled it right?
Thank you so much.
And the scented candles?
Yes, it smells so good in here. Thank you.
Great. If you need anything, there's a little bell. There's 2 bells next to your bed. There's one to call servants, and there's one for me.
Oh, thank you,
The purple one
Scanlan.
is mine.
Percy and I strategize.
We're doing strategies.
Right. Listen, there's been a lot of death recently, and well, just I might die and stuff. So just don't read this until I do. Can I read it?
Don't.
What is this?
Pass it over.
You're like.
It smells funny.
Do you want to go steady? If yes, check this box.
Do not open, and in parentheses, till I'm dead.
That's all.
Hopefully, I never have to open this.
I hope so too. That's all. Have a good night.
Bye, Scanlan.
Bye.
Secrets. I close the door, I open it, and I read it.
I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you.
Yes, you do.
No,
Oh my
nobody-
God.
Nobody look. Nobody look. Don't you look. Don't you look. Don't you look. Don't look.
That-
full on reading it.
You know what? I love her anyway.
This is a bit of a tome, so I think I should wait to read this, but a part of me... Oh.
Okay.
Oh my
Clever
goodness
fucker.
gracious.
Good God.
Oh,
Oh man.
Oh, I want to know what it says.
I know.
I think we gotta wait for it to finish because the night is young.
All dick pics.
A cube.
Critical Role hoodies now on sale.
In the meantime, while you're reading that, you guys are doing what?
We were strategizing.
Strategizing.
We're figuring out some strategy for how to make this work.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
That's all. I just want to let
Hand
you know.
drawn by Quill.
Yeah.
By
yeah.
candlelight.
Yeah.
As the evening
Commissioned
progresses,
artist.
you guys rest, preparing yourselves for the next day. You
We're
guys,
still outside.
you guys are woken up right as the sun begins to rise by the distant sound of.
Oh, fuck.
You shake Vax awake, and you guys look up from the grass, and you can see coming down from the very, very
Stay
top
very low in the grass.
of Gat Shadow. You see the wings unfurled, and with each swoosh down, the gargantuan black dragon streaks down, dive bombs just past the Bramblewood, and scoots over the entire city of Westrunn, making its presence known. As it just roars out. Circling over the city twice, 3 times, as you see lights bing, 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 going on in the city. As it goes over 3 times, seemingly content that it's made its presence known and asserted its vocal dominance over the vicinity by instilling some early morning fear in the denizens of this town. The dragon then lands a little bit northwest of the city itself. It's hard to make out exactly what's happening at this distance, but you see it at its size kind of circle around an area, scrape into the dirt a bit, take a moment, makes a couple of grumbled, takes one of its claws and scoops up a large cart that has apparently a few sacks inside of it. And with its wings, whoosh, 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 begins taking up in the air again. You can see now there are 3 Goliaths that are walking away from the point as the dragon turns whoosh, and scoops one up in its other claw. And the two other kind of turn around and watch it as it takes off towards the top of the mountain, unable to do anything.
It's one less fuck we have to worry about.
Up on the Gat Shadow.
Can't wait.
Oh, Jesus.
So we're watching those other two head back towards the.
You guys are in the mansion.
Nobody sees
No
it.
windows except for the twins.
No windows.
No, you guys are in another plane. You look out the window and it's just like this purple expanse.
It seems like a slim thread of hope, but perhaps the underlings are not entirely satisfied with this arrangement.
It's possible. I have a feeling they're having a hard time finding any sort of hoard to offer after this many days.
It's a long shot, but you told me about those giants.
Yes.
When you were with Zara, and they turned. We shouldn't rely on it.
It's possible. If Grog can take control of the Horde, they may be able to fight with us, but I wouldn't trust them.
No.
We need to tell the others.
Yep.
You guys find your way back to the door, entering the mansion. The servants have already kind of, at the sound of you entering, begin to appear out of their spectral, ethereal states, bowing to you, offering to take your coat.
Chicken, please.
Right away, sir. They drift off to prepare your bountiful breakfast. Eventually, you go ahead and begin to muster the rest of your party down towards the breakfast area, and the rest of you come to consciousness and find your way to where the food is being served, and Vex and Vax both wait, rather stone-faced and prepared to speak.
Well, dragon came. Not happy. We'll be glad to know, however, that it took one of your herd away with it.
Imagine the offering was a little light.
Yes, that's what I think as well.
Correct.
What? From the three that were walking around?
Yes.
What did the other two do?
Not much. What are you gonna do when a dragon comes and takes someone away? Stand there and watch, really.
Your buddy Horus made it sound like it was easy street, but I don't know if that's entirely accurate.
We can use that.
They may not be very happy with the dragon right now. They may not care at all.
They may not be very happy with leadership that leaves them in a place where they're being taken advantage of. It's very clever. Might be time to move on.
Move on? Move in?
For them to leave.
Oh, for them to move on.
This is not a good deal for them anymore.
Or, you know,
So we start
fight
today,
back.
yes?
I think we fight. I think it starts today.
I think it starts right now.
What do we do?
Right now.
Want to go in?
Well, I haven't had my morning shit yet, but as
Well,
soon as
Grog
we do.
shits. I'm just gonna take a little nap while he's shitting. It takes a while usually, right?
Sure, yeah.
Same.
I'm going to play Candy Crush.
Something to recover a little bit of time.
Want me to guard the door?
I don't think I need it this time.
Oh,
Alright.
Well, you
Oh no! Blocked.
She's gonna go take shit.
Don't say that.
Laura doesn't shit.
No.
All right. Yeah, and we do it. And we do it the way we said.
Want me to go in, draw out as many as I can. But wait, no, we have to prepare a trap, don't we? Isn't there a trap to be prepared?
I can, yes. I can dig a trench pretty quickly, honestly. If we wanted to go the trench route. So
Now, here's the thing.
You need to be inside the city gates as well.
Well, hold on. What were you going to say?
No, I go.
So if we try and build that trench outside, right, we risk being seen. And then pop goes the weasel. If you go in...
While I'm in, you can build the trench.
Well, what... Can you go in looking like me, or can you go in looking like me
Maybe, DM, yeah.
on fire?
Go in and what?
Like, can you conjure just me, or could you be me, like, as a walking flame?
That would be harder. That would be harder to do, to pull off. You're big. You're pretty big.
Well, I know this is like a one-time thing for me, so I figure I'd just do it Rockstar. I just want to see what it looks like.
If someone else set me on literal fire, I could, but I wouldn't.
We'll stand down from that idea. It was just a thought. Not a problem.
No, there's no bad idea when we're workshopping.
Spitball, we're spitball.
It's a workshop.
If we want to do the trench, we have to wait for nightfall.
I was going to make myself look like you, but a dead version of you. A zombified Grog.
I'm all right with that. Can I hear your best undead Grog?
Right. So I'm so dead.
Maybe you don't say anything.
no, I just have to warm up. Ah, me.
Right.
You can do it.
Cool. All right then. I've been dead for about 5-6 years.
It's amazing. It's like a verbal mirror. So, if we do the trench, sir, we have to...
I could
Percy.
theoretically dig the trench possibly without anybody noticing. Like, kind of tunnel underground and then just kind of tunnel it out and maybe even, leave like a thin layer of dirt, possibly. I don't know, maybe.
Like
Dig Dug?
Like Dig Dug.
I've got a great
Exactly
idea.
like Dig Dug.
Wait, can't you just shape Earth without affecting the surface of it? I mean, can't you just shape the underneath of it?
That's what I'm
no
saying.
one will even see it being moved.
And I could possibly maybe carve it thin enough to where when they run over it, it'll collapse.
Percy, what was your idea?
And mix a little black powder into the dirt above.
That's what. Well, I was also hoping. Oh, and exploded
If you
as
hit
they
it with
run
lightning,
by.
it'll just drop.
Also, if we could maybe have something fancy at the bottom of it to kind of, finish them off.
Have something fancy?
Now look, here's the thing.
We have a bear.
If we do the ditch before... If we do the ditch for the people that are coming out of the city, we waste it if it's not Zanror and Kevdak. If we go in...
Well, I thought the trench
At least it
was
gets
just
them
to-
out of commission.
Oh yeah, I thought the trench was to kind of thin the herd.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you did there. That was very good.
Literally.
All right.
I like it.
So, but wait,
What I heard.
if there's a gate to the city, is there a gate to the city?
There are multiple entrances to the city. The few that you've seen are guarded with outward-facing defensive, like spikes and pikes that are set up to prevent any sort of like cavalry entry or just as a warning.
I have a question
Yes.
for Grog. We fought your father.
What the hell's going on there tonight?
We fought your father and he was dead. What's the last thing the herd has heard of your father?
I don't know. The last thing I remember, I was looking up at my father and the rest of my herd. He made no move to save me.
Well, I don't know how we got there, but we saved you from your father and a dead guy deep underground. So they lost him at some point. What if instead of Grog, you appeared as Grog's dad?
I don't know what Grog's dad looks like.
Yes, you do.
Yeah,
You
you were
fought
there.
him. He was a rotting corpse in front of you trying to kill you.
Way back in the beginning.
Of course. How could I forget?
Make yourself look like that. I'm not exactly sure what that would do.
Could be interesting.
It could be interesting.
I mean,
we
it
know
could
that-
also further instill Grog being powerful and undead.
Yes, that's
Could
actually,
further
it's even better.
push the
If
point.
he brought his father back to fight
From the-
underneath
with him,
Yes.
right? Like
To
he's
serve
a
him.
necromancer. Yeah.
And Kevdak
Yeah.
would think that Grog's father was serving him,
Yes.
and he wouldn't feel pissy if he saw one Grog do a magic trick and then the other Grog sprang up and said, "Fight me instead." It
I
would
like
seem more real.
What was your dad's name?
Larry?
Curly.
What was
No.
my dad's name?
Remember? It was Stonejaw. So
I-
Stonejaw, Strongjaw.
That's a terrible name!
That's embarrassing.
Wow.
Just
That's like George Foreman the
You
Fourth.
had an intelligence of 4.
I know.
It's a repressed memory, all right?
all right.
He comes up never.
This is George Foreman. This is also George Foreman. These three guys are also George Foreman.
Brother Daryl.
All right.
Yeah.
So I say,
Strong.
say you, your dad, and maybe Pike walk up to the front door, and then we get ready to hit them with the doozy once things start.
All right, give me a little bit of time to carve
no.
dig a ditch.
No, Pike?
No. If I walk in, I want to walk in by my own.
So this is only your fake father walking up at this point.
That's the distraction, right?
All right.
Yes, Grog.
Done.
You're going to lure them out, and we're going to hit them when they come out.
Okay, but wait. I've got to bring them out of a specific gate where there's going to be a trap.
The front gate.
And if you go in and rescue any other civilians, you have to bring them out through a different gate that doesn't have a trap.
We're
in
not,
it.
We're not worrying
going
about
to
that
evacuate
yet.
several thousand people. It's just not
Too
going
many.
to happen.
We're just
Okay.
gonna kill Kavdak.
All right, I'm ready to do this except for a few holes in our plan.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't run very fast. Maybe I do. If I would polymorph as a Goliath, I would have their speed, right?
What if you borrow my boots that levitate?
That's true. I can't move myself though.
I would be the dread pilot, Robert.
There will be no survival.
all right, bad idea.
If I am polymorphed as a Goliath,
Anybody want a
I would
peanut?
gain all their abilities and
Their movement speed, yeah.
intelligence.
50-50.
Yeah. It's
So why don't you just
everything.
look like
of
them,
the
and if
target.
you need to, you can make a bubble.
You know what would make you move pretty fast is a
Fear.
a lady rogue with a flying broom.
That's true. I could be hiding behind you and drag you.
Could have a rope tied to him.
Yes.
However, polymorph is any beast, though, if I recall.
It can't be a man. He's not a beast, that guy?
A beast of a man, but a man
beast.
nonetheless.
Yeah, you'd be looking at more of an illusion-based spell, like an alter self.
Oh, well, I don't have that.
You have the hat.
Then
Oh, I have the hat, but it doesn't make me grow. Does it?
No, you'd be a very, very tiny Goliath.
Oh.
Maybe they'd think it was like perspective fuckery, like in the Lord
Well,
of the Rings.
yeah,
backup
sure, yeah.
plan. I can go in as dead Reginald.
But you
They
still
don't know who he is.
They killed him. They just killed him. Kavdak's son killed him.
don't.
Kavdak's son knows who he is.
No, he doesn't.
No.
Sure he does.
They
He
don't
just
care.
killed him 2 days ago.
Can you remember who you killed 2 days ago?
I can. I remember all of them because I barely kill anybody.
Oh, well, that's good. I don't think they care who he is.
Might.
I think you showing up at the front doors is the best option. at this
Scanlan,
point.
can you do it with an illusion instead of an actual physical person? Just
Yeah.
My illusions are small in size.
I could get an illusion
I mean, I
about
can
the
just go in
size.
as, hey, I'm Mr. Scanlan, come chase after me.
This is your trick. You pick.
You could be a fucking triceratops again for all.
Yeah.
I
Are
mean,
they
it
going to
could
chase
make-
after a triceratops, though?
It can make theoretical sense if you're still undead stone jaw because, decomposition, I'm sure, shrinks you a little bit.
What's something that they would chase after?
Grog.
Anything that moves.
I could do it if we had a week, but we don't.
Well, you guys
We're
figure
gonna
it
do it
out.
tonight.
I'm
We're
gonna
doing
start
it tonight.
digging a
Yes.
trench.
I'll help. I'm gonna get
No, I'm good. You
Fine,
stay. You don't
fine,
want to
all
blow our cover. I'm gonna do this all underground.
All right.
So outside of the city, I'm gonna start digging underground, and I'm gonna start digging a trench.
I'm good.
So,
All right. So you're using Move Earth?
I'm moving Earth,
How
but I'm
fast
gonna
how
go
fast are you?
underground.
50.
Yeah, you can.
And I'm gonna. It lasts up to 2 hours.
Going underground to do it?
I want to go underground and tunnel kind of towards,
Okay, I see. And then create like the trench tunnel underneath. Okay.
and I want to kind of make it really thin to where there's a nice thin layer of earth, and then I want to make it
Think
really
it's
deep.
too close. You can.
Okay. At Move Earth, it's concentration up to 2 hours.
And I can
Every 10 minutes,
concentrate on a 40 square foot for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
In each 10
So-
minutes, I can change it.
So you could do if you're doing a 40-foot square, it could be like 20 feet lower, for every 40-foot square that you do. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So real deep.
Okay. So we'll say over the 2-hour period, you could create for a 40-foot square, or like 100 feet deep,
I want to make
120
sure
feet
it's
deep.
wide enough to cover the whole entrance as well.
The whole entrance? Okay. So you dig underneath. Stealth check to get close enough, because in digging, it'll take you most of that duration to dig up to the gate.
Underground.
Yeah, I'd say so. In order to do this, you have to actually get fairly close before you start
I
digging.
rolled a
under.
19.
19.
And I have a stealth of 11.
Okay.
So
All right. So You make your way up there, kind of moving through the grass best you can. The guards that are there are partially kind of coming to. You begin to slowly manipulate downward into the ground using a relatively untouched patch of high grass for cover. Pushing your way through. Over the next 2 hours, you manage to dig a ditch. The width of this entrance is about 40 feet.
Okay.
So from end to end,
Yeah.
if you just go straight down from there at 20 feet per section every 10 minutes, looking at 240 feet deep if you wanted to go the full... Although, actually, having to tunnel underneath would probably take...
a little bit out.
So we'll say like 180 feet.
180 feet.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
And I can make the ground kind of thin enough to where it's not going to support weight.
They're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, you give yourself enough of a buffer where, yeah, you might require a bit of a jolt from it. Let's make an intelligence check.
Oh, jeez Louise.
Ooh, what a good idea. Okay. I might join you on that.
Ooh. 19.
Okay. You feel pretty confident that you've left just enough of a surface that it would support a little bit of weight and maintain its placement, but upon the weight of maybe 2 humanoid-sized individuals, it would probably crumble beneath.
Cool. Cool.
Try to kill me.
Did I get a little black powder from you?
I did. I gave you a little bit of black powder to...
Can I kind of put a little black powder in the top of the dirt?
What is a little bit?
Whatever he gave.
I have a little bit left over. I gave her like maybe like a third of my barrel worth, like twice this.
Okay.
To where it's kind of peppered in the top, to where if it gets hit, it's gonna go boom.
I'm gonna have to deal with it eventually, but I'm fine for the moment.
Okay. All right. You pepper it on the earth from underneath. Okay.
Maybe it works.
Oi.
Maybe. I don't
If
know.
you hit it with lightning, it should be fine.
Okay.
So Grog's father's too big for you. What about the undead severed head of Grog's father?
I can make an image of that.
Floating about in the air with Pike's boots.
Oh my gosh,
Saying
just a floating severed head.
Nasty things at the head.
I can do that.
But he can't move if he's wearing the boots.
It'll be tied to a rope. You can make it move when it's time.
Yeah.
Could you pull him like a balloon?
I can make the head move.
Can you be a
You
floating
can't
head
make me move.
inside of a hamster ball?
I wouldn't need to be the head. I mean, I can't make my body look like a head.
You can't. I thought you could do anything.
But you can make the illusion of a head talking.
I can make the illusion of a
Yeah,
head
then he
talking.
doesn't need to be
Wizard of Oz
probably.
style.
All right. Can it follow you about?
Well, he can
It would be
on a
within
roof in a
60
distance.
feet of me, I think.
That's plenty.
Which one?
Minor illusion. I mean, this is.
Minor illusion. You can. It's a very minor illusion.
I know.
But you could make like
Lion-sized
noise
head.
escape from the vicinity of where the head is.
Did I assist with that?
Because he has minor illusion. As
If you're
well.
close enough to it,
could do the illusion.
possible. Once again,
I
it's
could
a minor
also
illusion.
do these Goliaths. They don't like wyverns. I could be a wyvern.
The head is so
You
perfect.
could be a whole wyvern, but you can't be a Goliath?
It's not a beast, apparently.
Yeah. Polymorph. There are higher level spells that can let you do it, but they're
alright.
a little bit out of your range.
That's not
A wyvern is a beast?
I've got an idea.
Wyvern.
Okay, we can do the head.
The head. Be a head. Be a giant floating severed head. I like it.
Can you get me out of there once they come to attack?
Me?
Yes.
I mean, I can use the tether and tie you to the broom.
I'll be the bait.
Wyvern is
both
a
have to do
dragon. It is not a beast.
You don't have to both do it.
A wyvern is a dragon. It is not a
I
beast.
cannot be a wyvern.
No.
I can be the bait.
With the hat? With your hat?
How are you going to be the bait?
Yeah, how are you going to be the bait?
I'm going to have the severed head of your father talking to
Yes, I can do that too, and I can escape. You can't.
Up to you. All right.
Do it.
Do it, Scanlan.
Come on,
Do it.
Scanlan.
I mean, I can try.
Do it.
Shit.
All right.
How are you going to hide?
Can I ask this? Can we see, let's say we pick this gate where she's digging out this ditch. What is the terrain like on the outside of the wall next to that gate?
Because of the building,
pretty good.
or the structure of it, for about 30 feet on the outside of the wall, it's mainly just hard packed dirt and earth from patrols for hundreds of years going around the wall, whether it be carts, beasts of burden, and just people walking all around the outskirts of the town of Westrunn, it's just very heavily packed and often walked earth.
Zero cover.
Zero coverage within 30 feet, and the grass does thin as it gets close to that. Keyleth had to pick a specific area and get low, and even then had to force her way under and use a good, a quarter of her spell time to be able to dig low enough to get to that space.
Past 30 feet from the wall or from the edge of town, what kind of cover is there? Is there any?
Not really.
Not even the tall grass.
The grass at that point gets about waist to knee high.
All right.
Even less so.
This is an important thing we need to remember.
It's an important announcement.
Listen, so as we're doing all this, let's just assume that we're us and this all go tits up real quick. We're gonna be a fucking long way away from you before we can come to help.
That's why you're gonna send Pike with me. No, I'm just kidding. I would never.
No, but my sister or I could go with you.
That would
One
be
of
very.
us.
That would make me feel quite nice.
Yeah. Sister's good on escape for an escape.
We should at least find a forward operating base, a place where we can watch this unfold from cover and figure out how far away we are from the first act of our show.
Well, if everything goes wrong, we meet back here at the very least.
I mean, theoretically, we'll be stationed throughout, and we'll have our earpieces, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about what if we have to pararescue his ass out of a fucking pickle.
That's what
We need to make sure someone is nearby.
I'm standing
they
nearby
can say.
on my broom.
Okay.
I'll fly in and pick
going to be
him up.
fast.
And he
I
can
have both
dimension.
of
He
my.
can dimension door out though very quickly.
I also have both of my B shaping still, so I can always fly in.
How far
and
are we from the entrance
televac
now?
As you guys have plotted this, and Keyleth has come back to you through the grass after creating this tunnel, I'd say you're about 150, 200 feet out.
That's perfect.
And we know Westrunn.
Yeah, you know well.
And I know how far away from the center of town are we? Or
Wait a minute, are there sewers in Westrunn?
Yeah.
It's okay.
I know.
We have that option if it comes to it.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that.
It's all right.
All right.
And again, like any good plan, everything will go wrong.
Yes.
Let's do it! Let's do it!
Time.
All right. So
I'm gonna be by the wall.
I will be with you.
The grass
watching
dies,
the
it begins to
trap.
die away and become not helpful for stealth, about 70 to 80 feet outside of the wall.
Can we get a pass without a trace while we all get into positions?
Okay. Past that a trace, even so, you can't stealth in the open. In order to stealth, you have to have some way of staying out of sight. Once you get to about 70 feet from the wall, it's basically just like open ground and the large wall that surrounds the outside of Westrunn.
What about the can you dig a hole under and we can like hang out in a hole with like something over top of it so we can bust up out like shallow ground?
Already burned that, haven't
I've
we?
kind of already burned it.
Got it.
I mean, we can still go underground. I have a tunnel built to a certain point.
But we'd have to be able to get out of it.
Let's keep our distance. Let's get them out of the castle
Okay.
and coming out at us.
And then we go in.
Okay, so what's the plan? Who's doing what?
I go invisible and start walking into town.
We stay at the very edge, stealthed as fuck.
Can you?
You're not going into town, are you going into town?
Are you taking my boot?
There's like a giant pit in front of the main entrance.
Yeah,
Well,
you
he's
would
gonna go
be,
try to
everyone
drag
be
him out.
mindful of the pit. I pointed out to everyone where the pit
Yeah.
is, so
Yeah.
go around it.
Be fair. Yeah, and he's a gnome. He's
Okay.
not a very heavy individual, and
Sure.
you were pretty spot on.
Okay.
You're fairly certain it could support the weight of a
Or to
gnome.
know. I can polymorph a couple people. No, sorry. I can polymorph one person as like a stealth kind of deal.
Yeah. There are the 3 guards there, about 20 feet in from the main gate, or the main entranceway, one of which appears to be a female Goliath, muscular scar-based torso, very thick, dark, kind of dreaded hair that's pulled tightly to the back of her head and kind of hangs down to the mid-back. And you see 2 what appear to be humans that are also as rugged looking, possibly members of the secondary tribe that they adopted, as was mentioned when you first inquired about the tribe as it currently stands, the herd. They're all just kind of looking out, bored, kind of one of them is chewing on some dried meat, and they're kind of just keeping an eye out. Scanlan, you've gone invisible, and you're approaching the front gate. What are you doing?
Hey, can you cast Pass Without a Trace on me?
I already
or-
did.
Okay, good. I'm just gonna walk straight into town.
Okay. Yeah. Just for the sake of this, go ahead and make a stealth check with advantage.
With advantage.
Yeah, they have very little chance to even notice.
So 16 plus
10
plus 2, so 28.
Yeah, given the circumstance that you're invisible and that advantage roll, even for the quietness of your footsteps, like you manage to literally walk within 5 feet of them without them noticing. You hear some low mutters, some of it's just like broken words and like, stupid hungry. And the larger female Goliath is like, shut up, eyes peeled. I hate this. They look very unhappy about having to be stuck there at this watch.
Yep.
So you move past them now.
We're just all right, I'm going to go into the center. We had a scouting party go in and see that. Yes, we did.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we did. There was a center of town. That's where the key people were around.
Yeah, the very center of town is about a 15-minute walk.
We can hear everything that happens.
How long does your invisibility last?
An hour.
An hour, okay. So, you start coasting through the town. You come towards a T-intersection of where the road continues forward and turns to the right. You can see a number of the buildings, just like you saw previously on your guys' journey. Some of them are charred and black from fires that have been set. Some of them you do notice as you pass by. Large elements of the buildings have just dissolved, melted down by some sort of chemical reaction. Many buildings still stand. You do see that there are broken barrels and crates in the streets. It looks like a lot of what may have been in storage or being brought around as commerce has been ransacked and raided or relocated. You do see a couple carts that are half broken or just kind of up on the side with whatever's in the inside pulled out. You do manage to see a couple of horses that were killed during some altercation that are just left rotting in the middle of the street. There are no people visible on the street. Make a perception check.
And what time is it?
At this point now, it's maybe the time it took for you, the 2 hours to do that digging. It's close to 10:30, 11 in the morning.
13.
13? Okay. Keep walking past. You don't notice anything that catches your attention. You keep moving towards the center of the town. You start moving through the religious district of the middle of Westrunn. Make another perception check.
19.
Plus.
Nothing.
Yeah, that's right.
19. You glance by what looks to be what you knew before previously in Westrunn as the Central Church of Arathis there. It's a rather, in comparison to the rest of the town, a gaudy temple, but it has been defiled fairly heavily. You can see what looks like paint, mud, or some other substance has been smeared across parts of it. Portions of the rock have been pushed over and collapsed. You do glance and see what looks to be a small humanoid peeking through one of the ajar doors that you see. For a second, you see a set of eyes, and it sees you and closes the door.
Saw you?
Oh, shit. I will... Fuck. He knows I'm there. I gotta keep going.
Okay.
I gotta keep going. Yeah.
Okay.
You're invisible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whoa.
So, you keep moving towards the very, very center of town, moving past a couple other patrols. You've passed, even in just this journey to the center of Westrunn, you've passed roughly 30 or so well-armed, relatively savage individuals that mark the same kind of civilized level of Grog, give or take some further steps into society. Many of them are wearing pieces of clothing that have been taken from this town. They're dressed better than their station, rough-looking, big, thick, unshaven faces for the humans, but they're still like kind of dressed in pompous clothing that's partially torn and smeared. Like they're a walking parody of the people that once ruled this town, and they seem to know it. They're enjoying this kind of gloating. Eventually, you make your way to the central town square, which is not far from where the Margrave's home is. This area, you do notice, has been set up as a defensive central location. There are just barriers and barricades of all bits of furniture that have been nailed together, and this has been made an assault post, where if anyone were to attempt to attack the center of this town, this would be a wonderful defensive position for someone to hole up and wait it out, whether it be against other people or a dragon. It has been built to the best of their ability in that regard. And there are a number of weapons that they've taken from the city that have been bolted in, that have been strapped around, so there's just like jagged edges of halberds and whatever blades they could muster in every direction. Therefore, if anything wasn't being very careful and running through here, they could be easily shoved into one of these hazards, or perhaps even pushed onto it as a means of display. Which you do notice a number of these various heads are currently placed as warning symbols in varying states of decay. You recognize 2 of the heads. One of which is... Sorry. One of them you recognize as the Margrave, who once ruled Westrunn, whose home Abdak currently keeps as his own. And the other... Let's see if I can remember what this one is. I have it written here.
I like that this is that deep in your notes, is which heads are on spikes.
Hey man, gotta keep up with this.
Appendix A, heads on spikes, various.
Pretty much.
Subappendix,
okay, here we go.
Westrunn.
Here we go. Okay. Loren the Bear. Loren the Bear was a mercenary that you guys faced off with the first time that you fought in the Brawlers League. You guys had like a playful rivalry. You kept running into each other when looking for various...
It's like a best of season 1. That's great.
Yeah. Season that didn't air.
Season that didn't
air. But there you see him...
An air pilot.
Or what remains of him placed upon one of these weapons. It looks like anybody who has attempted to rise up or at least make a stink about the current ruling class in Westrunn have been put on display in this square in some way, shape, or form.
Are there any people, guards, Goliaths?
You see a rather heavy group of well-armored Goliaths and other savage-looking humanoid individuals. Mostly human. You see a couple of half-orcs, but a total of 10 of them that are all currently scattered throughout this central area. Some of them just sitting down, snacking, a few that are just keeping watch, and a number that are kind of hovering in and out of the door, the main area, giving orders and carrying some small supplies around.
Okay, so I'll just quickly... Are you guys ready?
Do we want to get up on the wall?
Do we hear that?
I mean...
There's like a wall, right, around the city?
Yeah, but I'm in the center of the city.
Correct.
I know.
You also... There's no response.
Oh, he's out of range.
Then I will use... What's the range?
Can we
Do you know what the range is on this?
The range on those earpieces are roughly 2 miles.
2 miles?
All right.
He's out of 2 miles of range?
Well, yeah, Westrunn's a pretty big town. And
It's a 15-minute walk, though.
Yeah, I walk fast.
You're a fast walker for a gnome.
It's a really fast
Okay, go ahead.
I cast Polymorph on Percy and turn him into a crow.
Oh, again with the crows.
Also,
You ain't
use
there.
my beast shape to grow into a crow.
That's good enough.
And we fly to the walls and perch on opposite sides on the entrance.
Okay.
Your god is here to help us. She sounds like shit.
Okay.
Okay.
Stop it.
Sorry. It's really pleasing.
All right, you guys are perched on the edges of that. Scanlan, what are you doing?
So much.
I feel like this is the first time I've seen you, like, at a loss.
About those eyes.
Oh, God.
Don't you want her to read the note?
Yeah, I go over to where the most people are congregated.
That's going to be right at the steps of the Margrave's Manor.
I position myself about 7 feet away from them.
Okay.
And I cast Thunder Wave. Oh.
And with that, this burst of thunder comes blasting out centrally from where you are located, Scanlan. The DC on this with your.
Thunderwave, 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 Thunderwave. Yep. Oh, is it a spell?
It's a spell. What's your
20.
DC? Oh shit. Okay.
It's a lot of rolls.
6 fail, 1 succeeds in the save. So you hit them and they're all forced backwards. Some of them up under the stairs, some against the wall. Roll 2d8 points of damage.
Ragdoll physics.
2d8?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's. Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
11 plus something. No, I guess it's just 11.
Just 11. Alright. Alright, and one of them takes 5 points of damage and just looks down at this little gnome that's there.
Oh, no, I'm still invisible. It's not a concentration spell.
And invisibility, I'm pretty sure that as soon as you do...
Oh, fuck!
It dropped on us and Illithid.
Yep, the spell ends for a target that attacks or casts a spell.
Cast a spell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though it's a concentration spell?
Yeah, you can cast other instantaneous spells, but as soon as you cast a spell, you become visible. High level improved invisibility and stuff like that is the one that remains.
Oh, well, I'm fucked then.
Yes!
Just as we...
I'll say, do you have greater invisibility?
No. I can cast it at a greater level, but no, I don't have greater invisibility.
Yeah, at that moment, you suddenly become visible.
Roll with it.
Roll with it. Hi, guys. Hi.
Oh, but you're Scallon.
Come on, man. It's not my turn. It's their turn.
Yourself out of it.
Surprise round. They weren't expecting it. Roll initiative right now.
Oh,
This
shit.
Oh my
down.
god, Scanlan, run.
No, we can't fucking.
16.
Roll the 1. I'm rolling them group initiative on this one because I want to roll 6 different initiatives in this order. So, they all look at you dumbfounded. We got an intruder! Pull out their weapons, get ready. 2 of them at you really angrily. What are you doing?
Fuck!
What are you doing, Sam?
This is not the plan.
No!
No, you didn't say a thing. Don't say shit.
Yeah, let him work
Okay,
it out.
yeah, it's all you.
You got this,
As long- I know that Pike didn't read the letter though, so I'm okay.
At the end of this fight, can I have your tie? I mean, you're not gonna need it anymore.
Come on, what are you doing?
Keep it on, keep it on.
Okay. I will. I'll dimension door into the house where the guy's eyeballs were.
Yes. I like it.
Wait, on the house.
The house where I saw the guy who was peeking and saw me. He saw me. I'm going in there.
Oh!
What?
Smart.
How far is the range on Dimension Door?
500 feet. Was that long ago or recently?
Wait, so you were peeking, you're referring to
The guy who saw me as invisible.
Right. Okay, got you. Alright, so you go to that temple. That's probably about 1,000 feet from you. So
Okay.
you're
Well,
gonna
then I won't do that.
You can Dimension Door closer to it.
Yes, I could. Okay.
Something
This is exciting. This is
Could
so
do something-
exciting.
You got this,
Nothing's
you got
alerting
this.
me.
Resembling the plan.
Okay. Yes, I will go toward it. 500 feet.
Okay, so you appear to the back end and around the road, just around the corner from where the entrance to the area is. So you're a little ways away. As you appear, kind of catching your breath, you look over your shoulder and you hear in the distance more couple yells, like, and a bell starts going off. Ding, 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 in the center of the town square.
It's going great.
Can we hear the bell?
You guys can hear in the very distance a series of bells beginning to go. Ding, shit.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
He was discovered.
What are you doing now?
Don't know that.
Well, they haven't caught up to me, right?
No. You just moved 500 feet in 1 second. They have no idea where you went. You just showed up, went bye, poof, and vanished out.
No, Bella's bad, but he's in trouble. We need to go in now.
I'm gonna go again. Dimension door into the temple.
Okay, you do see the temple. You're on the interior of it now, and looking inside, a portion of it is collapsed. There's an open view on the second level where a whole corner of the second floor and first floor have fallen in. Big pile of rubble. You can see the sky. There, as you appear, if you look around and you hear a series of gasps, as you can now see huddled inside of this temple, roughly 30 or so people. varying ages, varying racial backgrounds. These are some of the survivors in Westrunn that are keeping in here, whether it be hidden or at least this is where they live now. They look in various states of personal brutality that's been put against them. Some of them are wounded. A few of them draw weapons immediately, and turning around, you see hunkered down inside a half-orc that rushes around, his hat half kilter, his coat up with his shoulder kind of mantle part of his collar pressed upward, spins around, puts his blade out. You gotta be kidding me. Scanlan Shorthalt.
That's me.
As Dr. Dranzel stands there. They themselves look a little worse for wear, and he looks over his shoulder and says,
Why am I happy so
"Oh, shit, Kaylee, weren't you just talking about him yesterday?"
Oh, shit!
As your daughter stands behind him, kind of like holding two of the children, trying to protect him as you appeared, she looks up at you and goes, "Oh, you gotta be kidding me." And that's where we'll end tonight's game.
Perfect! Perfect!
You earned it.
Perfect!
It like a Japanese businessman.
Yeah.
Yeah!
Bottle of sake.
I love you, Lisa.
Perfect.
Come back, come back.
By the way,
I did not hit her.
this one, under her breath, goes, "Oh, I don't like him. He stole from me."
That's all you
Why
can
am I
think
cheering?
of.
You stole from us.
They can fucking save
Yeah,
my
that's
life.
weird. Well, maybe he needed it to save the world.
This is all
Maybe.
survival. All right, so we'll pick it up from there next week.
Jesus, that was a hell of a 50. For fuck's sake.
Middle of the shit.
Why do we even bother to plan? Why do we even
bother to plan?
Like, literally, not for
It's
one
going
moment.
perfect.
Not
It's
for
going
one moment. It's
perfectly.
gonna be fine.
This could work.
It's gonna be great.
We are still on the rails.
We are
It is
still
working.
we are still on the rails.
I
It's gonna be
spent a
great.
6-level spell building that trench.
Oh,
It had
we're-
better come in handy.
We're gonna use it.
Yeah,
Come back
will.
around to that.
We're all gonna fall and die in it. It's gonna be
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
Scanlan is drunken master.
Alrighty, guys. We're going to go ahead and take a few minutes here to hunker down and prepare for the
Unholy.
Oh my god.
the savage unwrapping of many presents that you, the community of Critical Role, have
Thanks, guys.
thrown our direction.
Oh dear.
All of us so eternally undeserving, but so incredibly appreciative of all that you guys do, both to help all the charities that we support and spend your time being so awesome and creative. And we're going to go ahead and...
What, Matt, though, but what are we going to do with the minutes while we're not on camera right now? Will we... How do we fill the airtime?
We'll, I'm sure, have a few videos to show that may also include our new intro. So,
Again.
Always again.
We're mainly doing this for our own selfishness.
Oh, well, all right.
So, welcome back. We're going to start this process. Real fast, sir. 50th episode, 50 crazy episodes with you guys. This whole crazy year of us not really knowing what this is and still finding our way through it. And you guys have come along with us and started your own adventures and your own stories and your incredibly generous donations and the little presents you send us and the big presents you send us and the artwork you make and the stories you share with us about your own life and your own experiences and your own tales. It's all amazing. I don't know what to say. And tonight's are going to be our big appreciation of that until we come back around the holiday season. And for those who didn't send anything or still want to send things in the future, don't be dissuaded. Like we'll still be doing periscopes and opening things throughout the year if you do send it. Or you can wait for Christmas at the end of the year if you'd like to, but probably it's easier for all of us if you spread it out.
Yeah, please, our P.O. box is going to fire us and not let anybody send anything.
Yeah, they were very upset.
We're mom and pop. It's hard to get it all together.
Yeah.
But you guys are amazing, and thank you. Thank you for everything.
They know us when we come in now.
They do.
They don't even like, oh, it's you.
Just start swearing.
We also have a winner. Is it EU? Is it Ugle. Ugle, you are the winner of tonight's giveaway.
Ugle!
Congratulations, you got a package coming your way. Awesome arts, prizes, all kinds of good fun stuff. So congratulations. Let's all play. All right. Let's begin. There's one we're supposed to do first, right?
Liam's got it.
Liam's got it. Liam, go.
What is it?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get our perv on. I don't know what this is.
I hope it vibrates.
Read me first on air 2. It's short.
Bullshit, that's short.
That's not short.
Dear living cast of Critical Role, it says. Since last October, I've been enthralled by the fantastic adventures of VOX MACHINA that you've been so kind enough to let us outsiders experience with you. Right off the bat, I knew something about this show was special, not just by the entertainment value, both in laughter and tears. You're welcome. But also this caring and welcoming community that has grown from a mutual love of your game and characters. Critical Role has been an endless source of inspiration and creativity for me since then, and I knew I wasn't alone with all the fellow Twitter critter artists who also welcomed me with open arms into the community. I too wanted to spread this love and show my thanks and gratitude for both you and the critters online. I also knew I wasn't alone with these sentiments, and after brainstorming with two of the best spies a girl could ask for, I decided to organize what you'll find in the envelope. Inside is the proof copy, not final print, of Legend of Vox Machina, a Critical Role charity fanzine. In November, I reached out to the Twitter critter artists that were around at that time and was able to nab a few more early this year to fill in a few open spots. Those who were able to donate their time and art have been compiled into a full-color printed compilation of new and mostly new fan art. With your permission, a limited run of pre-orders for the zine can go on sale immediately following Critmas. All initial proceeds will cover production costs, and every single penny thereafter will be donated in a lump sum to 826LA as a congratulations and thank you for letting us peek into the world of Vox Machina for a full year. Here's your paper anniversary gift for our Musk Critters to you. Love, Meg Simmons.
Meg.
It's pretty amazing. P.S. You'll all get your own copies, so no need to buy one. Those are already set aside. I'm gonna peek at it now.
What?
Oh
my god!
I can't see it!
Pass this around. It's amazing.
So awesome to look at people look at things.
Sorry.
Now we know how to
We
should
should
start.
start.
I'm gonna look. We'll pass it around. Thank you.
Wow,
that's I'm gonna keep this.
So now we just like bust in? What are we
Yeah,
doing?
somebody just tear into your
Do it.
shit.
Start opening stuff.
Wow.
We'll be saying
Oh
thank
my
you.
god, thank you.
I will.
I know.
Let me start actually. I went through some of the letters. I'm sure there are more charity donations in here that I did not miss. But I did go through. A shout out to Dave Simpson, who gave a nice donation to Planned Parenthood in honor of Scanlan Shortholt.
Very smart. Very smart.
Really, you can only undo so much damage.
Heather Stewart gave a donation to Habitat for Humanity in honor of me and Matt getting a new place.
Hey.
Bakerella gave a donation to the Heifer International, which she gave a gift of chickens to an impoverished family to remind Vox Machina that dragons are really just big chickens. Nicole Trausen, who planted a tree in honor of Vox Machina in our national forests. We've had 4 animals adopted through the National Wildlife Foundation. We also have Teresa Harner, who donated to the Nature Conservancy. She adopted an acre of a prairie for Keyleth.
What?
So those are the ones that I've found initially, so thank you, all of you.
Wow.
Amazing. Thank you guys. Also, these are just some of the letters that we have received from you guys.
Just some.
Here's
Thank you. We don't have time to open them and read them tonight, but I've opened and read pretty much all of these, and we tend to pass them around so everyone can read them. So thank you. We've gotten it, and we'll try.
We're getting through them.
We're
There's
getting
a long
through
there's a
them.
long list, and we are getting through them.
But thank you so much. Okay.
Just hearing Liam having the best time over there.
Just like react.
Dork out,
It's
no.
good to see you.
Who's next?
I got a Christmas gift from Pavani 5785 because they said I know how superstitious you can be about your dice. So if I remember, I'll send you a new set of dice each month. Each set will be a different color. So these are my dice for May. They're green, which is perfect because that's the birthstone is emerald.
Yeah.
Woo! And I don't have any this color yet, which is shocking.
Taliesin and I.
Oh yeah.
Just got character wallets.
Character wallets, leather wallets.
These are here?
Whoa!
Holy cow!
There's stuff on the inside. There's stuff on the outside.
I'm on the cover, and then all of us are little cute on the back, and then inside are dragons and a beholder on the inside.
That's
This is nuts.
And there's
This
a letter.
is nuts.
Oh, Matt got one too.
And $45? Why would they?
Oh, I have one too.
You do?
I'm assuming Liam has
Thank you
one
guys
too.
for all the
There was a note that said sorry to the ladies.
Oh well.
Oh, that
If you're
includes-
reading this on air, please give a big thanks to all the fan artists whose art I used without their permission.
With their permission. Oh, without. Oh, well.
It's okay. It's just for us.
Thank you, Kit.
I made one for each of the guys on the core team. Please let the ladies know that I apologize for not figuring out how to make women wallets yet. Thanks for being amazing. Reckless Robbie. P.S. Don't tell Travis this, but I'm a Redskins fan. Okay.
What?
That's amazing. Thank you so much,
Oh
Robbie.
man.
And he says he'll see us at Denver Comic Con. So
Holy
any of us
moly.
in Denver Comic Con.
That's
Reckless Robbie. Holy cow, dude.
You know, girl wallets can look just like boy wallets.
They can.
Just for future reference.
But they're pink.
He said no. He said
I got a beautiful
he said to let
pendant.
him, he said to let him know if you guys want one. So
Yes.
I got a beautiful pendant of Sarah and Ray from the Relic Shop from Ellen. I don't have any other info, but it's just from Ellen. Thank you, Ellen.
Oh, she's on Etsy. I think she's on Etsy because I've seen her.
What in
other?
the world?
I've seen other pendants that she's made.
This is beautiful.
That's amazing.
Uh-huh.
I have I got this maple syrup kind of gummy candies, or the hard candies. Maple syrup hard candies.
Gart.
The wonderful letter from Enodesu. Saying, been a fan of your show for a while. I know that I'm not the only one who's been utterly blown away by all the amazing characters you've created and acted out. However, over the course of the show, I've noticed a lack of personalized shirts on your end, referring to me, I guess.
That's Sedona. That's one of the artists, Anu Desu. She was in the fan gallery today.
Oh, no way!
She did the Raven, the Vax with the hands
Yeah.
clutching around the
Oh,
neck.
that one's so cool!
It's amazing.
Hi,
She's
Sedona.
overseas.
That was amazing!
Sorry. Carry on.
Frankly, the shirt needs a pair of matching sweatpants to continue this list, but please enjoy it. I hope it fits okay. And feel free to share the maple candies with all the lovely people Geek and Sundry. It's customary is Canadian to force maple syrup on unsuspecting foreigners. Yes, also thanks for all the help, Liam.
You're welcome.
This shirt is amazing.
Oh my.
Oh, that's
Yeah. That's awesome.
Be happy. Thank you so much.
That is very
Kit, I got to your page in the fan scene. I love you so
Dude,
much.
Kit.
No, they have to think.
Kit.
Don't show anymore.
Don't show anymore. No.
That's amazing. Thank you, Sedona.
Can't see.
I got this from Marco Payton saying, I hope this helps you de-stress after trying to save the world. Trying. And it's a wonderful coloring book, which is so great because I love to color.
She loves those.
I have
It's
so
true.
many markers. Thank you.
This is all incredible.
Oh my god.
Cool. Who's up next?
I got
This is really fun.
A bunch of gift certificates to a local place where they teach sword fighting.
Oh, cool.
Oh, to which place?
Swordplay.
Wait, do we get to use it?
Swordplay.
Swordplay's
Just
great.
for Liam.
Swordplay's great.
Unless I'm corrected, it was addressed to me.
Can we use it for all work, no play?
Possibly, but it's from, where'd it go? It said it was from Dugan, the Duganator.
Oh, the dude.
Duganator! Yeah, I was just looking at his name. Where'd it go?
Oh, wow.
Where'd it go?
Jupiter?
Where'd it go? Yeah, Stephen Dugan, thank you. Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah. I got a mimic.
That's awesome. From who?
This is from Yvonne and Crystal Jones. Oh my god! This is so cool! Matt, 2 masks in the sack. I hope it's not too hard to put them on. What? Oh my god! It's a little
No way!
That's so. Oh my god!
And little masks for it?
Little masks.
No way.
Oh, what? What? Oh my god! It's a little Allura mask.
What?
There.
It's just like our new opening.
That is amazing.
And
Tell me it's Gilmore.
it's an amazing Gilmore.
Oh, that's wonderful.
That's amazing.
Look at him with his grin.
Oh, he's so dreamy.
It's so cool! Oh my god!
So dreamy.
Thank you, Crystal and Yvonne. You guys are amazing. It's so sweet. Love the box too.
The cool thing about the fanzine, I'm sorry, the fanzine they sent is that I surreptitiously was like, don't tell anyone, we're gonna make another gallery of best of moments. And they had either just finished or were still making that at the same time.
Oh, look at they were like working extra hard.
You were like
oh no.
double agents. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh my god.
I got a Craven's Edge sword choker necklace. made of wood from Orolacetin.
Is that like the thing on Vikings? Is that your
Yeah, it goes around your neck.
That's fantastic.
Cool. That's awesome.
I know, they're all.
Thank you so much. Who's up next?
Look at that. Look at that.
So Sam, what'd you open?
Oh, I was on the zine.
Oh, okay.
I've got one.
Sorry,
I've got
we're all
one
having
while you
heart
wait.
attacks,
I know.
And this is from Jean Marie from Oregon, who sent a fabulous, like a beautiful card that I'm just dying over, and some fanfic, Derillo fanfiction, which I'm very excited about. Also sent this fantastic Derillo family mug, which I thank you so much.
It's awesome.
This is wonderful. I'm very excited, and thank you for that. This is beautiful work, and I'm really looking forward to reading the story. And I love Oregon, so I'll be back in Oregon at some point, and I look forward to seeing you out there. So.
From Hannah from Orlando, I got this feels long overdue. Thank you for being the highlight of my week, and it's Scanlan Shorthalt's hand cone of clarity. And I can use this on the show and yell things at you guys. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's
is that
great.
cool?
Looks like one of those big gulps that rappers have on stage during rap
That's
concerts.
fantastic.
Great, thank you.
You like it,
Yeah,
Taylor?
no, I love it.
I have a Odin's Raven medallion from Norse mythology.
Wow.
Perfect. I'm growing to like them. I'll get there. Thank you.
That's pretty freaking cool.
This is from Stephen Leckby. Stephen Lexian Leckby. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you very much.
This is from Joe Diomede in Park Ridge, New Jersey. What I can only assume are company coins. My brother was in the Army, and this is for the Marine Corps, but I think Command Sergeant Majors give this out. And it says, this one's for the homies, in Chesty's name, amen. Infidel, Afghanistan, and it's got a date, in Arms We Trust, established 1775, and there's enough for all of us, and they're solid metal.
Oh, wow.
That is awesome.
I'll pass these down. This is very cool. Thank you for your service, Joe.
Thank
This
you
is
very
from
much
your
for your
company.
service.
Thanks,
cow.
Joe. Oh my gosh.
Joe, it's awesome.
Holy shit.
Got here, so hi Matthew, you can keep this yourself or put it in a prize giveaway if you think you have too many dice. Happy rolling from Critter Jean-Marie Logan. Lady Sarah Felia. Thank you so much. She sent a flashing D20 die. which mine actually died a few months ago, so this is perfect. Thank you. And for the followers of Bahamut that are out there in the party or in the world at large, I have Bahamut now. Alright. So,
Oh snap!
Whoa.
Yay! More shit to kill us with.
Well, this is Bahamut. Unless you do some real fucked up
Bahamut
shit.
is a good guy.
Not saying Grog's smart.
That is true. So this is Kima follows and the High Bear and Scale Bear. That's awesome. Thank you so much. And as a Final Fantasy fan, I get nerdy about Bahamut anyway. Thank you so much.
Cow.
Can I go?
Intense. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Marie.
I got this beautiful card that says, "Is there room in your heart for me?" And it's a little bear. And I read the letter. Thank you from Janet Thribideau. I read your letter, and that means so much. And she made a very generous donation to the Appalachian Bear Rescue, and she named the bear Joy because Critical Role brings her so much joy.
Oh.
And those all really cute little.
Oh, hi, buddy.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Yeah. So thank you, Janet. So generous.
I have some lovely real-world art from Philip King of the party, which I'll add to my Indiana Jones-style vault of awesome. Thank you, Philip.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. I'm going to pass it down to look at. Wow.
I know. Tat's here. That's my favorite. Is Tat's here.
William. Oh. You are going to be keeper of the copy
Yes,
for
I
now,
am.
because you are that man.
Someone fed my disease. They gave me a bunch of minis.
Oh boy.
The minis and a bunch of minis.
Label maker to you tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll drive by on the way home.
And another mini.
Sure I'm
It's not
home.
really mini.
Oh my god.
This
So
is
many.
from Eric and Bryce Donaldson. Dear Matt Critical Role crew, really love the show and appreciate you guys for taking the time to make such quality entertainment. We happen to have some extra unopened minis, and as a group has mostly moved to computer-based play and wanted to feed the addiction. Thank you for what you guys do. You feed it oh so well. These are gonna be open on Periscope soon.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I got an awesome gift from @AmandaCornflake. She sent a bunch of Keylithy related items like minerals and rocks, which are super awesome. But she also is one of the organizers for the Critical Role for Relay for Life. The Critters Crit Cancer. And if you tweet at her @AmandaCornflake, it looks like they are doing a Relay for Life event on June 17th. Where they're going to be doing like a critter stream. And she has stuff like that. But yeah, go check her out. That's super great. Thank you so much for doing that, Amanda, and for being such an awesome member of the community.
Thank you, Amanda. You guys are amazing.
And they sent amazing art.
Oh, whoa!
Thank you.
Isn't it happy?
Holy fuck. I got sent a. Okay, I don't even know how to deal with this properly.
Wow. Wow. That might be the new thing.
That might.
That's a large base.
No, it's magnetized. I can go to a smaller base.
That's good.
That's like no. What have I done? Oh, there it is. Here.
What is it? What is it, Taliesin?
It's a Percy will fuck you up mini.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
really
no,
good.
this is once I finally killed all of you and I'm standing on your corpses.
Yeah.
It's magnetized, so I can actually like put it here. Put it on a smaller base too.
Oh, that's so cool.
It's a modified. Oh god, this is from Kathy at Kathy Winton at Kathy Winton. This is. I'm halfway through the letter already. This is amazing, and I'm like. And thank you. This is what's in my head when I am being fabulous and killing things. This is just fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm just blown away. And the work you did is stunning.
It looks really cool.
And I need this jacket now. Like I need another blue jacket.
James Holscher, aka Tasman5296 on Twitter, sent me an actual shawm.
Yes!
Oh no.
Finally!
Just a little aside, a shawm is an oboe of Middle Eastern descent that was brought to Europe during and after the Crusades. You may want to get a how to play book. And it says that there's a reed included, but lucky for you guys, there is not. At least I can't find it. so it don't make a sound. But I will go find a reed
Find it.
so that I can
I'm so excited.
delight you all with the shawm.
I'm so excited.
Wonderful, thank you,
That's
James.
really nice too.
Cat sum up. Jesus Christ, girl. Jesus. Okay, thank you.
Nick French. Thank you for the ancient brass dragon.
Oh my gosh.
My dragon collection grows wider and wider with each passing day. And you feed it so well.
This is from oh, look at that! This is from Ty Wilkins. He made a little Grog sitting on his cask of ale statue.
That's awesome.
Which is crazy. He said he wants to do one for everybody, but they do take a bit of time, and he's also included our portraits, which I think we've seen online a little bit, split between our characters and us. Matt, there's your guy.
Oh, so cool.
Whoa! Oh yeah, I've seen these.
Yeah.
Those are so cool.
In a gallery. Almost changed it to my profile picture a couple times, and it's
So
probably going to end up there.
I like mine.
I love yours.
Ty, thank you so much, man.
That's really cool. I have a seriously lethal.
Whoa!
Seriously lethal dagger.
That's legit!
From
Whoa.
Eric Montfort. And a ring and a mount for this thing, but this is heavy. This has the most heft of anything that has been sent to me, and it is sharp.
Holy moly.
Thanks. Thank you for feeding my addiction? My new addiction?
Nothing
I
bad
know,
will come
right?
of that.
Oh.
I got this from Paul. He donated $50 to my friend's place, the charity, which is wonderful. Thank you for that. And he also sent me this bag that he said I can use to keep things very close to my heart that are precious to me, or I can use it as a form of punishment for shitty dice. So, it's a tough call.
Dice jail, don't you?
I know, it's a good dice jail.
Dice jail's pretty good.
Thank you so much, Paul.
There is a wonderful, wonderful letter here from Sabrina at Lydia Levette on Twitter. I've read a little bit of it. It's really, really sweet, and I'm excited to read the rest of it tonight, so thank you for that. As well as some artwork. Her Keyleth art is awesome. Her Vex art. And a fantastic Grog with some nice tattoo detail. There we are. Thank you so much for that. And what appears to be... Oh, Minnie's feeding me. Woo! Oh, there's some cool ones in here. Oh, nice. Thank you.
Oh yeah, this is the present I was jealous over.
Oh yeah, no, fuck my life. This is amazing. I
Thank you, Sabrina. Really appreciate
Yeah.
that.
Up on my wallet, thank you.
We're opening what?
Do we have a break?
What that is?
I'll read this one. From Mad Wife Cinda, sent from Jolly Old. It says, in the name of Vox Machina's charming but self-appointed legal aid, I have made a small donation to LawWorks, an organization that assists people in finding free legal advice.
Oh, that's great.
And it's to commemorate my polymorph moment. It's a hand puppet of a triceratops that I'm sure my kids are gonna love tomorrow morning. And it was sent with a wax seal, and there's a customs declaration form where she had to declare that this is a glove puppet, according to the U.S. Customs Office. It's fantastic. I love it, and thank you for the donation to a worthy cause.
That's amazing.
Go, Taliesin, go with your awesomeness.
Mr. Jaffe, first off, I would like to apologize. Normally my brothers are written by hand. However, I need to make sure this package gets in the mail on time. Well done. And clearly takes for fucking ever. That it does. I was led to believe that you have a fondness for old books of an occult nature. This is true. And while these particular pieces are not technically hardbound, I am not particular. I hope that you will still find them enjoyable and a bit of fun to peruse. Oh dear God. These particular are of first circulation, were released between 1924 and 1934. Unfortunately, they were bought by the previous owner in 1955. He wrote the date of purchase. That's fine. I love it when they show their age. I've enclosed 4 collections of the Brotherhood of Light periodicals focusing on natal astrology, the laws of occultism, Ori astrology, and astrological signatures. My mother's going to freak out and want to read these too. She's like, you've made both me and my mother.
You
very
know
happy.
Taliesin as well as we do with sending him that gift. That's it.
Yeah,
That's
that's
a
No
direct
one's going to
hit.
see me for about 7 days. you've had these books scanned for your own digital archives. Well done.
Oh, wow.
I've yet to actually start looking through them myself. I'm really looking forward to this. This is the rest of my month. Thank you, Lucy, Catherine Copus, and P.S. Go Redskins.
Contention.
And because I feel Liam needs a great big smile, please refer him to Google and have him search for 2,400 things Mr. Welch can no longer do in an RPG. I'm certain he will find it make him laugh.
It's pretty great, actually. I've seen
Let
that
Sam
list.
read that list because he will fuck with us.
It's a good list.
You
already read it.
This is amazing. They smell so good. Thank you.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, they
that's
smell so
incredible.
good. This is an amazing. I'm going to lose my.
That's great. From Connor Anderson here. Connor Anderson apparently decided psychically that if someone's going to send Bahamut, might as well have the counterpart in Tiamat.
Oh, Jesus.
So,
Boo!
Rubbish! Trescents!
You Connor.
Oh, shit. See, that's why you don't do that.
I'll just do a seriously quick thank you to Bethany Kettler for the poem that sort of relived Bax's seemingly final thoughts before the Briarwoods took him down. It's beautiful, and I saw you posted online today as well. It's lovely. Thank you.
And I have an amazing, I've seen this online, and thank you, Sam. We met at Colorado Anime Fest.
Ooh.
The Celtic
Ooh.
Knot scroll
Yeah.
that she does, which is just, she does all this handmade from at Milvis Ray on Twitter. So thank you so much, Sam. And it was amazing meeting you. And it says, Keyleth of the Arashari, Din Mama, Minxie, Kind of Heart, Wise of Mind, Druid Princess, Vine Speaker.
Nice.
Which Vine Speaker was still the coolest thing that anyone has ever called me in my fake
Vine
life and my real one. So yes, thank you so much, Sam. I'm gonna go in my office.
I've got this from Eric Lewis.
Oh my god.
It came with very specific instructions on how to assemble it, and I've put it together. Thank you very much. Look at this base that he made for the Vex figure that he sent me before.
whoa,
and
whoa.
he made a little trinket to go with.
That's awesome!
I have it at home, so I don't have it to put in here, but I'm gonna put it in when I get home. And this is freaking phenomenal. So thank you so much.
That's pretty
That's
great.
amazing.
From Mark at
I gotta see
Gondola
those. I gotta see
Paradiso,
those. Yeah.
says you like to watch the Cowboys of Dallas engage in combat on the field of honor. You may come out to Oxnard to see them practice. If you do, here's a gift to make your lady happy after dragging her out to the hinterlands. A little bit of romance goes a long way. 2 passes for gondola rides in sweet, sweet Oxnard, California.
Oxnard!
The Venice of
the
West Coast.
There isn't a more romantic place.
I've got some very interesting things in
Oxnard.
Oxnard, California.
Yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Private cruise
I've done
in
some
Channel
stuff.
Islands Harbor.
Dude, that's awesome.
Oxnard! Thank you, Mark.
Thanks for the date,
Smells
Mark.
like training camp romance.
I have here a very, very delightful handwritten letter from Chadwick. Your handwriting is still better than mine. At Crowadello at MSN. Oh, I'm not gonna. Is Crow underscore H-U-H. Chadwick. I cannot read your last name, and I don't want to ruin it on air. That's my own fault for being partially blind. But this is a really awesome letter. I love anything that opens up with all you nerdy ass voice actors. But has sent quite a few. This is for Travis.
Okay.
This is for Liam. This is for Will Wheaton.
Oh.
Whenever he comes back.
I'm gonna roll ones.
Marisha, Ashley, and Laura.
Yay!
Sam and Taliesin. Broken.
That's good.
And Taliesin. This be Felicia. You see her.
All right, yeah, go for it. All right, cool.
And a Deadpool box, which makes me happy.
Sorry. Can we open it?
Open this.
So far, it's going great, guys. We're having a great time.
I don't feel tired anymore.
She wants
Sure,
the
that
beard
won't last.
butter.
Oh, wow.
Morning wood.
Shut up, Chad.
Cacao butter.
Jeez, this tape is like.
How did you tape this? Where did you find this? It's
Where's
just.
the end?
It's
an
one
endless
perfect
piece of-
circle.
It's one perfect circle.
How did you do that?
Where's scissors?
Witchcraft.
Thank you.
What's it?
Oh god, I found the
What
end.
is it?
I think I found the
You
end.
did? I found
I did.
scissors.
I don't know where to put everything.
Beard butter.
So entertained.
So if that's you, Chad, on the shirt, I'm excited at the prospect of now having Chadwick on my shirt.
Shut up, Chad.
And shut up, Chad.
Shut up, Chad.
Seriously.
Shut up, Chad.
Thank you so much, man.
God damn it, Chad.
I'm gonna throw a thank you out to
Hashtag
Reese.
awesome. Shut up, Chad.
I'm gonna throw a thank you out to Reese for sending me a little wizard with a crystal. And one Reese's her favorite movies, Solar Babies. It's a 4-pack actually. So
Wait, which movie?
Hackers, War Games, the Death Code, but really.
Oh, good choice.
Solar Babies.
Solar Babies and Hackers and War. Those are all good games. Those are all good movies.
Yes, yes.
Solar Babies. It's basically Mad Max plus a lacrosse team lacrosse film. It's amazing.
All right.
Yeah.
So this is from
It's so good.
James Helsher. I
You're
hope
in
I'm
for a
saying
treat.
your name correctly. Hello, Ashley. A proper mace of disruption for our favorite cleric.
Yep.
Hope you like and enjoy.
Yep.
Feast your eyes on this fucking shit. Thank you, Reese.
What? Oh, I wish we would have had that when we shot
No.
the opening credits. Oh, that's so cool. He said mainly a costume weapon or display piece, but can be swung around and used as a training tool, at least according to the guy I got it
That
from.
will wreck your
That would
fucking
wreck
day.
somebody.
Oh,
Like,
man.
look, Grog.
You have a new beatum stick.
That's so rad.
That's such a wonderfully bad idea.
That's so
Seriously.
awesome.
That's a
Watch
home
out, undead.
invasion deterrent right there.
Yep.
Yep.
This is going by my bedside.
Just put it in your glove compartment.
I received this beautiful lucky trinket for my travels from Hannah Helm. Thank you so much. It's got a bow and some wings and some pretty gold on it because I love gold.
Dang.
So I got it from JP Ashman. Dear Matt, enclosed are two first edition copies of my debut fantasy novel, Black Cross. Both the series, artist Charles Richardson and myself have signed the books, and one for the critters to give away. That's so sweet. I hope the whole Critical Role guys sign it, perhaps. Make it almost before the critter receives it. But Charles and I are huge fans of Critical Role and cannot thank you all enough for creating this epic, entertaining show. We hope you all had a good break and everyone is feeling well. We look forward to more episodes in the future. Oh my God! Please tell Scout that his Redskins football song was perfection. I'm seeing a theme here. Please say hello to my younger brother, Martin Ashman. Hello, Martin. He's an immense fan of yours, and D&D and Critical Role both helped him find himself and make new friends.
All right.
I love him very much, and it would mean the world to him for me to hear his name mentioned by his hero. Thank you, Jonathan. You guys are awesome. And yes, maybe always avoid Will's dice curse. Indeed. Thank you so much for the books, man. It's awesome.
Super quick thank you to Michelle Mango for the fan fiction about Backseal Dam. And I will peruse it later.
Oh my.
I didn't say it was that kind. It might be. I don't know.
I'm just gonna assume.
Yeah, this is, I've been waiting for this.
Wow.
This was from Shauna Mulligan, who's at Kaylin Silverfur on Twitter. She's done amazing Art Nouveau pieces with me before, of Keyleth in the cast before, and she did one of Season 2 Keyleth, and I've been waiting for this. Whoa, that's I know. Thank you so much, Shauna. You're so great, and you're so supportive. And your letter is super sweet and amazing. Thank you. And now I have to find a frame for this. Gosh, you're so much amazing.
So
I got, sorry.
Oh, no, please go ahead.
I got another present from Marco Payton that says it should give me an idea of what to do with Goldak.
Yeah, kill him dead.
That's awesome.
I can also use this as a punishment for evil dice.
So this is also a gift from James Holscher. It says, not really knowing what Craven Edge looks like, I found this. Would think the proportion to you would be about the same for Grog to Craven Edge. Just a display piece. Do not try to open any doors.
Oh! Is that the same person that sent the morning?
What
it's
the
from,
hell?
It's,
Yeah,
it's
same
the same
Wait,
person,
is that-
the same
is
guy
that
who
a
sent the
fucking-
mace.
Yes, it's real.
What?
It looks like those 300 swords.
It looks scary.
That's amazing.
That's slick.
Is it sharp? Great. Now that's going on
Wow.
above
really
the
cool.
fireplace.
That is
Come on, break into our house.
Taliesin and I both got art from Sahara Anderson.
Who sent these, and like I'm gonna show it, but like really at some point after I've actually slept for 36 hours this weekend, I'm gonna try and either take a picture of it now or
They're
like frame it
incredibly
properly.
detailed. Apparently, these are first drawings. She's an emerging artist, and I think it's.
What?
Yeah, and it's
mine is magical poop.
Yes, it is.
Very intricate style.
Oh, that is rad.
It's so pretty.
I know how long
She
it
says
took.
exactly how long it
Yeah,
took.
it took her 16 hours and 17 minutes to make mine.
And mine was 36 hours and 47 minutes.
What?
And there's actually things hidden in
There's
the picture
hidden
as well.
messages in the picture.
That's so crazy.
And, yeah, I will definitely let you know where this ends up. This is.
I may hang this in my bathroom.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That's something to concentrate on. This is amazing. That is
incredible.
Thank you so much. I know. I'm really.
Detail that's in that.
I got something here from Aldrich David, who has sent me something before. He says, I hope the cast and crew, Critical Role, and Geek Sundry are doing well. Here's another gift I wanted to send you, and it is another big bad monster. But I swear I'm only quasi-evil. This is the same gentleman who sent that amazingly painted Dracolich, the zombie dragon, before.
That we'll never
So
face.
if you guys ever find your way in the abyss, I don't know whenever that'll happen, an old friend who's come up before, perhaps you'll run into an Orcus.
Oh no!
That's what he looks like.
What a
Yeah.
dick!
What's he sitting on, a throne?
Throne of bones and skulls.
That's what he poops in.
No, thank you.
Yeah, that's,
So
that's
cool.
His outhouse.
Oh, his wand. His wand looks so good too. Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Thank you, Alder. That looks amazing.
Fuck no. No.
Oh, yeah. Wait, I gotta see those talismans.
Okay, I got a present from James as well.
Oh,
and
shit,
I can't
we're-
get it out. I can't open it all the way. Oh my god. So I can't get them out without.
What?
But
We're going shooting.
they're arrows of awesomeness.
We are so
Elven. He says they're elven fire arrows. He can't get them to work.
It goes
but
with that.
I think I may.
I feel like it goes
Open up
with
the
that.
second box.
Yeah.
What?
I
Open
feel
up
like
the
that
next
goes
box.
together.
Open the
What?
next
Is
box.
it a bow?
Is it?
Goodness, it's a bow.
Oh my gosh.
Careful, careful.
Guys, in your backyard, you can set up an archery course.
Well, there's one
For a few weeks until you hit a neighbor's
right
kid.
by your, there's one right by your house now.
Holy.
Wow.
There's one right off
Is
the
this the
freeway.
same person? What? I think it might be from
Holy.
a different person.
This is from Eric Montford, who sent me the
Yeah,
deadly
this is from a
blade.
different person.
You
So
have
but
a whole
they go together.
Weapons.
I love.
So
I
James sent you the arrows.
James sent me arrows.
And Eric Montford sent you the bow.
That's so cool.
Thank you
Someone's
both.
gonna be making a vine.
Oh my
I gotta
gosh.
see those
If
books.
you want that.
Man,
I gotta see one of those books.
No.
you guys are armed.
This is crazy.
Like armed now.
Yeah, no.
You got weapons and axes. You got mace. You
Come on
got
in.
arrows
Come
and
on in.
bow.
Destroy so many.
You
of
got
them.
daggers.
Pass that down
He's
there.
got guns. You got
Smell it.
the sham.
Smell it.
I can annoy someone to death.
Bards for the win.
I have a painting
Whoa.
from Kaylin Emery.
I think I even know where that was
So
printed.
online.
Church of Light, I think, used to exist in.
Thank you,
in
Kaylin. He looks like me 'cause
Los,
it's me.
in, like
Thank
Hollywood
you.
near.
Los Angeles, 53.
Yeah, thank
She
you.
sent me one too.
I think I know where they were, and I think I've been there.
Simon.
I'm gonna have to talk to a couple people who were around in '53 and get the skinny. But I think I know exactly where that came from. I'm very excited.
What's happening? What's
It
going
burned
on?
down.
Who's up? Who's
Giant
up?
mini,
Oh,
do you
it
have in
burned
there,
down.
Matt?
I wonder who burned it down.
Wow.
You go first, Matt.
Okay. Oh man. Oh, this is really cool from James, aka at it looks like Jalen on Twitter. Might be 2Ds. Sorry. Hello to Matt and the rest of the wonderful people. Here's your 50th episode. Went off without a hitch, and the critters are currently awed by all the surprises you've no doubt been planning. Oh, I met briefly at KaizukuCon. Oh, so nice to see you out there. So was some of our Irish fans. The slightly sleep-deprived and starstruck Percy cosplayer gave Matt a mini dwarf. Yeah, it's a dwarf mini! Thank you so much for coming out. Oh, they, I guess, understood how much I enjoy Avatar and Marisha.
What is a Momo? Momo.
That's amazing.
Yeah, he flies. Yeah, Momo. He almost like
Knock
did
over
the
her
coffee and I
headdress.
caught him.
That is for you.
Momo.
What is it?
It's a bloodthirster.
A
What
what?
is that?
No, stop! Then you're gonna
yeah.
be Vox.
This is from Warhammer, and it's one of my favorite minis they put out, and this is awesome.
Oh right,
Thank you.
that's
We actually met.
that one.
We met the guy who sculpted this.
So we don't have to fight
New Zealand.
He works at Weta now because
It's Warhammer. He said it's Warhammer, right? It's Warhammer. We don't fight that.
Yeah, we don't.
We're good. Abernathy said we're good.
Well, I mean, you know, it could be a good stand-in for like a
Matt, no, it's the wrong game.
No.
Well, thank you so much, James. That's amazing.
I got a box from I think Yvonne Joan and Crystal Jones. I definitely know it's from Crystal Jones, and I can't even tell where, but like I'm trying to figure that out because this is crazy. But
having an argument.
This I don't even know. This is just amazing.
Yes.
Amazing. This is nuts.
So good.
This is absolutely nuts.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
And,
what's in it? What's in the box?
What's in the box? Oh God.
How do you open the box? Oh, it's
There's a little mask with Velcro.
So excited.
Oh.
That's
from.
cool.
It's from the same
Yvonne
person
Jones, Crystal Jones.
who did his mimic box.
Careful when opening, and you put the careful when opening. No. Well,
Careful when opening
in
inside the box.
I don't even know. Okay.
Read that picture for you.
Oh wait, that's the glove. That's your diplomacy.
That's the diplomacy glove.
Oh my
what? Yes!
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
What?
I love it.
This little Holocaust mask.
I love it so much.
Oh, and there's a gun.
And there's guns.
Perfect.
Pew pew.
Oh, and oh wow. This is so crazy.
Oh, that's so fantastic.
Thank you so much. Oh my God. What's its little Velcro hands? There we are. This is amazing. Thank you so much.
I got a very sweet note from Kat Hedgecock, and a picture of a place that she finds very peaceful. And I won't read the letter, but it was very sweet. And she also sent along 2 little dragon cars, one for Matt and one for me.
Yeah.
They are Hot Wheels. So one of these will be for you. I'm going to put it here and get it to you later.
Oh my.
I've got this one. Paragraph there. Thank you, Kat, very much. It was a sweet note.
I got this amazing letter, and I'm gonna preface it. Yeah. And I don't know how, public private. She doesn't say it's not private, but from a girl named Reese, who said that she heard a podcast. She heard me talking in a podcast called Speaking Geek that came out back in February. And I talk about this a lot. So this is crazy that this is all coming around to fruition. This is blowing my mind right now. So she said she just got her bachelor's degree in psychology, which congratulations. Getting your bachelor's is no easy feat. And she said post-graduation, I've been floundering with no direction. That is, she was wanting to get her master's, but she didn't know what she wanted to get her master's in the field of psychology. She says, that is, until I heard you say something in a podcast that struck my heart. And I don't remember this, but I'm glad you did. Gaming can save the world. I genuinely 100% have the insane belief that if everyone played D&D just once, I think that it would make the world so much of a happier place. I think it brings so much humanity, play, and imagination to people. I think if everyone got to experience the joy of Dungeons & Dragons, it would be a different world. Marisha Ray, Speaking Geek, February 5th. So, because she heard me say that, she has decided... She's saying, after getting over my knee-jerk reaction that you were overestimating the importance of games, I realized that you were 100% right. But could you be more than right? The answer is yes, because I researched it. And it goes on, but more or less she said that because of that moment, she has decided to get her master's degree in the focus of RPG therapy as an essential form of therapy for my master's thesis. And hopefully dissertation. Starting August. So she said she's going to send her dissertation my way when she finish it. Absolutely, please do That's incredible. And she said, thank you for the 1D and 10 inspiration die that I needed.
I go see that shrink.
That's crazy. That's amazing. Congratulations, Reese. And thanks for watching.
So awesome.
I got this.
Rad.
My friends and I have greatly enjoyed your role playing on Critical Role. You're inspiring to watch. You give a great example of fun RPGs. As Grog Strongjaw has conversation with Craven Edge should be a physical manifestation of Craven Edge. Please accept this gift from a fan.
Oh my gosh!
What the hell?
So that's a German broadsword.
Courage and Honor, Black Sands Rhino, 8th level Dragonborn Paladin of Bahamut, and first time DM from Ridgecrest, California. Holy shit.
Taking it to Ren Fair.
So,
Oh my gosh.
So,
Yeah.
while Craven Edge may exist somewhere in an alternate plane, that Craven Edge is going to reside somewhere on your wall in your new home.
Yes, it will.
Whoa, that's heavy.
I'm just going to stick that in the earth outside and be like, welcome.
That's nice. That's
Watch
cool.
out.
That's a beast of a sword.
I got something here.
That's one of my favorite styles of sword to wield too.
Sword of Omens. Give me sight fields. It's not working.
For the rogue that likes to walk through hell and back. Best wishes, the Miss Star Misfits. Matt is here. Thank you, Matt. Holy shit. And Luke Garris, and Snicket, and Go Jess, and Alice in Space, Discosaurus, and Alice McMurray, and Ann Ramos, and Jude Santos, and Daniel Baron Bonatan von Zarovich Quatch. Pitched them together and got me hardcover
What is it?
Hellboy collection.
What?
I've said here and there how much I love Hellboy. And this is the most beautiful, this is one of several books. And I'm kind of speechless. And thank you. I don't know why any of this shit is happening. And we are grateful for it every day. You guys don't have to do this. I'm grateful for the gift. I didn't do that. I guess I'll just shut up. Thank you. It's a very kind gift. Very kind gift. Thank you. Holy shit.
That's insane.
I love Hellboy, by the way.
Holy cow.
Did something break? Did we break something?
Like when blades mean it's like that stops it.
Thank you.
That's incredible.
I have a letter from
You cut down
Will Avant?
charges you.
Swing it at its leg. Oh wait, no. It says right here. Will Crossweight.
Woo!
As a musician, my favorite part of Critical Role is watching you improv song after song, blah, blah, blah. Recently, I've been doing this thing where I take some of my favorite songs of yours and write full versions of them. I hope that's okay. I made these albums for you.
What?
As a token of my love for the show and appreciation of you who make it. There's one for all of you and for the crew. I also threw in a CD that I made of my own songs. I know you're incredibly busy, but if anyone on set wants some free rock and roll, this is for them. Love and blessings, shits and giggles, Will Crossweight. And there's CDs.
Oh
It's an
man,
album
that's
of
so
songs,
cool.
and it's got my picture on it. And there's like little notes for all of us in them. The tracks include the hits of Scanlan, Charota Healing, I Didn't See Vax, Party Fight Anthem, Baby's Hand, The Critter, Semi-Fucked Fight, and all your favorites.
Semi-Fucked Kind of Fight was my favorite, actually. That was a great one.
I'll pass these out.
I'm thinking of that old commercial that used to air during the day when we were kids.
Yep.
No, my brother, you got to buy your own. Anybody remember that?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, what's that? Did you already open that one, Liam?
Which one? Which one?
This one says group. Oh, that one, yeah.
I opened that.
Oh, I didn't see it.
I've got this
That was the something.
Oh, that's right.
this amazing letter from Stan.
Oh, focus on.
From Stan, who for the past a while.
You guys have copies
He's been dealing with his wife has been struggling with breast cancer, and he's been using Critical Role. He's been watching it and helping him through this time, which is wonderful. And he's been describing to her all the different things about the show, and she's been watching him enjoy it. So she has this awesome blog Grace in Deep Waters that talks about her struggles with everything. But she sent an awesome T-shirt for me because she thought it represented Vex.
Aww.
Which I thought was wonderful. And he also sent this. He's a photographer, and he sent this for Grog, for Travis, because he thought this reminded him of where Grog would have grown up.
Oh, really?
Which is pretty freaking awesome because we did just move, and I love photography.
That's
And
beautiful.
this is wonderful. So thank you, Stan.
Yeah, Stan. Very cool, man. That's beautiful and lovely.
Yes, man.
I got here a wonderful letter for the Critical Role cast and crew, handwritten from Daniel Minton, and one for me as well. This is kind of special. Actually, the contents of this package are both for you and very special. Two of the minis are from the newer sets. The Bahir is my favorite monster in D&D, and the Aspect of Tiamat figure is just cool, which is neat, and I don't have it. That's awesome. The other four are really important ones. They are far older. My father was my first DM and taught me about D&D in the late 80s. When he died a few years ago, he left me his maps, notes, books, and minis.
Whoa.
They may not like much, but they mean as much to me as Critical Role. I kept the figures that hold the most sentiment to me. And of the four, Thomas the Centaur is my favorite. He's one of my first characters I played, taking care of him. He's old and lost his sword years ago. Thank you.
You guys.
Someone open up a present quick.
Don't look at me.
These, I'm trying to work here on. Someone made us shadow boxes. Yours is up front, Taliesin.
Oh, God.
So I'm gonna give you.
Holy
it's
cow.
got that.
Whoa, cool.
Whoa.
Have I made it clear that I'm a Doctor Who fan? I feel like I've been trying to keep that under wraps somehow. I don't know how that got out.
That's awesome. This is. Oh, this one's for me. It's got Minxie and Minigo. I don't know who sent these.
There'll be a letter hopefully somewhere down there.
I know.
Oh my God.
It's buried under a lot of foam. A lot of foam. Like an obscene amount of
There's
foam.
an obscene amount of foam.
I am not exaggerating this foam. Someone else opened stuff while I'm trying to get that.
We got
Here
actually
goes Sam.
the three of us. We each got these little dragons while you figure that out. Sam.
Oh, it's a
Got-
shot.
yours has a ring.
That's hilarious.
I love it. Little Washington football team in there.
I hope you
All
drop
happy
that
names.
before you get to your car.
Don't worry. You mean just like the players on my team? Drop
We got these.
Ashley!
Oh, what's going on? Yeah, no, keep going.
Silly.
Oh,
adorable.
Look at all those. It is Para from Teen Titans. What? This is awesome.
There is not a note in here.
Oh man.
We will find them on the internet.
Thank you.
This came from Vicky Banks.
Vicky, thank you.
Vicky.
Thank you so much, Vicky. This is amazing.
What?
What?
Oh, that's so cool.
We got these little adorable. Oh yes, please take it right. Here, I know. We got these adorable little dragons, the three of us, that are just wonderful, and my girlfriend will really, really love and find adorable because this is very much her thing.
Yeah, they're
And
cool.
then on that note, this was from Maine Ogre. Main Ogre?
Main Ogre?
Main Ogre.
Yeah.
In the spirit of engineers' ability to help make the world a better place, and Pike to heal people, and Scandalous show that poo in the house is only fun in fantasy, he has donated $250 to Engineers Without Borders to aid in projects attached.
Oh, wow.
Where they're building, they're attempting to build a water and sewage system in Ecuador, which actually my girlfriend just
Came back from there.
just came back from Ecuador
Wow.
like 2 days ago. So I will show this to her to see if she knows where this is, because she was all over the place.
That's amazing.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited by this, and I look forward to this is going to go over well at my home. So.
I've got a beastie one.
Thank you.
So I got this note from Reckless Robbie that a while ago I got into wood burning art and decided to capture this funny Grog moment for you. If you'd like to see a time lapse, it's on YouTube. He has an Etsy site called Art Through Flame, where I will hopefully sell stuff like this. Hope you enjoy it. And it is Grog having been half shaved by Vax.
That's amazing! So cool.
Screaming Vax.
That's incredible!
Oh my god.
That's gorgeous.
Wow.
Reckless Robbie, that's pretty dope.
Oh my god.
That's amazing. Is this supposed to be for me?
Wow. Yeah, or there's that one's yours. It's that or a light blue one.
Great letter from Donnie Poole here. Donnie, thank you for sending this. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at it when I get a chance. But also sent this delightful plaque that reads, quoteth the Dungeon Master.
Oh, Jesus.
Pray thee, Vox Machina, in what manner doth thou desire to execute the aforesaid? 2016 anniversary.
Beautiful,
Nice.
beautiful.
That's amazing.
Nice.
Now we're at summer
Doesn't
camp.
quite
We've got
have
a
the
plaque.
ring to it.
I disagree. That's what I'm going to say from now on.
Oh God.
So Taliesin, pray thee, Vox. No, I'm like, that's a big. Thank you so much.
Look at his little balls.
All right, the
Does
twins.
thou defame the house of the Rollo, good sir?
The twins got a gift, but really, ours just got here before the rest of yours. These are from Maria Ricks, who made these amazing paper cut pieces of art. These are
That's
sick.
sick.
These are really cool.
Oh,
Sick.
Good framing
Look at
too.
his little pose.
And Maria says that Christmas just came too soon, and that all the rest of yours are gonna come
Those are really
afterward.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you, amazing.
There's a thing attacking my leg.
Reckless Robbie.
I don't know who this is from,
going to my
but
gym.
someone, Adent42 is all I got. Sent us 2 owlbear plushies. Dibs. Dibs to the other
Owlbear.
dungeon master.
Oh wait, I was the owl guy.
It's an owlbear.
Owlbear.
Do you want the other
Oh,
owlbear for the
owlbear,
kids?
no.
Owlbear.
I mean, of course
Owlbear.
I do. But if it's your thing, I don't know. Was it sent to you?
No, it was sent to the group. They just sent 2.
I mean,
Yeah,
my
this
kids
is
would
From
love it.
Adent42.
Let the children play with an owl bear.
I love.
Yes.
The
let
DM
them
has
play
spoken.
with an owlbear.
That's awesome. From Justin Smith, aka @anything_lame. Hi Gilmore. Here is a goblet fit for only the most glorious of shopkeepers.
Hey, that's lovely.
Oh, it's a unicorn.
It's a unicorn.
Great, because I had a really great cup that somebody here at the office took, and I haven't been able to find it for
I
months.
took it.
But thank you. This is fantastic, and I will make good use of this in the future. It's great. All right, who's up next?
Who's up? Who's up?
Who's up?
Go twins, what do you got?
I don't know
I
yet.
don't know. Why don't someone else go? Is anyone else ready?
Tell us when
I'll go again.
Go, Matt, go
Matt,
again.
Go.
Alrighty. This is. Oh boy. This is from Donald Mearsberger, aka Gungadi, at Mearsberger, a human resources director. Nice. Matt, notice on your recent home invasion of Iman that you had the color spectrum of dragons present except for blue. Human Resources at the Raven's Perch Tavern, located in the mythical chat room, has advised with the consultation of Burt Reynolds, Esquire, that discrimination based on color, species, or alignment does not coincide with equal opportunity measures put in place by the Emperor formerly known as Uriel. Please look into the applicant contained with a fitting substitute for General Krieg, as he was terminated without cause and extremely prejudiced by a nomad group of vigilantes who call themselves the Shits. That's amazing! And I have an entire skeletal dragon.
Oh my gosh.
Skeletal dragon?
It's like that. 12-inch wingspan.
Oh wow.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Donald. That's great.
No.
What? What'd you break? Laura, you're up.
This is to the
another
twins.
twin one.
Oh my gosh.
Tony Campos, who goes by looks like Gemini's Reggio, but he gives me the pronunciation of Heminis Regio. His name is Tony Campos. He drew this lovely picture of our mother Elena with 2 twin half-elven babies.
I saw it on Twitter
Because
before.
it was so like.
And then he
It's
had
amazing.
it etched into crystal.
Into memory stones. Oh, what? Those are amazing. Right? And included a whole letter from his character, Zith, to our characters, saying how he got the memory stones for us.
Oh.
That's so very
Look at those little half-elven
Look at that little
chubbos.
beauty. Thank you.
Thank you. My goodness gracious.
We got a letter from Sean Solo Games. He says he's been watching Critical Role since episode 1. He loves it. He wanted to, with the current storyline into the Chroma Conclave and all the dragon mayhem, it seemed appropriate to send you a game. I created this game allows you to play as the dragon instead of having to face them. Amasser Dragons. It's a fantasy adventure game that lets you be the dragon you have always wanted to play. And we all got copies of it. The biggest bed of gold is your ultimate goal.
That sounds like my kind of game.
That's fantastic.
This one's pretty amazing.
Oh, holy hell.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, let me
Mine's
try
just
and
making
bust
me,
through
like-
this.
Like, yeah, I'm having emotions, please.
This is really fast. Dear VOX Machina and Lysa Priest and events many citizens of Taldori have lost their homes and livelihoods, including their beloved Sean Gilmore. As a loyal customer and admirer, I'm grateful that he has survived and expected a place of safety thanks to your efforts. Though the road to recovery may be long, for all of us, I would like to contribute to the future rebuilding of Gilmore's business with something that every shopkeeper needs. A sign. Please convey to this to Gilmore with my good wishes for his health and prosperity. I hope that this banner will help to draw in customers new and old when the time comes to reopen Gilmore's glorious goods. Sincerely, Nyessa. P.S. The script that served as the basis for the design of Gilmore's name is, believe it or not, a font called Allura.
Whoa. Is that how you came up with it?
It's
Well, I must say
it's knitted.
that will
knitted.
find its way in
That
the shop.
That's
is
badass.
Awesome.
That's magnificent. That is glorious.
That
That's so
is
good.
amazing.
Oh my god.
Wow.
I'm
That's
looking.
really, really good.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
feel
that's
that.
incredible.
That's crazy.
It's so soft.
It's
I
very
can
soft.
see that would have taken me
That takes a
maybe
long
7 years
time.
to knit this.
Oh, this is so.
I don't know who sent the arcane cards from seemingly Birmingham. But thank you.
Birmingham, England, or
Birmingham,
Alabama?
Alabama.
Well, based on the customs declaration, I'm gonna say probably
England.
Birmingham.
Birmingham. Thank you so much. I mean, you actually kind of need to mind as well.
I got this notebook,
Whoa.
this beautiful notebook
Whoa.
from Tuck.
Tuck!
Who also sent me what is apparently the last chapter in her Cassandra letters that she's been sending in her Cassandra gifts. which
Oh,
I
it's
will
so
read.
great.
I will read, and I just want to say, Tuck, like Aaron, it's like this, like the stuff. These things that you've been sending were the first time I had any inkling of the scope of some of what we were doing, and I can't thank you enough for them. And they've been very important, and thank you so much. And I'm so glad that you're on Twitter, and I'm so glad that you're part of the fan base. And thank you. I hope to get out your neck of the woods into Australia eventually. And thank you. I will. Only recently got my brain enough back to write my own original stuff again. It's been like a year since I touched pen and paper, and I will use this for something worthwhile. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm just coming out of a drought. This is amazing. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Aaron.
Yeah.
You guys got more? Yeah. I've got this with love from Friendly Fire, who is another group of intrepid adventurers who recently started playing their own campaign because of Vox Machina.
Light!
And they sent me this, which I almost bought the other day because I saw it too. Oh my god.
That's amazing.
And I love it so much. The only reason I didn't buy it is because Travis would be pissed at me when I brought it home. And now
No,
there's
he can't be mad.
way
That's
he
so great.
That is so cute.
Oh my God! What the no?
Yes, yes.
No.
Oh wow.
That's yeah, that's really what I thought it was.
So,
Okay.
hang on.
Yeah, no, deal. It's all right. Deal with that.
I gotta figure out exactly the scope
Jesus.
of what I'm dealing with.
Oh, shite. This is not for us. This is for you and Lucas. Yeah. Ryan and Lucas. I'm not even going to read it. It's for you.
It says,
Oh,
"Dear Ryan and
you
Lucas,
present?
please give this to Liam."
Ryan, please give this to Liam now.
Damn. This here from Kathy Witten, Katsama, sent a really awesome letter and a wonderful story. She also made a donation to Teenage Cancer Trust there in the UK, so thank you, Kathy, that's amazing. 50 pounds, that's an incredible thing. Also sent me a card, do not annoy the dragons. You are small and crunchy and good with ketchup. And a series of UK candies for the rest of you guys to share, along with Gelatinous Cube 3 hug stickers. Gilmore stickers and a bunch of really great, awesome D&D themed stickers. Many candies to split amongst you. I will have like Easter Bunny candies. What? That's so. Thank you so much, Kathy. For these shortly.
So this amazing box is from Stess Ringhold. You want to read the official release from Gilmore's Glorious Goods?
This is stationery.
Oh my God.
Iridescent, by the way.
Damn right it is.
Where did they find that?
The symbol has a unicorn.
Oh my gosh.
For Gilmore's Glorious... To the members of Vox Machina on behalf of Gilmore's Glorious Goods. Dear Vox Machina, we regret to inform you that due to the recent unfortunate events in our beloved city of Iman,
Quite unfortunate.
Gilmore's Glorious Goods is unable to be your primary provider of weapons, armor, and other magical items. Our flagship store in Iman is empty, taken over by cruel forces beyond our control. We have reason to believe that our future expansion site in Westrunn has similarly been vacated. Oh gosh, should we just read this whole thing? Yeah. While our Iman staff has been safely relocated, thanks to your valiant efforts, we have not heard from our contacts in Westrunn. Please keep them in your thoughts during this tragic time. Please note that we here at Gilmore's are doing everything in our power to aid and assist in the efforts to stand against these terrible dragons. It is our wish to continue our partnership with your party, that the good names of Vox Machina and Gilmore's Glorious Goods will be a beacon of hope to those across Iman and all of Tal'Dorei. Enclosed, you will find a few small items we were able to secure from the wreckage of our beautiful storefront,
A sticker.
which we hope to someday rebuild more glorious than before. Please take and display these items with pride as a reminder of our friendship.
What is all of this amazingness?
Yeah, they made like branded stuff. There's like stickers.
It's like a Gilmore swag bag.
It's a Gilmore swag bag.
There's like
I'm just
little-
saying.
Oh my god.
This is
It helps in trying times to rebrand.
Oh, look at the little baggies.
For a little potion.
They're mason jars.
Oh my god, it's so
So they're mason jars. You put a straw in, and probably you could just put these in. And
They say mason jars.
feel you need it. That's so fun.
Gilmore's glorious feedback.
They're giving those out at the Oscars this year.
What's in that thing?
Ryan, you want to say?
Yes, so the person who sent us this gift, the handwritten letter, they are discussing how they donated money to, they want to donate to 826, but their bank wouldn't let them for one reason or another. Who cares? Doesn't matter. What they did do instead is they donated to a charity that helps children learn how to read.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, they felt that Lucas and I deserved a little bit of praise, so they gave us a medal of thanks.
Oh. Hell yeah.
As I'm calling it, a medal of honor.
Yes. Yes.
That's awesome.
And thank you,
So,
Ryan and Lucas.
Thank you so much.
These guys,
Thank you guys.
this whole crew work their ass off week after week on every show you see on this channel.
There's 3 of us, and
Yeah.
that's it.
They do an amazing job. Go on Twitter, show your appreciation. Send them shit. They earned it. They deserve it.
Yeah.
There's
They're
3 in the
generally
production crew,
putting
and then
in-
there's the entire office who also does stuff as well. But of the production crew, it's Lucas, Dustin, honorably Amir, and myself.
Yeah.
Swords for the crew.
Thank you guys. Swords for the crew.
For the Knights of the Realm.
Hashtag swords for the crew.
All right, who's up next?
This is, oh, sorry.
You know, you go.
This is also from the person that sent this amazing pillow. They do charity work of their own. And they're doing a 24-hour Twitch live stream for Child's Play called Distathon. Last year they raised $2,000, and they're doing it again this Saturday, May 7th, and Sunday, May 8th. So they included information about it. Just Twitch TV/fork_H, and you can check out their awesome live stream at distathon.com.
We got a letter from Nicole Trossen, who sent us some amazing trinkets. It said, had some extra materials left over from a personal project. Thought you guys might enjoy these. And they are various and sundry paperweight/magnets with beautiful lettering. Some of them say Critical Role on them. Some of them are small character icons and character artwork. And there's one for all of us and the letters of our character and Critical Role. It's amazing, and they all have magnets. It's really good. So thank you. I'm still not even done unwrapping them all,
These are
but I'll pass them
fantastic.
around. Thank you, Nicole.
I grab mine.
We love
Cool.
them.
Let's get Vex and Vax
Where's
and
the
Grog
P one for
and
Pike?
So these all go
Oh,
over
wait.
there.
Got a card here from Sam.
It's okay.
It's
Yeah, no, they're
present.
good.
Sam
It's when I'm
Messmer.
stuck glass.
It's okay.
Sam Messmer from Nerd Girl in Maine, who sends D&D character that they had created that I could enjoy and read over. Thank you so much for the wonderful letter. Thank you so much, Sam. I appreciate this.
That's so cute.
So cool.
I'll have to get some caffeine because it's late.
Are
Got a
we?
little Mac pile going here.
Wait, are you doing something, Matt?
No, you.
I finished. Letter, you go ahead.
Okay, you're good.
Thank you so
Okay,
much. Sam.
this one's crazy. Dear Critical Role cast and crew, my name is Jessica at Walk Novelist on Twitter, and for a while now I've been wanting to send you something. Being a college student, funds are low, so I didn't know what to do. However, I started to think of what I could make for you instead, and remember something that I learned that the Japanese do to send good wishes for those that you care about. It is said that if you make 1,000 paper cranes,
1,000 paper cranes.
you will be granted a wish for yourself or for those who you send it to. I thought this was a great idea, and ironically, it fit into the time frame of your 1-year paper anniversary. I
1,000
know.
paper cranes.
However, instead of cranes, I have made you 1,000 paper dragons.
1,000 paper dragons.
For thematic reasons, in each of these dragons, there are also positive, funny messages and pictures to lighten up your day. The messages are handwritten, so please excuse my bad penmanship in them and in this card. Additionally, I've included individual dragons with more personal messages to the cast to inspire and uplift you. Finally, I could not get this. Finally, I could not
1,000
get
paper
this
dragons.
project done if it was not for the help of so many awesome friends who send their wishes. And as for the wish, I wish that every one of you, of your cast and crew, are as happy and inspired as you have made me, and critters everywhere. Sincerely, Jessica, Sarah, Dylan, and Sarai.
Are we really doing? Are you?
Like, seriously. Look at that. Look at that.
Those are so
It's
cool.
insane. I'm not gonna dump them all out.
Don't lose it.
It's okay, I'm not gonna lose it.
We
I'm
can
not
get
gonna lose it.
we can get the Gilmore's Glorious Goods jars and fill them with the cranes, and we can do that thing that they did in Legally Blonde 2, Red, White, and Blonde.
Yeah.
Am I the only one?
Everybody saw that movie.
Am I the only one who?
Everybody saw that movie.
That's where you
And just whenever you're sad, you go in and go for a dragon to make you happy.
Keep them in a pretty
Ashley,
container.
can you count them real quick? Just to make
Just
sure
to
that
We
make
lost
sure.
one. Let's make sure we have them all.
I will.
That's incredible.
There's 1,000.
This is so.
I can't even, like, I don't.
Okay,
I can't.
stop. You're gonna
I
lose
can't.
them.
I'm not gonna lose them.
It's
a little dragon. It's their little dragons.
Seriously, like I want to get like the cutest.
There's
little
one. There's
container
one
all
for
of
you
them.
specifically.
There's one. Yeah, there's one for each of us.
These are so cute.
So Taliesin, here's
Thank you.
This is from Luke. He said, first of all, I'd like to thank you all for introducing me to the main world in D&D. He found a bunch of friends, and after about a month of planning, I was able to set up an official D&D club. We had a bit of a rocky start, but I wanted to send you a shirt from their Smite Club D&D shirt where it says,
awesome.
Crit happens, just roll with it, man. Thank you, Luke.
We got since we're rolling on the group ones, we've got these leather leather bracelets from Rebecca from LA, but in England. I'm gonna say at the moment. This is a long letter that I've been told not to read on air, but like, man, I want to have a conversation with you about some stuff because I'm feeling you. You have no idea. And damn, and then we've got these for everybody, and I'm wanting to.
Bracelet things.
Bracelets for our trip to the Renaissance Fair coming
Love
up, including one for Matt.
Wait, if I get lost, someone knows who I am.
So these go this direction.
Happen.
And then I've got yours with the D20 Dungeon Master.
That's awesome.
So
thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for watching. Oh my God, like
We're so wearing
I'm
these.
having.
I've got a letter here from Emma.
Glitter.
Emma, who writes with incredible handwriting. Like that's
show off,
and then apologizes for it at the end. Don't apologize for your amazing handwriting, Emma. But Emma made me this really awesome leather bracelet.
Oh.
So cool.
You're gonna be so
We have to wear these to Red Fair.
I like it as an arm. In case I
Your
get so
life.
drunk that I forget my name.
And I'll be like, what's
Oh,
your
that one.
name? And Sam.
Okay.
Right, there we go. I found them all.
Here, hand this down to people to open up.
Wonderful, Emma. Thank you.
So many dragons.
Dear Critical Role cast, I got you this to inspire you in a game or real life. Slavery is something we should all fight against. So she made a donation to help rescue someone who is trafficked into slavery.
Oh, wow.
Holy shit.
That's a good cause to give
serious,
to. All right.
Serious,
Yeah.
but also amazing. Lucky
Thank
to
you
be
for
free critter Jean Marie Logan from New Zealand. And there's some individual. Oh, look out for the box from Amazon I sent to Matt. You're welcome.
Yep, I should open that earlier.
And there's also a couple of individual gifts in here. Thank you so much, Jean Marie. Amazing. Thank you for the donation. I got some mustaches from her as well.
This kind of piggybacks on that from Nicole Trosen. I wanted to do something to show my gratitude for your incredible efforts. Took me a while to get funds together, but I sent these all at once. I made donations and adopted different animals from different organizations, and there's just a crap ton of like animals and stuff.
Is that a narwhal? Oh my god!
There's a bunch for Keyleth, for Percy, for Grog, a bison, pike, a snow owl, Scanlan. Scanlan got the narwhal. For Matt, I chose the Komodo dragon. Keyleth, you got the snow leopard, Vexalia, spectacled bear, Baxildon, a red fox. Percy, I chose a lion.
That will do. That will do nicely.
So we got all these things. Thank you, Nicole Trosen. Very cool.
Thank you, Nicole.
Bison.
That's a pretty great one for Grog.
I can open up my paper dragon now.
Open up your paper dragon.
Give me a
There's
number.
a note
and I'll
inside. I
probably-
opened mine already. It's really, really wonderful and like motivational. It's hard to open though. I'm afraid I'll like
Just ripped
mess
it.
up.
Oh god. Ripping a lot. Okay, who's next?
These awesome bracelets are from Paul, who's been watching for about 9 months. And these are made by his brother David. And he does artisan handmade wire wrap jewelry. His Facebook and Instagram pages are Max Wraps and Gems. Mac is MAC_S. And these are awesome.
Oh, wow.
This is another Ren Fair thing we're going to be
Oh,
wearing.
holy
This is going to be intense.
Wait, he made those?
Yes, he made these by hand.
Nuh-uh.
Max Wraps and Gems. Pretty tight.
Tight. This is from Mike Wise. Your show has brought me so much entertainment. Spelled wrong, but no worries, Mike. I really enjoy the RP with your group. I'm not good at drawing and other forms of art, but I'm great at snacking, so I've sent some Virginia grown and Virginia cooked peanuts.
Yeah!
Hugs Virginia peanuts.
I want
Yeah.
some of them peanuts.
These look really good. Mike, thank
Open
you,
some.
brother. You want some? You want some brittle? Oh!
Yes.
This is from @Ariel is here. She makes critical kits on Etsy. I haven't opened it yet, so I don't know what it is. But she said she is a teacher, and she said she's a tutor, and kids love rolling her polyhedral so much they forget they're learning math. And so she sent us some stuff, and I can't wait to open it. I probably should have waited till I opened it to read the letter, but.
Oh, I would kill for a peanut, right?
Oh. Got a
Okay.
really amazing letter from Patrick Worth from Austria.
It's a dice jail for me. a dice jail! Amazing. Like full on dice jail.
Straight up,
So
that's
cute.
That's hilarious.
That is the cutest.
Patrick Worth from Austria wrote me a really, really sweet letter with a couple of also secret little packets that are only for me that I've been kind of reading through the past few minutes. So thank you very much, Patrick, and I shall continue to read these upon my getting home. So thank you very much.
Good peanut brittle.
Who's up next?
I have a weird story of a friend calling this
I got this amazing, incredible gift from Lady Sarafella21 on Twitter. Ooh, thank you. She said she saw the Periscope that we did where I was sad that my bone comb from New Zealand broke because it was a unique souvenir that you can't get anywhere else. So she sent me a new one.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it's the fish hook, which is called matua, which in Maori tradition, the fish hook is used to fish up good spirits and ancestors. And
That's amazing.
things like
I
that.
spent
This
countless
is-
hours trying to find one of those for
You
Christmas.
cannot
and
find
I
them
couldn't
outside of
find
New
one.
Zealand.
Yeah.
They're, it's
Oh, yeah,
incredible.
no.
Yeah, they
That's
hand
fantastic.
carve like all of this. Thank you so much, Lady Sarafella. This is. You don't know how. Oh my god. I'm gonna put it in right now. I was like so heartbroken when my bone comb broke. I was so heartbroken, and I've still been wearing it anyway. So this is amazing. Thank you so much. Since I have no words. No words.
Taliesin should open.
We got a really amazing letter here from Levi R. Dear cast and crew, Critical Role, I don't know if any form of entertainment has ever such a profound impact as the one you all have had on me. I'm not able to donate to your charities if you subscribe yet. Recently had to quit my job, so things are tight. Totally understood and not a worry at all. We've been there. But I look forward to the day I can send you mementos of a donation made in your name. Been a critter for almost a year now. Only just now am I gathering the courage to send something to you. This first, hopefully of many, may seem a little mundane in comparison to other spectacular things you've given. Not true at all. Every little thing is incredible, and as you've seen.
Yes, definitely.
But I promise I have something creative in the works. Just takes time. When the time comes, I hope you remember which critter it was that sent it. I'm very active on Twitter or the chat room. Also totally fine. We're just glad that you're coming along with us in these adventures. So I feel a little left behind sometimes, but I find it hard enough to keep up on the stream, let alone contribute to the chaos as the chat room. Love the chat room in parentheses, so you guys get love there too. Sent an amazing book that a friend of theirs wrote that they actually helped edit and design the cover of, called Writer's Block by L.A. Smith. So thank you so much, Levi R. I'm going to go ahead and go through the rest of this too. So yeah, that's his book name, so if you want to check it out too. Awesome, really appreciate it, Levi.
This is a bracelet I
The
actually
pepper one.
wear bracelets very often.
Oh, that's why this is.
All right, who's up next?
I've got one. Critical Role, cheers and greetings. I'm Jamie H. Savage, aka Captain Grimold the Gallant, and my family are Renaissance Fair artisans merchants, in addition to our own full-time jobs. I'm a very big history buff, and most of my favorite forms of entertainment are in many ways outdated. The best examples as they relate to your show, the old radio shows and traditional style of robotic storytelling. I've not played RPG in years because I live way out in the woods and I'm too busy to put a group together, so when I found your show, I've been binge-watching it to get caught up and enjoying how you have filled that space in my imagination. So thank you very much for your time and effort. Thank you all for making D&D look and sound cool. More than that, thank you very much for all the promotion of charities you are doing. I'm sending you some of my family's Ren Fair products for you to use in addition to the giveaways that you do. Use them if you want to. Also, please look through the books for your own enjoyment and see if you want to go ahead and sign them. Again, thank you for all the good that you are bringing to the world. Jamie, H. Savage. I will not attempt that. P.S. I hope these books can add to your 50th show. The books that they send, and this is something I used to do at Ren Fair when I was working Ren Fair. Riddles of all ages.
Oh,
give us a sample.
Yeah.
Short.
A short one.
There's
Those
no
are
answer
really
though.
long. Oh.
Inside a burning house, this thing is best to make. Best to make it quickly before the fire's too much to take. What am I?
An escape.
Very good. Good people. Also in this bag is a book of dice games. I used to actually play quite a few dice games at the Renaissance Fair.
Read us one of the entire dice games, start to finish.
Start to finish.
History of Dice.
Oh,
no.
Yeah, I'm just
God,
kidding.
no.
Oh yes, we used to play a game called Threes. I don't know. The 3 dice game. There it is. We played a lot of Threes at Ren Fair, and this is a fun game.
This is also from Ariel, the Critical Kits, and she sent some stuff for sub giveaways that we can pass to Ryan. I'm gonna pass this over to Ryan, including another dice jail for some lucky winner.
Oh,
nice.
Fuck, a songbook. This is not going anywhere. This is coming with me.
Why? I'm the song guy.
Yeah, but you don't know these songs. Where I do.
Okay.
I'm excited.
I was given from Critical Kits a charm that says "Big Biz."
Nice.
Yeah.
Row, threatening bog down in the valley. Oh, okay, I'm good. Okay, sorry.
I have here a really beautifully packaged, wax-sealed letter from KC at Tempest Pidgeot. Nerdy-ass voice actors. I'm not sure what I could write to you that hasn't already been written, so it's like I'd be repeating something you've heard dozens of times when I say thank you. That's okay. We say the same things repeatedly all the time. Thank you for the laughter on the days I grew tired applying for yet another job and hearing nothing in return. Thank you for your passion, which is pushing me to pursue my own creativity and accept a risky job offer doing something I truly love. Thank you for your vulnerability that not only leads to deep catharsis, D&D is fun, you guys, but sparks conversation around my Friday night gaming table. Most of all, thank you for your story. It has given me an epiphany. In the 14 years or so since I started gaming, I've been cautious in stepping up to run my own games, which have... see, how could I? How could I? I'm a girl who's always valued story over perfect recollections of the rules. Now I see that the story I've been planning for more than 2 years may not be merely passable, my own masterpiece. In this package, I hope you find several banners. Unfortunately, I couldn't finish my original plan for your 50th, but they are in process, so look out for them soon. For now, I hope these tide you over. Keep rolling dice and telling stories. See you Thursday. KC. We got a bunch of Critical Role banners.
Awesome.
For all you cats.
I love it.
Passing these around for all you suckers.
Those are great.
So this next
Thank you so much, Casey.
We got okay.
Yeah, everybody pause. So
I gotta run. So this is the last one I can do.
He's got an
Early
yeah.
shoot. So this is from Ellie. She says, I commissioned these for all of you in July from Tainum on Etsy. I am relieved you have survived thus far. Thank you for every episode that you have allowed an audience to witness. It is always a highlight of my week. And we each got one of these commissioned little... Did you open yours?
That's a final, like, dude.
What?
Wait, what?
Little bubbles?
What? Very customized. Very customized.
Oh my goodness.
That's amazing.
Ellie, these are amazing.
These are
With a
incredible.
band and some little trinket.
Oh my god.
Look at this little bruiser.
Matt, I don't know if you remember, like, we're being in a shop with me like 11 months ago and going like, pop vinyl, that's when we know we've made it.
You got the little bracelet.
These are amazing.
Awesome.
Even got the little
Thank
metal.
you, Ellie.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
This is spectacular.
I'm sorry to abandon you guys, but I gotta go.
I know, you're the early one.
Bye, guys.
Bye,
See you, buddy. Here's your banner.
Bye, Travis.
Tell Chris we say hello.
Holy fucking cow.
Fucking cute.
Oh my god, can I, wait,
That's incredible. I can't even... That goes onto the desk immediately.
Oh my god.
These awesome drawings are from Omni. Let me tell you her last name. Omni Clark. It's Vex in the City. And Percy and Vex. And she also makes made this awesome card. This is awesome.
Thank you.
There's one for me and you, Percy, here. And one for all of us girls in this one.
Oh, Vex in the City.
That's great. It's so cute.
I have a mishmash of stuff from Matt Gostick, and everything in here sends money, where to go, to citizens in Kenya through a charity called Me to We. Supports getting clean water to impoverished communities in Africa. And it's a whole bunch of stuff. This is for Tea for You, for on-the-go drinking.
Oh, that's great.
And getting it puts money to the charity. There are Rafiki bracelets for you, and you. Red, there you go. And some tea, some Me to We tea.
Me too, we.
As well as a 7-inch digital picture frame for one of us to use to stream all of the amazing art that the audience makes. Thank you very much.
Matt and I didn't get
Yeah, that's actually.
Hey, that's perfect.
You put it with your
That works out oddly well.
stuff, and you can take this as well. It's me.
That's awesome. Got a really sweet letter with a really great presentation here. It's like a handmade card from Annie S. Clark at stories_in_dreams on Twitter. Says, Dear Matt, here are a few custom-made pieces for your scrapbook. I didn't know what kind or size of album you keep, so I tried to make pieces as versatile as possible. Please enjoy. Let me know if there's anything else I can make. Thank you for everything. Thank you for everything, Annie. That's amazing. Actually, these are gonna fit really well. I like this already. Thank you so much.
I got this from Mad Wife, who sent me this phenomenal box, and it came with instructions. And I won't read the entire instructions because I know that there's a time limit. But I was told to read some of it. First, thou shalt take out the holy pin. Then thou shalt count to 3, no more, no less. 3 shall be the number of the counts, and the number of the counting shall be 3. I will read the rest of this in the appropriate voice back home. But thank you. Thank you so much. This is fabulous.
We got amazing little dice bags and character bracelets and character trading cards from Once and Future Kiki on Twitter. Thank you so much, and she sent an amazing little note, which
Once and
was
Future
super
Kiki?
sweet. There's Vex, there's Pike, and there's Grog.
And there it remains.
Once in Future, Kiki does a bit of art and a lot of.
I didn't get a banner.
Around
Yeah.
the show.
Is it it's a banner?
Just really good.
I was just thinking, I actually on Lederhosen, this would go really well with it.
Yeah, we're so
You open a knee. Oh,
Lederhosen, this is actually very much like a
that's so good.
What?
And these
Like a trading card. Yeah, she said there's
What?
trading
What?
cards. That's so cute.
That's too much. I can't.
The cast critical role. This is an explanation of your gift. So if you could read this on air and you open it, that'd be fantastic. These finger puppets
cool.
have a special meaning. Got finger puppets of Percy and Pike.
Oh, here's
Oh my God! Oh, Grog!
Oh my gosh.
Finger
Oh.
puppets.
So awesome. I think all you guys got some too.
Yep, we sure did.
Thinking about their special meaning, referring to the miracle your show has been to me. Last summer, a friend of mine told me about the show, but I never got to watching it. So I was taking care of my toddler at the time. Then October rolled around. That first weekend, the day before my birthday, I had my first miscarriage. As you can imagine, it was some of a wreck that time. That following Thursday was particularly bad. I went on Twitch to see if my cousin was streaming, but for whatever reason, he wasn't. I looked on the front page to see that there was, I saw it was the D&D category. Critical Role was the first listing. I recognized Liam in the screenshot. Very first thing I saw was Marisha casting Fairy Fire in the battle of the basement of Greyskull Keep, where those invisible things were trying to kill the carriage driver. I had no idea what was going on, but D&D is one of my favorite pastimes, so I kept watching. Spent the next several days and weeks catching up, watching all the episodes. You guys made me laugh. I feel again in the darkest time of my life, and you were there for me still in February when I had my second miscarriage. The destruction of a mom was a little poorly timed, Matt. Oh.
Yeah, Matt.
I want to donate to your charities, but while I don't have a lot of money, I do have a lot of felt. That's these puppets you use in session at home with your kids, your nieces, nephews, your neighbors, whomever, in honor of lost children who will never have the chance to play. Please play for them. Thank you all so much. The words are inadequate, but I hope they get meaning across. Keep playing, keep inspiring. My gratitude, Samantha Jarvis.
Thank you,
Samantha.
Samantha.
Thank you.
Samantha.
And I scooch away.
It's really cool.
Like a little poison dagger on a little bag.
Yeah.
This is kind of what I imagine we look like in South Park.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
If we were Canadian.
Yeah.
Hey guys. Oh, try it.
Little Gilmore!
Oh.
Got a little goatee. I love it.
So cute.
Oh my God, these are so cute.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh my God.
My kids are gonna love these.
What'd you get, Ashley?
So we have some for the group from Nick Sandalich or Sandalich. He has been watching for a while now and has a really, really awesome story. And he made these custom dice bags based on our characters. And use them as you would like. And they're awesome.
Oh.
Made out of chain mail.
Pass it down.
Take one and pass it down.
Find your own. Here's a rug.
It's heavy.
Those next.
Oh, that'd be why.
Pass it down.
Look how colorful I bet.
Oh my God.
And yep, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's what I thought was mine.
You have the colorful one?
I know the brown, the earthy looking one. The colorful one is what, Matt? Yeah.
Matt, and then
And Scanlan gets the
Sam.
shiny one.
Ooh.
Here, Matt, catch.
Oh,
Good
a
catch.
little propeller going there for a while. That's really
Oh.
pretty.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They're chainmail dice bags.
How's that
man.
work?
What's this? Cool.
Burn it up.
I like your little description of me. I'm quite pleased. I might use this.
Okay, it's a
Good.
condom.
William Raelian sent a bunch of D&D books that some of these we can go ahead and use as part of our giveaways.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Nice.
You guys in the stream. So this is a gift back to the community from William.
Oh,
which
that's
is
awesome.
fantastic.
Wow, thanks,
so thank you so
William.
much
Thank you.
for support that, man.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I'm running out of space.
it going, guys. Keep it going.
Pass this
Come on,
down to
we're
Sam.
halfway.
Pass that down to Sam.
No.
I would assume.
That's awesome. Dear Vox Machina, Merry Christmas and Happy 50th from anim5.com. And this is awesome. They're clocks.
Oh my gosh.
With each of our characters.
What?
Oh,
Yes.
What? Oh my gosh.
Clocks. What is this now?
They're clocks Machina?
It says, when you craft an
Clocks
epic
Machina.
story with friends, it becomes a wonderful string of vivid memories. When you share that story with thousands, it becomes an amplified cathartic dream that heals a piece of the world.
Really cool.
Really cool packing.
That is so cool.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Here's Matt.
That's so cool.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
There's also something else in here. Please give these to the Critical
Hey,
Role off.
it's me in timepiece
Please
form.
give these to the Critical Role off-camera support
It's set to
crew.
a time we'll never be home at.
Yes.
Yeah.
420.
Yeah.
It's clever that they said it at
420.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
So cool.
Love that. Aw, thank you, Anim5.
Thank you, Anim5.
Thanks, Adam5.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm out of here. Oh.
I appreciate that you sent a trash liners to clean up all the packing
I
peanuts.
know.
That's,
That's
amazing.
very
Thank you.
important.
I appreciate it.
A second too late.
Great gift.
So I got a really interesting package here from a. Hold on, I don't want to mess up what I say. From a geotechnical engineer in Nova Scotia named
Sure.
Jamie Harper, and she takes large amounts of. They take samples out of large amounts of bedrock, and she has sent us. Different samples taken from different places that match our characters. For instance, me, Vax, to the stealthy rogue with a heart that grows, gray basalt with feldspar and quartz, phenocryst clusters, the pink and white bits.
Whoa.
So that's the core I got. And then there's descriptions for, I'm going to pass this around. There's a description. I'll just read one more. I'll read Vex's.
Wow.
For the stealthy ranger with her eyes on the shiny prize, some pyrite slate. The pyrite within the rock is more commonly known as fool's gold. Sorry, no real gold.
Oh, wah, wah.
But we'll pass it around. I'm going to open yours for you.
That's awesome.
So we can see the difference.
That's what all the kids like now.
There it is, dark.
Whoa, these are.
Oh, that's so
Those are rock
freaking
cores.
cool.
Yeah.
They drilled in and pulled them out.
Like
samples.
little twink samples of rock.
Yeah.
So cool.
That's fantastic.
So I'm going to pass these around.
Holy shit. Go for it. Got a great package here
This is so cool.
from Megan Levon.
Hey, Megan!
Very sweet letter. Photos of her character Cassie Lockhart. She also gave me this awesome
Oh, wow.
Oh shit.
D&D DM board. Rad. Thank you so much, Megan.
Oh, thank you, Megan.
As well as just like it's like a little art book of all everyone's art pieces she made.
Whoa.
That's
Whoa.
the art that she did.
Very
Thank you
cool.
so much, Megan.
Perfect.
Go.
He is dedicated and devoted.
Very cool.
Thank you, dear.
And then right here,
Thank you, Jamie. This is very unique.
That is very cool.
also sent us a framed art piece.
Hey!
Hey, look at that. That's awesome.
That's a classic.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
I do want to see my rocket.
Oh, wait.
Is this what I think it is?
Sure.
Oh my god! It says to the group, but it's a lie.
Take for a spin, though.
It's a magic carpet.
I think if you take it to the roof of GNS and jump off, it'll work.
Oh my god!
It's like the perfect size. It's so cute. Oh my gosh. Can I take it home and get a picture of Charlie flying on the magic carpet tonight?
Yes. That you can do.
Thank you. I don't know who sent it though.
That might have been one where we couldn't figure it out.
Wait.
Because this was it. This was all the
It
packaging.
just says group from Toby. From Toby.
Odinaya.
Zoe Cox
you, Toby.
from Brisbane sent us. She felt that we didn't have nearly enough cow art.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's great.
You never have enough cow art.
And she also says that she's started her own D&D group in Australia that she plays sometimes with her sister, including a dragonborn rogue named Sorrow who hides her identity, a high elf wizard named Jinx who is royalty and a kind heart, a gnome cleric who has an attitude of Scanlan, and a human barbarian named Corinthia who is a skinny teenager with an attitude. And that she will definitely be using How Do You Want to Do This? And then she sent me a wonderful young portrait of the Dorolo family.
Oh,
thank you kindly.
That's so cute.
This is fantastic.
Not before they all died.
Before they're all dead. Thank you. This is just like just a few years before they're all viciously slaughtered.
All right.
Set that one right
Do you
there.
want to move on to this the special one with the video?
Well, so we just got. Hang on, I just passed one out. Someone got us a bunch of amazing things from Something Dwarven. Did we get a name on these yet?
That's the name of it. She's not ad-libbing the name. It's called Something Dwarven. My individual letter says it's from Chet Atchison.
Yes, Chet
At Dwarf
Atchison.
Outfitter?
At Sword Truth 15025.
Oh,
An awesome notebook.
awesome.
Leather
Out of
bound.
Wow. Yeah, they sent each of us these amazing notebooks, and I got a
so
little
cool.
pencil.
Oh.
Here, Matt, here's yours.
Oh, I got one.
Yeah.
And the how this is written out, this is so beautiful.
Oh, it's so cute.
Thanks,
Wow.
Chet.
These are gorgeous. Oh, these are
Oh, I worked the coffee
perfect.
thing.
Oh my god.
I love this.
Oh wait, there's an individual note.
Wow.
Shit.
Whoa.
Truth 1500.
15025.
Thank you so much.
These are amazing. Thank you.
Adventurer's Journal.
That's so amazing.
What is it pronounced, Gurnal?
Oh,
Adventure's Girdle.
Okay, so what was this other thing?
Shredding my Gurnal.
Just writing in my journal.
Thank you.
I think you mean your journal.
I've got some artwork for us.
You.
Dear Vox Machina, I hope this letter finds you well. I just wanted to send you several pieces of fan art in the style of Disney's Tsum Tsums? Tsum Tsums? Tsum Tsums?
I don't know why I know what these are, but I do.
Here's
And
the artwork.
they're the little weird
Oh,
wormy
it's
creatures.
Beautiful. There's one for
They're
each of
so
us.
cute.
They're adorbs. I'll pass
That
them
are like
around.
little sandbags.
They're really great, hand drawn. Thank you, Margot. Also, she says, "Please don't die." So we won't die.
We took that advice today. I thought we handled that rather
Oh,
well.
everyone did but one.
Yep. Thank you, Margot. Oh, and there's also a note in here that's just for Matt, and it says, "Please read in private. Thanks."
It'll be
Just
done.
give it to Ashley. She'll read it right now.
Yeah. Apparently. I think you're sweet.
I'm in.
I know who those are probably. Thank you so much.
Shit.
I don't know who this is from. I have a thing and it doesn't say a name on it, and it's so
very unique,
freaking.
so it's
It's so cool. I mean,
I know there's something in
You're
here
gonna-
I can't find a name on either.
I know. I recognize those.
You're gonna
Those are-
know who it is if you sent it. This is unique perfumes for me and Travis, or Vex and Grog rather. And they like created their own perfumes for us. Mine is called Vexolia, elegant and deadly.
Grog's
I would
is
buy
called
that.
Ball Sweat.
Grog's is called Relentless Rage. And it says on the back like all the different ingredients that went into it that they thought were right.
That's so fantastic.
There you are,
That's so
Disney
cool.
property.
Okay, these are from Lori Hobbs. They're stickers and they're so cool. It's all the characters but as 7 deadly sins.
Oh,
So Grog is wrath,
Greed.
Vex is greed,
Shocker.
Nadir.
Vax is lust,
Ooh.
Percy is
I
gluttony,
don't know why Scanlan's not last.
Keyleth is sloth.
Okay.
Or wait, no.
Oh, no,
Wait, sorry, I got this
Vax
wrong.
No,
is
no,
pride.
no.
Yeah,
Vax is
Scanlan's
pride.
lust. She's also known as at From Me to You Maps on Twitter, and she does lots of art around the
So
show.
cool.
She
I've
has
seen
a
that,
piece in the
yeah.
Gallery today, all the time. Right, I put a lot of her stuff in the galleries because they're beautiful.
Scanlan is lust.
Thank you. They're lovely.
That makes more sense.
Yes,
Yes,
that makes
it
more
does.
sense.
Like-
Here,
Little
I'll
horn
cut
dog.
these so you guys can have them.
This is so cool.
Thanks.
That's fantastic.
These are awesome.
I looked at you like you did it, Matt. I was like,
I know.
this
I
is
know,
so
this
cool.
is so
Thank you,
cool.
Matt.
Look at these cool things that you can't see because you're too far away, Matt. Okay, that is really cool.
I've got a little pile of things for you here.
All right, we got one gift here real fast. There's a video to play after I open this gift from the person who sent it.
This is cool.
Alright, so this is for the group from Trainer Jody. So you guys know from one of our OG critters. Alright, here you go. It says, Dear Cast of Critical Role, thank you for everything. Lucas should have a video explaining this gift to Trainer Jody. And it is, this is letter.
Oh, wow.
The King from the Wings in 2005. Oh, we want to start the video to help explain what this is? Because I think I know what this is.
Do it. Hello, Matt Mercer and the cast of Critical Role.
Hey,
My
Jimmy.
name is Trainer Jody, and I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate you on your 50th episode. I don't think anyone could have predicted the effect that your decision to bring your incredible world to us would have not only on your fans, but on hundreds of thousands of people and animals around the world. Last
People and
October,
animals.
we organized
Cows,
a 48-hour live stream where over 50 critters and humans got together representing 8 countries from 8 separate time zones, including 13 unique states, all to get together and play D&D so we could raise money for the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
What?
We raised $3,600.
What? That's awesome.
One of the countless ways that critters have made a difference in their world. And none of that would have happened had it not been for you guys. Because of your decision, children will have access to healthcare that they wouldn't have before. Kids will be able to learn creative writing. Animals will have access to care that would have been denied to them. And countless critters' lives have been altered for the better. This game has actually changed the world. You guys, Matt, Liam, Laura, Travis, Sam, Taliesin, Marisha, Ashley, and Orion have quite literally changed the world. In recognition, I would like to give you this. This is the gold medal that we were awarded for raising over $1,000 for Extra Life. And it should be somewhere in that pile of gifts thanks to the magic of the internet. Please accept it as a symbol that this game has done so much more than simply entertain us. You guys have started something that will continue long after Vox Machina decides to retire from adventuring. I know the regular sign-off is it Thursday yet? But I would like to take this opportunity to ask all the critters and humans in chat right now to join me in thanking you by simply saying thank you for Thursday.
That's so nice.
Jody, by the way, is we've talked a bunch on Twitter, and he runs his own game, live streams it, and he's a phenomenal DM, and the whole group that they run is great. And
Jody was there month 1.
yeah,
I remember.
Yeah, OG.
OG.
OG critter, man.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Jody.
Thanks.
Really appreciate that. And congratulations to you guys for one, being so proactive and taking your gaming experience and using that as well to promote and help aid charity and raising that incredible amount. And I mean, thank you guys. That's what makes this so special.
No words. For this at this point.
Far beyond me.
All right, keeping the love train going. I have some art. I also know this artist's work, Aurelius Kin. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. It's a Twitter handle. You guys probably remember these. They're sort of stained glass window style.
Whoa!
Art. She sent us prints. They've been on the Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
They're pretty.
They're really pretty.
And there's
These
one-
must have hit when I was really busy because I didn't see these.
Oh,
Those are so cool.
I want to get these made into actual stained glass, dude.
Dude, can you imagine?
I have a thing for stained glass.
So grady.
Scanlan. Oh, beautiful.
cool.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Double keeping with the theme of the love. Or was that it? Were you done, Liam?
I'm all done
Okay.
with that.
This one's super amazing and heartfelt. Dear cast and crew of Critical Role, thank you for the hours of entertainment, dungeon crawling, and reigniting my imagination. through my most recent deployments. I look forward to my days off so I can watch your most recent episode. Along with my current service with the U.S. Air Force, I am also an active 501st Legion member. Because of this, I have donated $100 to the Make-A-Wish Foundation in the name of Vox Machina. Also included in this package is 16 of my coins that I had made during one of my deployments and flown on a B-1 bomber out of Dias Air Force Base, Texas.
Did we get that?
Is that the one?
Those
Is that
must
what
be
he
the
gave
coins.
us?
Yes.
No, there's more coins.
Yeah, oh my god.
What? The certificate with each coin reads, flown in combat over Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan.
What?
In support of Operation Inherent Resolve and Operation Enduring Freedom for T. Sergeant Benjamin Kolb. 12th of November 2014. Winchester means the aircraft returned after dropping off all of its guided bomb units. I look forward to watching the rest of you and your adventures unfold. Thank you again, Benjamin Kolb. This is crazy.
Holy Jesus.
Taliesin's growing too, which means it's not just me this time.
No, I'm done. I reached the end. I have nothing
Thank you
left.
for everything you do.
This is it.
That's amazing.
Oh my god.
Thank you, Benjamin.
This is so nerdy. Oh my god, this is the nerdiest coin I've ever seen.
It's so great.
Wow.
Oh my god.
There's a bunch.
Awesome.
Thank you. This, yeah. 10 points for.
I'm gonna pass these. Just set this aside.
This is so
That's for
fabulous.
you and Matt. Pass these down to.
I don't know who sent the Hero Forge mini of what appears to be an awesome Gilmore. I can't seem to find out who it is, but whoever it is, please find me on Twitter. Thank you so much. That is awesome. I'm excited to put a base primer on that one. We are all emotional messes now.
This is what happens. This doesn't go in there.
All the packing peanuts.
Did you get strong beds?
Oh.
We got one each.
Who's that from?
I will tell you.
Extra
There's
for the
16.
crew.
There's extra for the crew.
Hold on.
You
That
guys
is-
all have one?
We
then?
each have one.
Yeah.
So
The toy pit.
give one to like Ryan.
It may have just been shipped directly from.
It may have been. Whoever sent the delightful companion Black Dragon Embassy.
Oh God.
Stop it.
That dragon and you are dicks.
Guys.
Yes, we are.
What?
Just like that, we've turned on the community again.
It's our turn.
Community. I
It's our
said
turn.
Matt and the dragon.
Thank you.
These are pretty. So
All the dragons.
this was
Ryan.
very cool. This
the
was
crew.
wax sealed, which is very exciting. This is from. I'm totally gonna butcher your names. I'm sorry. Leonor Maudo and Katarina Sibio. Dear Critical Role cast, we've been watching your show for a few months now. Vox Machina and Exandria have been an inspiration for our art and our lives. We thought we'd share some of that inspiration with you. In this package, you will find a handmade wand for each of you. They are based on your characters and the epicness of the DM. You will also find stickers for each of you, and we hope they bring you some wonder that you bring into our lives. So we would also like to thank the Geek and Sundry crew for making this all possible.
Yeah!
Woo woo!
Yeah, crew.
The art. That's the cowl. And those are the Disney. All on the same time.
Oh, Matt. This is for Matt.
I don't want to see.
This is for Vex and Vex.
Use your words. Oh my god.
Can I pull it out?
God.
What?
Oh, now I sleep.
Whoa!
That is fantastic.
These are so cool!
No.
I'm so magical!
Wizarding World?
Yes, please.
Oh, look at these little stickers too.
Oh, there's something in there.
Oh my god, they're so cute.
There's little things.
Look at this little thing.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh. I put this
you
one in the
look
gallery and see all the
creepy.
rest of these.
Oh my gosh, they're so
You
cute.
know me.
Mine says an exquisite wand for an exquisite party leader.
Oh,
It has the unobtainable power of door opening. Yo,
You'll try it and it will break.
Send me the digital version.
Send those
Yo,
down.
they're
Chain the
adorable.
shadows.
These are
within.
adorable.
I have Keyleth
Oh my gosh.
to keep you grounded when the world seems to fall apart.
Ha.
Also appropriate.
Look at this wand.
Possible.
Is this really a sticker?
Oh, these are stickers?
Yeah.
I don't know who
Awesome.
sent these, but thank you for my Treant figure.
Be gone!
And thank you for my brick. I haven't gotten any of these yet.
Oh,
I'm really excited to open this. And I'm gonna do it on Periscope. Not tonight. No, need to sleep, but soon. Soon.
Oh, this is for Matt. Oh wait, there's more in here for Matt. There's from
Okay, this is good. Works.
from the people that got
That
us.
was so like fulfilling.
From the people that got us the wands. This is for you, and also a letter.
Oh my god!
So.
Such a nerd problem. That's so cute.
Actually, you had a Horus statue that didn't quite make it in the travel, but it's very easy to fix. So.
Whoa!
Horus.
Take this away.
Oh my gosh! And I know there's some stuff that from since I've been gone that I'm gonna go through, and thank you guys so much.
What the living? Okay, no.
Whoa.
So yeah, you have a little Horus statue.
Oh my gosh! Look at it.
Egyptian sun god.
This is going to.
And yeah, careful. There's her little sun is broken, so it needs to be glued back on.
That's
I have an Anubis, which is a whole nother story that one day I will
Are
tell
those
you.
all unopened back there?
Yeah. This is her headpiece. It needs to be crazy glued on.
There's light. There's light in the tunnel.
Cool. This is amazing.
I think so. Okay.
This is the note from the girl who did the Vex in the City piece.
Oh!
Did we miss her name?
No. Ashley said it.
Stories and Dreams. Amnias Clark.
So his name's also this thing
Percy's.
over here, yeah.
Excuse me. That is an amazing.
You're my dwarf bard that I want to make one day.
It's a really amazing.
That is awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
This was part of a bigger gift, I think.
Yeah, somebody gave us things.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's where our Anubis. That's where our
Yes.
your
have a
Horus
bigger
came
box
from.
with who it was from?
No, those were from critters who came and visited us when we were in Ireland.
Oh, cool.
Whose name escapes me right now.
Those are the ones from Egypt.
This is a
They were,
handcrafted,
were the
from
critters from
Egypt.
Egypt.
Critters from Egypt. Yeah, it's a he made that pen
handcrafted pen for the fine print for Burt Reynolds.
for Burt Reynolds.
Hey,
he,
I'll take it.
He handcrafted you this pin.
Wait, just me?
Yeah, he made you a pin.
Wow, you can make pens?
Yeah.
Twisted. It's pretty magical.
Whoa.
Isn't
I
that
love
amazing? But yeah, they were great.
The Anubis ties into a running joke in my life, which is going to be
He
very
got
funny.
me like
so.
a piece of limestone that was from like a
I'm
temple.
gonna sign my name with it right now.
This is actually Grog's, but I won it.
Beautiful.
Grog's gonna win. Oh yeah.
It's a little potion bottle, but I will take it for myself.
Okay, I can take another one, Ryan.
She's ready.
Give me another. Hit me.
No!
I have a letter here.
I can open one.
I have a letter here from Raymond Peterson. Dear Critical Role, cast and crew, the story that I have sent has been in the works since 2001. Started as a character history, as you can see, it has become more. I plan to write. More. I'm hoping to get feedback from everyone, especially Liam and Laura. Matt, if you so wish to do so, you may, with my full permission, use any and all of the characters. I really hope you all enjoy reading it.
Oh god, it is 2001. Look at the paper.
I would also like to inform everyone that due to writing this story, it's improved my language arts score on my GED, which I have 2 to go, language arts and math, and I know I have your support. And I wanted to say thank you for your time and entertainment. Love, Ray.
Some spectacular handwriting, dude.
Yes, I get that degree. Thank you for all this. There are individually drawn pictures of all of us, as well as a packet with a very detailed story.
Pronunciation guide.
There's a pronunciation guide.
Pronunciation guide.
Gade.
You need the pronunciation gade to pronounce gade.
This is a story.
Yeah, it is.
All right. Buckle up, guys. We're reading it on the air right now.
This is the second half of Vicky's gift from earlier, who gave us the shadow boxes. She did make one for all of us. This is the other half of them. Thank you so much. In 2 different ones. So Liam, this one's yours.
Thank you, of course. That's
And Laura, this is yours. Yay! Little shadow box. And this is Travis's.
It says the started.
And she also made bracelets for each of us, which I will hand out.
They're so cute.
We have a package from Karen Whitaker and Asher Naring.
Thank you, Raymond.
And they are they live in Toronto. There's no 826 locations there, but we do have a Story Planet, which is a non-profit story making and literacy center inspired by the 826 chapters.
Wonderful.
And it's called the Intergalactic Travel Authority. And the 2 of them spent a nerdy Valentine's Day there picking out gifts for the cast and crew of Critical Role. So, Ashley, Laura, Marisha, Travis get Monster Factory monsters. Liam, Matt, and Taliesin get nerdy-ass space bookmarks. And Sam gets a balloon hat kit because reasons.
That's my favorite.
And the crew, you guys get totally natural earth face kits, and we hope this is enough. Also included are some choice Canadian junk food, which Laura and I are eating right now, and we're not going to pass them around.
Nope, it's for us.
Why? Is it good?
What
Look at
do
this.
Canadians
It's
eat
super
for
good.
junk food?
Laura,
What is it?
look at you, baby. This is mine. Whose is this? Oh, this is mine. Whose is this?
Ryan.
This is Marisha's.
Oh my goodness.
Those are so cute.
Look at these
Vicky.
cutie baby aliens.
This is the shadow box from earlier.
from
Vicky.
Shadow box.
And an additional bracelet.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vicky.
Cool.
Guys.
Oh my gosh, there's so much here.
I have a letter here from
This is a normal amount of
No, we don't deserve this.
Mr. Brandon Paulskill from Madison, Wisconsin. Donated $100 to Doctors Without Borders.
Thank you. What?
And Critical Role's name is the honoree.
Thank you.
Amazing. Brandon, that's incredible. As well as writing his own poem called The Winter of Taldore about the attack of the council, of the Chroma Conclave on Iman, and gave each of us a copy. So, he went away.
Holy fuck.
The Winter of Taldore by Brendan Paulskill. Cataclysm swept across the shadows of Iman, rushing through the fading skies on adamantine wings. Icy thrills of venom fueled their clamorous approach to harrow sleepy cattle as the bells began to ring. Infernal clouds of sickness misted, rain of ashes fell, crashing down upon the craven gentry while they fled. Acrid reeks of desperation flooded from the throngs, longingly devoured by these architects of dread. Remnants quickly bent the knee on desolation fields, obfuscating hope behind their sycophantic groans. Leveled was the cloud top, and from the charred debris emerged a cinder king upon his seat of flesh and bone. That's a really cool poem.
Yeah.
Copies for everybody.
Yeah.
And you get a copy. And you get a copy.
Look under your seat right now.
Hey, what are we opening?
Brandon, that's
This is
amazing.
from Timothy. These are some gifts from Timothy Seibert. I've been pronouncing Japanese names all day. I don't know if anything I say is correct. From Mo is Montana.
MO?
MO is Montana?
Yeah, I think that's
I believe
Montana.
it.
No, wait,
Missouri.
Missouri.
Thank you.
Montana
I'm
is
so
MC.
tired. Thank you. Please forgive me. Oh my God. Oh.
I got wooden dice. 6-siders.
Oh.
To go with my other
6-siders, did ya?
6-siders. It goes with my wooden D20.
You're horrifyingly large.
Oh, that's so
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Oh, this is gorgeous.
These are great. Thank you, Timothy.
Thank you so much.
Archery.
Hey, thanks so much.
Oh, nice.
I love this.
Happy birthday, dear Jefferson. Happy birthday to you.
Did you just get? Oh wow.
Yes, you.
Thank you very much.
Hit me.
I have a package from Dawn, or at VampyD on Twitter.
VampyD?
VampyD, and she has sent us each an individualized letter and a little bracelet, appropriate for each of us. Ashley, here is yours.
Oh, thank you.
Laura, here's you and your hubs.
Oh, thank you so much.
Marisha, here comes yours and
Oh, hello.
Wow, really?
Oh, this is so pretty.
That's a winner.
I like that.
Yeah, I heard it. Talismans and
Oh, thank you.
Oh, these
Mine.
are so cute.
Thank you.
There you go.
Lovely.
There you go. There you go, Mr. Eagle.
He's so pretty. Ooh.
Oh, what?
Okay, I'll have to read these later. We'll read these notes later. We promise, you guys. Thank you.
Hey,
so.
thanks, Don.
Is this a
Those are very sweet words.
Dear Matt, this is a custom Dormant mini I made
Door mini?
to play off the player's fears.
What the fuck? It looks like a vagina!
A fellow DM, Willis Pearson.
Now I'm worried about
First
you.
it's on
That does
Twitch.
not look like a vagina.
That is delightful.
Really scary
Sorry.
vagina.
That just makes me happy. Well played, and thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. By the
Oh,
way.
like, I'm
you,
look,
Dawn,
I will,
for
I will
the-
read your letter once I've
the
slept on
sweetest
Friday. I'm so
letters.
excited. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. I've got. Well, no, wait. I've got to read
Erase
this
the theatre nerds, Dawn.
Theater nerd? Yes, I am excited.
one.
Oh, it's
I'm
God,
amazed that
this
this
is
is slowly turning
fantastic.
into the crazy old man that I
Thank
will
you.
let you one day.
Okay, so this is from
Just call me well. Thank you.
just at Just Call Me Woofy on Twitter. These are
Valentine.
amazing. There's Laura and Liam. Oh wait, Laura, double Laura. Twins.
Valentine.
Ashley.
Thank you. I'll read the rest of it.
Thank you.
dollies.
Travis.
What? Oh, this is not mine.
Oh,
Oh, yes, it is.
Sam.
Oh, what?
These are dollies.
Come on!
Here, Matt. Cat.
What? It has a sling for the mace.
Yeah, these are from Wolfie, aka Just Call Me Woofy. She handmade these.
What the?
Oh, they're beautiful.
She said, fun facts, each one took roughly 8 hours to make.
Oh my god.
They are custom patterns that came from the void of her skull. A lot of the weapons, she used household products. She said Grog was the hardest one to make because you couldn't hide his body shape.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna open Travis's because I
This
went
is
through it.
quite glorious.
Oh my god, oh my god! She said Pike's bun is a traditional rose pattern.
What?
Pike's mace was the hardest weapon to make.
Yes.
Oh, look at little dog!
There will be.
Look at his face!
Look at the sword. Craven
Edge.
That's so great!
Says Scanlan doubles as Burt Reynolds with a pin-on mustache.
I see the mustache. Oh, wait, you can take it off.
Apparently.
Oh, you can take it off.
That's so good!
Oh,
These are so cute.
mustache.
What in the world?
Look at this trinket.
That news is
I
insane.
love this
Says
so much.
Vex has the biggest accessory,
Oh,
trinket. Trinket took the least amount of time to make, roughly 3 hours. Keyless flowers are made of embroidery thread, which is insane.
I didn't notice. My guy has a bag. Inside the bag is a jar of crocheted poo.
She also
There's
said
a crochet poo.
Vax's Simon belt was a
That's
bitch
so
to make,
good.
and Gilmore's robes were most difficult clothing, and Gilmore's facial hair was almost as much of a bitch to make as Simon.
Oh my gosh, these are so
I feel like we need
These
to.
are amazing.
These are so special.
Oh,
Look how cute.
That's badass.
Oh, this is
On a
fantastic.
similar note, I have a box here from Vitali Fishchuck.
Oh my god.
Or Veal Zero on Twitch. Want to send you these little origami figures as a show of gratitude for all the hours of entertainment.
Good.
I was drawing something, but alas, I'm horrible at art or at drawing, but these are pretty damn awesome. It's also something different. I hope you enjoy them. He decided on Gilmore for Matt. These are all glued so they won't fall apart. I was hoping to add weapons and such. These are amazing. I'm going to hold a couple up here.
Holy crap, are those?
These are made out of paper.
Jesus, people!
This is a paper keyleth.
Wait, what?
My sister's ear needs to be glued back on.
What?
But here's Vex.
You guys, what
That's-
the what?
Oh my
So hold on to your ear.
Okay,
Don't lose your ear. Here's a
How is that?
Percy.
How is that paper?
Oh my god.
Here's a pike.
They're heavy.
What?
It's like a
Wow,
dense
this
amount
is
of paper,
dense.
you guys.
Here's Vax.
They stand fully on their own.
Stand.
Here's Scanlan.
Oh, this is
Whoa.
so cute. Look at the
It's Grog.
Oh, Grog with his beard.
Take me home.
And here's Gilmore.
Oh, look at him.
Gilmore.
Oh, here's your
Thank
Gilmore.
you. I don't even know how one would make these. They're amazing.
That's incredible. Start.
They fit on your finger.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh.
Can't. I
Oh my
can't.
gosh.
I know. It's just. I don't.
Welcome back, Ashley.
Yeah.
Thank God you emptied your car before coming here.
Yeah, I know. Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh my god! These guys.
This gift, I don't know. I remember seeing this when we were organizing ahead of time.
It's like
I don't know who it's from. The note says to protect the grounds of your new keep. Thanks for sharing your world with us over the last year. There was no name on this, so if you sent this live gnome inside, let us know. Just tweet at us.
Live gnome.
God, I hope something explodes out of there.
Let me see. Opening.
There we go.
Thank you.
Get out of there.
Here, dear Matt, we thank you and the cast and crew Critical Role for the amazing job you do every week. You bring joy and entertainment to me and all the critters in the verse. You've also inspired me to raise the level of my DM skills constantly. I have enclosed a couple of items that I picked up from Gilmore's Glorious Goods and impart to you, which include this really awesome,
Whoa.
like,
Whoa!
pendant, which is badass looking.
Whoa.
And in this Gilmore's Glorious Goods box, there is a deck of playing cards that contain a bunch of our images printed onto the deck of cards.
What?
Like us?
Like
Or our characters?
artwork and characters and
What?
pictures of
And
us.
our logo is the back.
Yep, with the actual Critical logo.
Insane!
Oh. It's from Jonathan Basilio. Thank you so much, Jonathan, or at Conga Fool.
Congo Fool.
This is a kingly gift.
It's amazing.
Thank you so much, buddy.
So whoever sent us this little warrior, send me a message. He's to protect our keep.
So
cute.
Would be a good addition to the studio, I think.
Oh, we would.
Yeah.
Well,
Maybe
Mr.
you could sit by
Teeter.
Thordak up there. Kind of looks like a football player.
I got a really fun letter from Abru. I mean, I didn't. It's to all of us. It's honestly one of the funniest letters I've ever gotten. And he's super duper cool. And as a thank you, has sent us all hand-painted, I think it's dude. I could be wrong. It could, you know what, Abru is maybe a girl. I don't know. It doesn't say for sure. Hashtag keep him on weird. Has sent hand-painted lighters for all of us.
What?
Which are pretty freaking cool.
Like lighter.
What?
Hello,
Look
like
at
lighters.
that! Yeah!
Oh. Ooh, Percy Dorota the Third.
Oh, well.
Oh, it's me. It's grasping a vine. That's so great.
Okay, Matt's is pretty fucking awesome. Pass it over to Matt.
What?
Brass dragon.
Matt, yours is really freaking cool.
I want to see it. I want to see it. What's going on? Oh, what?
What's yours? Is it a dragon? It's
What?
got a dragon on it?
No.
No, it's broken. No, it has a book on the back, and from the book, it has the bookmark that spirals off and then says, "How do you want to do this?"
Oh, that's cool.
Apparently you want to do it with fire.
There's a big
You want to do it with fire.
That's amazing.
You
Big
always
reason.
wanna do it.
I've got one, guys. Thank you all so much for making Thursday nights fun and bringing joy to us all. My boyfriend and I had a blast meeting you at Portland WizCon. As a token of friendship and appreciation, we made you all your own dream catchers, each with a talisman representing your character. Criticers Unite! A. Gibson and S. Greywolf. And so I'm gonna throw your guys over there, and like Matt, you got one. Keelan,
Look at this!
Sam,
Oh,
Scanlan,
wow.
you got yourself a little musical one.
Yours has a dragon in it.
Love
Got a
it.
trigger, right?
With a,
Yours have?
It's a very
It's
nice.
musical notes.
I've got gears.
Mine's so sweet.
Here are more dice
Oh my God.
dinosaurs, which I think are from Sam from earlier. These once again got separated. Who didn't get a dice dinosaur?
I didn't.
Did you get a dice dinosaur, Pike?
Which would you prefer?
She didn't.
I also got this here from
Oh, there's this one here.
from Mikhail
Sam, dude,
Vorovechik.
thank you. Sorry. Oh my God, thank you. I'd totally forgotten about this. This is awesome. Oh, just it sent me some of the we were talking about this sage, and
Nice.
yeah, at Portland. Good school. Carry on.
From Mikhail Vorovechik. MZV5005 on Twitch. Sent me awesome ancient premium brass dragon figure.
Ah.
It's metallic. What are you worried about? Metallics aren't evil usually.
Maybe this is
Most of the time.
Usually. Thank you so much. All right. What is this?
I have a letter to read. It's long. I'll press it. My name is North Olson. Been watching your show for a few months, and I finally watched online yesterday. Your show's been a great help to me in the last few months. I've had a pretty hard time this last year. Without going into detail, I've been unhappy. I have been playing D&D with my group for a while. My DM told me about your show the whole time. When I saw the first episode, it really cheered me up. You guys have given me so much, so I decided to give something back. I'm an origami enthusiast. Yeah! So I made 1,000... No.
I was just saying, no way.
So I decided to make something for you guys. Dice boxes for everyone out of origami.
What?
Color coordinated.
Oh, that's what this is.
The large dice box. Oh, yeah. Yeah. These are dice boxes.
Sneak out
Nice. I guess I was fell
And
out.
there's also, inside the boxes, are earrings for each of you.
Ooh.
And there's also origami frogs that if you press down on them, they will jump.
Hoppers.
Love hoppers. Little hoppers, yeah.
And now my DM's favorite insult is to call someone a filthy casual. Really appreciate it if more of you said, Noah Neiman, you are a filthy casual on camera.
To say what? to say.
I guess I did.
To say what? To say Noah Neiman, you are a filthy casual.
Nice.
That's
Guys.
What is that?
Who did this? But somebody brewed their own critical roll.
No.
No!
It's
For
What's
Keelan.
in the cast?
Each has its own letter to you about why they brewed it for your character.
What?
Yep, there's Vax.
What
Scanlan.
the heck?
Me. This is for Percy.
What the shit?
This is for Vex. And I can only assume.
Careful.
Yeah, it's for Grog.
That's for Grog.
Yeah, of course.
That's so good.
Holy shit.
That's crazy.
This may end up going home with me since I already have the origami collection.
Wow.
Oh wait.
There's a lot.
Oh shit.
I'm gonna drink this on the stream next week.
I bet yours is the green one.
That's so cool. Do we know who sent these?
Just
thought it
take
was
a
on
moment
the-
to appreciate
I
that.
thought it was on the keg.
Wow.
But it may not be.
It's not on there.
That's why I took it out. Ruined the surprise.
I don't see.
Oh my god.
Oh, there we go. These are from Michael Bernstein at
Yeah, it
PB
is.
Beer Snob. Thank you, Michael. These are amazing. Holy crap.
Wow.
Beer. That's
I
so cool.
hope this stuff is so thick it tastes like alcoholic soy sauce. I'm very
That's
excited.
amazing.
No, he knows. This is great.
What? Wow. This one they brewed with Buffalo Trace bourbon.
All right.
That is awesome.
I think I finished all my sauce.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's group stuff.
Well, Grog isn't here, so I'm just taking his. So
that's so great.
I'm taking his ale.
That's right.
Little earrings.
Yep. Yeah, I guess mine.
These are so fucking cute.
Oh, here's your origami box. Like, there's a whole insane
We
collection of
took ours
origami
out.
box.
What?
You took yours out already? Got mine.
I'll take some hoppers.
I have a letter here. Greetings, cast of Critical Role. Law here from Facebook's Dungeons and Dragons memes and D20 Collective.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we met him. It was a pleasure and honor to meet you all at Portland Wizard World. Maybe you
Yeah.
remember. We do. Hi, Law. How are you? Here are some gifts from our collection at d20collective.com and facebook.com/d20meetings. Love, Law. Thank you, Law. And you sent like a grab bag. This one's for
I've read that.
Travis. And hang on, let me
All
grab.
these people who know how to spell my name. It's such a strange change in my
Well,
life.
it's almost like it's posted on the internet every
It's been
Thursday
posted on the internet
hours
for
at a
years. It's
time.
just that finally people are actually doing it
This
right.
is
It's
for
crazy.
team left side of the table.
Pass that over to Marisha.
Hold on.
Is Sam.
Thank you.
That's so
and
cool.
Mike.
What's that say?
United we roll!
Nice.
United. Oh, he was wearing that.
Dice for you.
Cards for Sam. More dice for
Oh,
me.
it's
The Druid Forest dice. Who sent these?
Even some love for 4th edition. Holy shit.
A little love. got slammed pretty
all
hard.
of them.
Yep.
Good reason.
Oh, that's an
Yeah,
awesome
Boys
shirt.
and Daggers
Dude, thank you.
University Road Class, yeah.
This is
Love
awesome.
it.
I will be wearing this.
Can't find out who this is. I don't know who this is from, but they got us 2.
Party time!
That's
what the
good.
heck? Those are amazing!
Oh my god.
Pretty good.
2 Geek Tech.
Oh.
That was it?
Oh, this is
Take it?
great.
Good. I'm gonna add these to the
Beauty
set.
in the eye of the beholder, you
It's
guys.
actually really useful.
They're U-bolts.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's
Pretty
great.
sick,
Thank you so
not
much. Whoever
gonna
sent that, thank
lie.
you. That's amazing. Can't find who it is.
All right, I got a box of stuff for different people. It doesn't say who it's from on the outside.
That's sick.
I'm gonna hand it out. Here's another in Bahamut from
Oh
Matthew.
my god.
It's got a letter. It says Matthew.
All of the dragons.
This is
all
really
of them.
Is he a twin? Is Bahamut a twin? We didn't know that.
That means that when
Here's
you, when,
something from
if you kill him,
Marisha.
another comes.
Oh, jeez. Oh,
Take
jeez.
it, take it.
That's how
Oh,
it works.
jeez.
Here's something for me. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh my
I
gosh.
think this is for Kaladin.
Oh my gosh.
I'll throw this into the box behind me. Here comes Kaladin.
Oh, thank you. Oh my god.
I smell
hello.
I smell leather coming out of mine.
I like that.
I think there might be boots of haste. I'm just gonna take a wild guess. Boots of haste I could find. Couldn't find a
It
picture to
doesn't
go
matter.
by.
These are
Oh,
all-
James Holscher.
I've got another.
Helscher.
I've got.
Or Tasman5296 in chat and on Twitter.
Nice.
These are functional on a size 10.5, which is my size shoe. Oh, wow.
Oh.
Look
Your boots.
at my boots! Wow, and they're my freaking size on the nose! Send all the 10.5s to you can send it to you. Thank you very much.
Wow.
This is a small trinket
Thank
to
you,
remind
Oh,
James.
he's the one that sent the arrows.
These arrows?
Yeah.
Oh, so
That's
they're
so
in different
cool.
boxes then.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Who sent the?
Oh my gosh, James
Oh,
Helscher. sent
James.
you
James
whatever that
also
is.
sent me
This
a reminder of my victory in Whitestone.
Which has, guys, so you know, James also sent the Crystal Head vodka last year. You got the big. Yes.
He sent me a vampire skull to remind me of my time in Whitestone. Good, very nicely.
Keepsake.
It's as if they've seen my room.
Okay, these are for this Hanlon Percy.
Okay.
No more room
Got
on
a
the
box
table.
of
This is
from Stephen Leckby. And he sent cards for Ashley and for me, and I already passed them down to Marisha got some dice, and Sam got some cards.
Oh, yes, the dice.
And
Yes.
he also sent us all some throat lozenges in case we have long days of sessions. Yay!
Oh,
I will take one of those now.
that's
That's
so
actually
considerate.
really good.
Thank you.
That's
That's
so
we
great.
burned
wow,
through
this
that.
is beautiful.
Yeah, we do.
Holy cow!
Wait, do we read this already? Is this? Am I supposed to open this?
I didn't know. I didn't
Oh,
know.
I'm sorry. There's a thing. Ashley has
Okay,
a thing.
okay, so
Okay.
Thank you.
this is from Omni S. Clark
Awesome.
again.
Oh,
She
again?
also- yes. She has this really beautiful letter that she would prefer us not to read on air, and it's a beautiful letter. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And she made these paper roses that she felt reflected our character's essence.
Yeah.
She designed these for each of us. Each rose, petal, and leaf is handcrafted entirely of hearts to represent the love you have shown and received. The stems are long so that they may be placed in a vase of any height.
That's beautiful.
This is gorgeous.
Yeah, now we
Yeah. Oh, these are beautiful.
Well, you each keep smelling them.
And the
Like it
tags are beautiful.
The smell of books.
I
The smell of books.
paper. I smell books.
The tags.
Yes, everything about it is just so well.
This is amazing.
Yeah, they're really beautiful.
Yeah, beautifully made.
Thank you.
And I also got
have
a
a
gift
perfect
from
place for this.
James, who sent your arrows and your boots.
Place on my desk where this will
James
fit.
sent me this handmade headpiece made of English ivy. That is a like circlet. That he said the little buds aren't real because it's but that the ivy was actual.
That's beautiful.
and-
That
Actually,
fits you
you're
so
rocking
well.
that out pretty hard right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Omni also sent this for you, Matt.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it's this really awesome
Adorable.
drawing.
holy shit.
in the box.
Okay, letter over here.
I know.
From
Right
Robbie,
over here.
Pippin42890. Thanks to all you guys, I got into DMing. Through it, I wandered into the realm of 3D printing. Included are samples of my first original design, a colorful way to display your favorite dice, or least favorite.
It's a wall frame for dice, and it actually says at the top, how do you want to do this?
That's
And then
awesome!
shelf for a full set.
That's so great!
So when players arrive, they can just grab a set off the little shelf and be ready to play. Thanks for spreading the joy and wonder of D&D and for inspiring me.
It's
And
pretty
there's other
fantastic.
stuff too. And there seems to be a donation to First Book that this gentleman made on our behalf. So thank you, Robbie.
That's awesome. Thank you so much,
Generous
Robbie.
and creative gift. There's enough for all of us. We'll pass them around.
I got something here.
What's it say?
My name is Angus, and I've been watching the show for a while now, and I've been wanting to send something to you guys since I saw the first Christmas. So I've mixed my knowledge of Norse mythology and my skill of wood carving to make these talismans for you guys. I hope you enjoyed having them as I am making them. So we have one for each person. We can go ahead and pass out here. Go ahead and pass this around.
There's one that
to
says the
everybody.
dice are trying to kill me.
Oh, well, yeah, they have different
that's
phrases on them. I would like to rage.
Oh.
In case of adventure.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That's really cool.
I want one that says how you want. I want the green one.
Oh, this is sent
Great, it will
sent
disappear
to
in my
New
wallet.
York, but we didn't need to.
Well, then get
The yellow one that would actually probably
Yellow
pop
one?
more.
Thank you
but
so
like-
much, Angus.
Yellow,
Little.
how do you want to do this?
I'm debating between that or the green.
Or the green, the dice are trying to kill me?
Nice alliteration.
Don't know which one I want. Green, how do you want to do this?
Take them all. There's more than 8.
Ymir, the first giant. Yep. Yep. Oh, that's so cool.
I'll go purple.
Cool. That is very cool.
Thank you.
Oh man,
Sweet.
I love it.
smells so good.
Yep.
Is that weird that I smell
What is it? What is it? What am I wearing?
Tells you. They're
Cursed now, Sam.
Nordic talismans. They're using Norse runes, symbols, old Nordic symbols.
I love it.
Hey,
I'm not
thanks.
cursed. Hey, there's another a small packet here
These
from,
are so cute.
from Izzy M. Izzy M. Sending stuff again. More ponies have been made, but I'm also sending the first doodles I drew after my first episodes of the show. Some doodles are old.
Wow! All the character
I
parties.
hope you enjoy them.
Those are
So
awesome.
glad to see you all smile last time. Thank you so much for making Thursdays the
Cute one's really
greatest
cute.
day of the week. Izzy M.
Oh, Clarota.
Thank you, Izzy.
You bastard.
Spear vote. Spear vote.
Okay. The end's in sight.
I got
Is
one
it?
ready.
You said that 25 minutes ago.
I
I
know.
have a box of art from Bronwyn, who's an artist that I feature a lot in the galleries. She goes by Soot T. It's an extra T in there.
Sooty.
You're all gonna recognize these as I hand them out. Bronwyn has sent art that I've been putting up on Twitter, and
Way
you guys
more
will probably
organized.
recognize it when you see it. Also, you might have seen the puppet art recently, and like just this week of like Vox Machina.
Yeah.
That's this artist. I'm gonna pass them out. Is Keyleth. Thank you, Bronwyn. I love your art. And I'm gonna hand this out. That is me. And that is Scanlan. And,
Oh, wow.
Scanlan, Matt, Percival,
Thank you.
and Grog.
Oh shit.
I
Yeah,
grabbed,
dude.
I grabbed
Oh,
mine.
I love this one.
I got it. And then these
Yeah.
help stand them up if you want on your desk.
Do they
Take a look.
Yeah.
Wait, you can sit.
What?
I
These
love
are
this.
so cool.
This is really cool.
All right.
Oh yes. Ah.
Gird your loins, lady.
Oh man.
Do you want to see yours? If you
I want to see mine. Oh yeah.
I love
Ryan's
it.
gonna be a runner.
I love it.
Thank you, Bronwyn.
Oh, God, love it.
Thank you.
And I read your letter
This is
through.
so incredible.
This art piece is still my phone background, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah.
This one is?
So good.
Yes.
I'm so
We
pleased.
like
Yeah,
the
this
puppet.
one's-
This is
I like
so
them.
good.
Oh, wow.
This is amazing.
Oh, I love this.
Oh my gosh.
I think this one was my phone background for a while. Too.
Yeah, no,
It
I
has
had
the
this,
cute
I had
little
this running
Mixie.
for a little while.
Yeah,
Right.
Oh my god.
that's amazing.
Getting there.
Getting there, getting there.
We over it.
Ashley, Laura, Liam, Marisha, Matt, Sam, Towson, Travis, my wife and I are great fans of all of you for your parts in Critical Role as much as your individual works and various charities you herald. We've spent countless hours enjoying the adventures of Vox Machina and your myriad of other characters in video games and animation. I want to return the favor by entertaining you with a copy of The Thirst of Substance and Time. I hope that you enjoyed the story and share with others who might do the same. Thank you so much, Brian. Brian J. Bell. Really appreciate it, buddy. This is a book that he himself wrote.
What?
Yay.
Awesome.
Fantastic.
I'm always down for a new read.
Hell yeah. Much appreciated.
I don't like books. I don't like pretend. And I don't like the arts.
I've got an amazing gift from.
Highly entertained by this.
Yeah, this is fantastic.
Giggling about this a minute ago.
From Robert Stouffer. And he said he hopes I find this gift entertaining and intriguing. He's preparing something for me this weekend that he's going to message me with. But he is at RJ Phobo on and on Twitter he's at RStuff, RSTOF. But he gave me this awesome Monty Python and the Holy Grail King Arthur pop vinyl, wait, where'd the other one go? It was just here. I have my hand on it. A little Critical Role banner with little coconut shells.
Oh.
Yeah, and I just had the other one around here. I'll find it.
It's here.
But this is fantastic because we've been talking about Monty Python quite a lot here lately. So thank you so much, Robert. This is fantastic.
Here, this is for you.
The little writing pose.
Writing pose.
This is fantastic. I can't wait to see what you send me. I feel like this is all gonna come around. I want to see. Where's the other coconut?
I have here, Critical Role folks, howdy ho from Dallas. I'm a self-published author. I sent you each personalized signed book, including Felicia. I was born with kidney failure. I've had to deal with that in dialysis treatment for 28 years, but it didn't stop me from my dream of writing. It's amazing. Watching y'all is my favorite part of the week, even though I have to watch it on YouTube. Lol. So, if you're watching this from YouTube, this is a book 1 of 7 book series, 1 of 3, currently on Amazon. I'm always looking for new readers, and I think they'll all love this, especially Taliesin. Keep the episodes coming because you're all truly a joy to watch. Sincerely, Gregory Coley. And Gregory Coley gave us all personalized copies of his book, In Death's Wake.
Nice.
Yes.
So many books.
Fantastic.
Books.
We'll go ahead and go through these for each person.
I'm so afraid to put any of this stuff in.
Yeah, we'll have to do these each person. So put these aside and we'll make sure they're in there. Thank you so much, buddy.
Yeah.
All right.
I think. Who has a gift?
Cultural shock.
I think that's it.
I don't have any.
Does anyone else
What?
have a gift to
Yep.
read?
Yeah, I do.
Last one.
Get through.
I don't know.
Oh wait, no.
Well,
That might be the last one.
Holding up the works.
It's a
Doesn't
long
know, guys.
letter, and I don't know what it's about until I get to the letter, but it's from Cindy, aka Disney Pix Chick, everywhere online, Twitter, Instagram, Twitter, WordPress. And it's photography, which I'm gonna hold up. I have it's a very dense letter, so I haven't had a chance to get through it, but there seems to be the right amount for all of us. So there's some photography.
Is it her photographer?
I don't know because it's a
Wow,
very
what does
dense
it say in
letter.
the letter?
I'll just read
Okay,
it.
Matt has one. Are you ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay, Matt, you go while Laura reads the letter.
Please accept these handmade notebooks as tokens of my appreciation for your hours of entertainment you've provided. I tried to select the paper that serves as the book covers to reflect each of your characters. If you prefer a different cover or notebook size, please let me know. Thank you all, Geek Sundry people, for all the hard work and dedication. Cheers and Godspeed, Kevin, at Joy Eager. And on Twitch, at Risky Dingo. We got the Dungeon Master handmade notebook. This Pike's glorious early cover.
Oh, that's handmade.
What? This is beautiful.
Back
These
and
are
back,
gorgeous.
right there.
Oh my gosh.
It's all handmade paper.
Leaves in it, which is awesome.
Oh, I got leaves in
This
it.
matches
Percy,
that
with the
stone.
nice
that
fancy.
Oh, it's got
Fancy.
filigree.
And masculine.
love notebooks.
Lush.
More notebooks, more notebooks.
Beautiful.
Oh, I love this.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Press paper.
Yes, she is the photographer.
Handmade paper too.
Find that. What, huh?
Thank you, buddy.
At the end, make it.
Wow.
Ooh, nice
That's
paper.
amazing.
She is the photographer, by the way.
Thank
Oh,
you.
that's
She's the
great.
photographer?
She is the photographer.
That's amazing.
She is the photographer.
Oh.
She is the photographer.
Well, she said,
Let's all
I
say
wanted
it.
to share my
Who's
passion.
the photographer?
I'm Spartacus.
She was. Who's on first? What?
Well, thank you, Cindy.
Oh my.
Thank you,
All right.
Cindy.
Thank you so much,
Appreciate it.
Cindy. Are we good? Are we
Oh my
done?
gosh.
We've done it.
We did it, and it's not yet 1 a.m.
We beat 1 a.m.
By 4
By
minutes.
4 minutes.
Oh wow.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Sincerely.
This is
Yeah,
overwhelming.
it's overwhelming.
Always overwhelming.
Appreciate it.
Never know what to do or say.
Guys,
We still understand tomorrow.
50 episodes. What the shit? The shit. I think I speak for all of us when I say that we're, and I've said this before, and I'll keep saying it. We're perpetually humbled and appreciative of just what this has become, not just as a show, but as a community, and what I think it represents, and what it stands for what we've all wanted to build in a sense of community, and continue to do so, and reach out and bring others into the fold to create their own stories and their own adventures and share those with each other. And it's magnificent. And while these are gifts for us, and is not worthy, we may feel at the same time, it was the fact that you guys want to show this appreciation to us is so touching and so impactful. And don't ever think that that's not the case. For those of you that didn't have anything to send, that's okay. We love all your tweets and your emails, and though we may not respond to all of them, we read as many as we can, and they're all appreciated. This has been a wild ride and continues to be even wilder and wilder, and we're glad you guys are coming along with us. If you did send one and it didn't arrive in time, that's okay. We will be opening those on Periscope as well, and we'll make sure we get to everything, so don't worry about that. And if you decide to send things throughout the year, same thing. We'll still open those. We'll still, tweet out to you guys and do Periscope videos when we can to thank you for those.
And don't forget, you can always do charitable things.
Please.
And help others in the community. That's a wonderful present you can give to us and to each other.
Yes, because we have a lot of things. You don't need a lot of things. People out there need a lot of things. And we appreciate providing that for others out there. And I think we all can definitely agree on that aspect. You guys keep saying that we've changed your lives in ways that we can't even fathom. Know that you guys have changed our lives in so many ways and continue to do so. And this is just but an example of that experience. 50 episodes, guys. Thank you so much for, if you're still watching this, enduring. Thank you for all the amazing gifts and letters and pouring this out to us. We really appreciate it. And as we all go to sleep very soundly tonight, know that we thank you guys very much for sticking with us through all this, and on to 40, 50, 60, 100 more. I don't know. As long as it'll go, I guess.
100 episodes.
Until then, is it Thursday yet? Technically it's Friday now, but yeah. Good night, guys.
Good night.